Lich's Mate by Celeste King.
This is the third book in the Mates of Eresac collection, and let me tell you, I wish there were more.
A slave rescued by a monster with no reservations.
Don't knock it till you try it, my love. I'd let you rescue me.
Bet you would, sweetheart.
New audiobooks are released on this channel daily, completely free. However, some of our naughty scenes have been removed to abide by YouTube's guidelines.
That's why Celeste is offering a 30% discount to our listeners, so that they can grab the uncut version of any of these audiobooks for 30% off.
Listen interruption and ad-free, and get all of the steamy content too when you go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, and tell us how you feel about the story in the comments.
You're listening to Celeste King's Lich's Mate. Chapter 1. Meera. Just another day, I guess. My throat's dry. My limbs hurt. Worst of all, the hunger pangs from last night still linger as I wake up. The gruesome chill of the morning breeze still sweeps through my bedroom. It was all worth it, though, I think, feeling my empty stomach still distracting me. Last night, we didn't have enough food for everybody at dinner time. Because he was going to do without otherwise, I offered my meal to my little brother, Kai. He needs it. He's a growing boy. Sighing, I rub the sleep out of my eyes and get out of bed. Someone needs to tend to the crops outside, and if I'm nice to Miss Umelda when I pass her house, maybe she'll spare some eggs for breakfast. Meera? My mother's voice calls out for me outside my bedroom door. Did you get any sleep last night? Yeah, I reply softly. She enters my bedroom before I'm finished with my sentence, then looks at me discouragingly as I prepare my bags. I'm heading out to the field, then I'm going to talk with the neighbours to see if they have any spare grain. My mother's shoulders droop as her eyes pass over my form. She shrinks the distance between us to place her hand on my cheek. She's warm, and her presence is always a comfort. She smells like our small bakery. I'm worried about you, she says, halfway trying to block my exit. You're eating less and less these days, and your eyes are glazed over. I shake my head. I'm okay, I say. She sighs. Okay, just keep your head down. She steps aside to allow me to leave, but I can tell she immediately regrets it. The Zafans are getting restless, she adds, following me gingerly on my way out. And I don't want you getting hurt. I can't lose you too. But she needs to let me grow up. It's been years since I came of age. I politely brush aside her concerns, sticking a piece of stale bread into my mouth and doing my best to chew it without breaking my jaw. I push open the door. It's darker and drearier than most days. Hey, Meera, I turn. On the makeshift porch of the next-door hovel, Rosalind and Natalie sit and study me. In their hands are chipped teacups, stained slightly from neglect. Where are you going? Rosalind perks a brow. To the fields. I nod. It's way too early for that, Natalie exclaims, leaning back in her rocking chair and setting her tea down. Come here, we can feed you a plate of meat and eggs. It looks like you need it. No, thank you. My stomach is screaming at me. But I can't be selfish. I can't take food away from them. Not when there's work to do. I need to gather some grain and fruits. We'll starve without it. Your loss, Rosalind remarks, offering a dry laugh. Then she gestures to Natalie. I can already feel my cheeks going red. See? What did I tell you? You can't say I didn't try to help her. And you were doing so good, Rosie, Natalie replies, shaking her head. Why do you keep bullying her? Because she's weird. I'm already gone by the time they glance my way. With a small basket in my hand, I trudge all the way to the fields. There's a small shed at the field entrance, filled with tools and supplies. I pick up a rusty watering can, filling it up in the spring. With no one looking, I take a few sips of the cold water for myself. It's an unwritten rule around here to not take the water for yourself. but the dehydration on top of the hunger is making my head feel weird. I get to work promptly, spreading water on top of the plants that still need it. It's going to be a bountiful season this time around, which is exciting. No more hungry nights, no more dreaming about food. All of our plates are going to be filled with hearty meals. And most importantly, no one will go without. Despite the hunger, I feel the hope motivating me, giving me energy I don't have. There are some fruits and vegetables nearby too. I grab a bit of everything, but make sure to leave enough. I start to feel my mind poking at me, as though urging me to pay attention. At first, I'm convinced that it's just hunger pulling at my survival instincts. There have been times when I'm so hungry that my vision will go black if I try to stand up too fast or move too quickly. But then I stop moving, and I listen. I focus on the passing breeze, the swaying of the crops. Then my eyes narrow as I see a running figure in the distance. It's familiar. Kai? I whisper to myself, confused as to why he's running my way. He doesn't care about the fields. He and his friends are usually playing in the woods at this time. Kai? Meera! His scream sounds anguished and desperate. Meera! Kai, what's wrong? I ask, making my way over to my panting little brother. I move his hair from out of his eyes and see pure terror behind his gaze. What's going on? Where are your friends? Are you hurt? Meera, I saw the Xafans, the mean ones. They're flying outside of the village right now, and they're hurting people. What? I whisper. I feel like I must have misheard him. It's true that they can be cruel for no reason, but usually not when there's nothing for them to collect, and tax season is weeks out. Kai, this isn't a game. You can't joke with me like that. I'm not joking, I swear. You have to come help. In my frenzy, I drop the basket of grains and fruits that I had picked for my family. I'm still not sure I believe him, but I go with him because I haven't seen him this upset. As the grass crunches under my feet, I realise that I hear screams. They're incoherent. They're heart-rending. I run. I feel like I should be running away from this, not towards it. But I can't desert them, even if it means my death. My brother's running fast for being so short. I find myself winded, trying to keep up. A group of Xafans burst down Camille's home. One of them goes in and drags out a screaming Camille by the hair as she tries to fight back. Her husband, Manuel, lunges at the Xafan grabbing her, but a different Xafan sword strikes him across the face. I want to cover Kai's eyes. There's no struggle left in him. He's just dead. My trembling hands find my brother's shoulders. I'm not thinking coherently. But as I look at Kai, I see hope for our village's future. I see a boy who's lost a lot, who deserves to live, and I'm not going to survive this. That much suddenly becomes clear to me. You need to run. Now. Get away from here. He fights as I push him away, gripping onto me and wailing. They've started setting fire to one of the houses. It blows out nearby windows. I can only hope whoever lived there escaped. But I don't want to leave you, he wails, snot dripping on my arm as he squirms, desperately trying to cling to me. Please, let's get Mom and Dad and we'll... No, I reply, huddling into him. The world is blowing up around me. I'm seeing people I cared about succumb to their wounds. They're running out of flaming buildings, reduced to charred husks with little life left in them. They almost don't resemble themselves anymore as they fall to the ground. Listen, I'm not meant to survive this, I whisper. I need to stay behind and help. He sobs harder, and I lean in to comfort him, bringing his hair against mine. But you've got so much life in you, and you're so brave, I whisper, tilting his chin up so he's looking at me. So please be the brave boy I know you are, okay? He struggles, not sure what to say. Now go. I all but shove my little brother back towards the fields. If he continues southeast, he might be able to find the other human villages nearby. The screams around me are overwhelming. They're killing the men, but plucking the women from their dwellings. There are a few dead bodies littering the dirt paths that connect our homes to one another. I try to rush forward through the wreckage, stepping over flaming debris. I need to get home and find my parents. Just as I see my home in the distance, I see two Xaphans standing near my front door. They're talking to one another, gesturing towards my home. And I realise why they're there. Smoke billows from out of the building. If my parents were there, I'm too late. One of them catches my eye, giving me a wicked grin. Not today. The adrenaline makes my legs start moving before my mind has a chance to catch up. My mind is screaming at me, telling me to go back and fight. I curse myself as I run away, not sure if they're following me. I start running for the outskirts of the village, towards the heavy trees and foliage that encapsulate the forest nearby. Maybe if I'm fast enough, I'll be able to lose them in the bushes. The Xaphans are huge and imposing, but I'm small enough to mask myself. But they're fast. I can hear their wing beats causing gusts. My legs ache and burn. My lungs work tirelessly to provide me with enough air. Still, one of the Xaphans lunges into my back, launching me into the ground. I can't see anything except the dirt in my face. "Stupid little bitch," the Xaphan spits, pinning his knee against my back. "Did you really think you could outrun us? Huh?" "Don't damage the property, Jan." "What? She tried to escape." I squirm but feel the pain in my back intensify. "Yeah, and we caught her. She'll make a nice profit when she's sold in the auction house." "Let go of me!" I yell, thrashing against their hold. I feel searing pain and a dull muscle ache as one of them binds my wrists together. "You belong to us now," he says. I feel a sharp pain, the head of a dagger or a knife clearly jutting slightly into my back. "I told you not to damage the breeder." "The bitch can take it," Jan says. I feel the pressure on my back lessen, a thud telling me Jan was probably pushed off of me. I struggle to stand to my feet, my wrists still bound. "We've got plans for you, little human," the other Xaphan says, a wicked grin on his face. And I'm nudged forward into a caravan of other women, looking back toward the ruins of my villain.
Chapter 2. Cavan. Zelos spits blood out of his mouth and onto the ground. My arms fall to my sides as my fingers still rub against the hilt of my swords. Old scars litter my torso. My shadow tendrils retreat from Zelos's body, back into my skin. "You sparred me as if I wronged you deeply," he remarks, groaning as he drops his sword with a clatter. "Good practice. You've learned well." "You're the best weapons master I've ever known," I say simply. "But I do not show mercy to anyone. You know this." He chuckles, dusting himself off. "That I do," Zelos says, shaking his head. "You loosened one of my teeth, you bastard." "You have others," I retort, dropping my swords as well. He just nods, scowling. If I didn't know him better, I might think he was actually mad. "Come, let's drink. I have some ideas on how to exterminate those vile Xaphans from our continent once and for all." Zelos cracks his jaw and sighs loudly. "Cavan, when are you going to accept that the Xaphans exist all over the damned world? You can't escape those creatures. You might as well accept their presence." "No." I glare at him, dissatisfied with his defeatist response. "The Xaphans don't belong on Ikoth. This is our home, our territory, and we're letting the enemy live here and do whatever they please, but we can't do the same on New Solus." Zelos shrugs. That was what the truce entailed. "I won't accept it." I shake my head, leading the way to the kitchen where my servants work. With one nod, they move out of the way so I can fetch a drink for Zelos. "Doesn't it enrage you, Zelos, that these disgusting bastards have invaded our home and have amassed wealth for themselves with no work at all?" Zelos takes the drink from my hand. Raphael is a potent alcohol made of fermented demon berries. I own some of the most expensive bottles on Ikoth. "Are you referring to the slave trade?" Zelos asks. That and so much else. But mainly that, yes. My mind immediately drifts to Goran, a Xaphan with a large mansion in the jagged hills of Sarzirok. He has a stream of profit rolling in from New Solas, and it's absolutely clear how he's earning that money. I take a swig of Rafil, dulling my senses. We need to kill him. Ha! Zelos shakes his head and pinches the bridge of his nose. Cavan, you fool. You'll get yourself in trouble with the authorities. We're not allowed to kill Xaphons indiscriminately. Okay, then we need to take him down. Ruin his wealth. Zelos stares at me with narrowed eyes. Are you that intimidated by him, Cavan? Say that to me again and I'll rip out your tongue, I warn. I'm not intimidated by a Xaphan, but I am irritated. The Xaphans need to know their place on Ikoth. Goran and his associates have not learned that lesson. So what do you intend to do? Indeed, what am I going to do about Goran? The fate that awaits that dreaded Xaphan will not be pleasant, but I keep my vivid thoughts to myself and continue drinking from my glass. The streets of Sarzirok never go to sleep. I lean on the edge of a building. Across the way, a tavern owned by Goran bustles heartily. Demons go in happily, as well as a few Xaphans. They mingle and chat amongst one another as if they are dear friends. Pathetic. My cloak covers most of my face and body. From down here, I glance upwards and see the illustrious estate that belongs to Goran, overlooking most of the city from its spot in the hills. It truly disgusts me to know that a Xaphan has accomplished this much in so little time. But he has not achieved his wealth using noble means. No, he has a group of Xaphans back on New Solas doing the dirty work for him, and pocketing most of the profit himself. I want to gut his operation. I want to kill the bastards who work for Goran before slicing the Xaphan up myself. Then, all of Ikoth will be reminded that we bow down to no Xaphan, no matter how deep their pockets are. Clenching my jaw, I decide to enter the tavern, knowing what kind of attention awaits me once I step foot through the threshold. It doesn't matter. I'm hoping to learn more about Goran and his cronies, and this might be the best place to accomplish that. Surprisingly, no one stares at me for long once I make my way in. Perhaps they're used to less than favorable types spending their money here. So long as they're spending, no one needs to make a big deal. Can you believe that? A Xaphan barks out, sipping loudly on his drink while another Xaphan server drops 2 plates of food in front of him. Gluttonous bastard. I keep him in my peripheral vision as I take a seat at the bar. Slipping 2 coins towards the bartender, the Xaphan, with a sour look, nods solemnly and serves me a cheap drink. His wings are charred and jagged near the edges, ugly as sin, like most of the Xaphans in this tavern. Goran says he earned a pretty profit from his latest batch of humans he sold. Did he share some of the profits with you? I wasn't expecting much from a bastard like him. That catches my attention. Turning slightly, I glance at the trio of Xaphan speaking behind me. They eat and drink and make a mess of their surroundings, but they're too engrossed in conversation to care about a demon like me eavesdropping. But we're planning another operation soon. Remember Zathex? Ha! Stupid idiot. He got himself killed by a human, didn't he? So they say. The Xaphan muses low. I don't believe that crap, but that's what the rumor is. And Zathex was a close friend of Goran, so he's been looking for revenge against any human over on New Solas. He's planning a raid on an unsuspecting village. Far away from the city center? Yep. Full of poor, pathetic humans that no one will give a damn about. He'll take the women and bring them to the auction house to sell. I'm not expecting a large amount of profit because I highly doubt there will be anything worthwhile in that haul. That's for sure, a Xaphan quips. Those humans don't eat meat. They eat crap from the ground and turn it into broth. They're all skin and bones over there. Yeah, well, Goran sees potential in them, even if they're not much. Goran is brazen, I'll give him that. Humans are in especially high demand right now. Xaphons, demons, and anyone else with nodals to spare bet wildly in the auction house at New Solas. I've never been within those walls, but I've heard tales and rumors that I'd rather not believe. Xaphons and demons alike, bursting at the seams with excitement to own a human slave. It just can't be possible. No human is that valuable. Still, this might be the best way to disrupt Goran's profits while undermining his whole business scheme. If he thinks he can continue to obtain an easy stream of nodals while letting others do his dirty work, then his days are numbered. Demon. The Zafan bartender slams his fist against the counter. I perk a brow, wondering if I should strangle the life out of him with the shadow tendrils that extend from my back. How much longer are you going to spend on my stools? You're taking up the room. If I pay you well, that shouldn't be a problem, I reply simply. But the Zafan looks less than amused. I don't like serving your kind. That's funny. I smile, but there's no amusement behind my words. I believe you're on Ikoth. Did you forget? I have not, he grumbles. But it won't be long until we run you off the continent like we've done everywhere else. So count your days, demon. The only reason why I have not killed this Zafan right where he stands is that it would attract too much attention towards me. Instead of arguing further, I offer a nod of the head, down the rest of my crappy drink, and toss the pitcher onto the ground with a slam. The pitcher crumbles pitifully on the floor, a mess for the bartender to clean up. You bastard, he yells. You should pay for that. I'm already out the door at this point. I've learned what I needed to learn, so there's no use staying around. What's interesting is the Zafan who bumps into my shoulder at the door, nearly knocking the cloak from my head. He scoffs loudly, turning my way. Ridiculous demons, he mumbles, always walking around like you own the place. When my eyes meet his, it doesn't take me long to recognize this Zafan as the one who has consumed my thoughts far more than necessary. Goran, with his bright eyes and his arrogant expression, stares at me as if I'm less than, as if I can't kill him on the spot. Are you mute? Are you not going to apologize for touching my wings? He spits. I can't disclose too much information about myself or my intentions, so I turn and continue down the road. Goran mumbles words under his breath. For his sake, it's better if I don't hear them. My patience is running exceptionally thin. There's no use focusing on that anymore. Instead, my mind runs wild with ideas on how I will disrupt Goran's ongoing slave trade on New Solus. If it's true that he's running a raid on a human village, his cronies will be directing a caravan back to the trading hub. I'll strike then, and I'll tear down his empire.
Chapter 3. Meera. When my eyes flutter open, I'm met with the stench of unwashed bodies, the sobs of the girl next to me, and the crack of a whip on fragile human skin. I flinch and my stomach recoils at the wails that soon follow. Quiet! The Zafans who captured us don't hold back their contempt. I'll cut out your damned tongue if you don't stop crying. It takes me a few moments to adjust and figure out what's going on. I reach out, gripping the wooden cage that encloses me. The bars are sturdy. Around me, many girls and women from my village are in the same predicament. Some are bloodied, others are bruised, and we all carry the same fearfulness in our eyes. Armed Zafan guards keep watch on this wagon that hauls us away. From here, I can somewhat see the houses of our village in the distance, or what's left of them. These Zafan bastards pillaged and burned down most of our hometown. Careful with them, one of the Zafans warns the other, pointing at him with a spear. You don't want to damage the cargo too excessively. Goran expects a hefty profit from this batch. One Zafan scoffs, swiping his tongue over his crooked, blackened teeth. I doubt he'll care if we have our way with one or two of these. He makes a step towards my cage, which makes me wince, but the speared Zafan growls and threatens him again with the spear. I'll have your head if you mess with my profits, he warns through gritted teeth. His feet inadvertently bang against the cage of the girl across from me. Her blue eyes are wide and she trembles violently. I can easily explain to Goran my reasons for killing you. Don't tempt me. Ah. The Zafan grins maliciously. Who knew you had such a soft spot for humans? Hardly, but when they're useful, I won't let you damage them. So it's true. They're going to sell us all into slavery? Beside me, sobbing and sniffling loudly, Miranda covers her face and digs her nails into her scalp. In the midst of the chaos, I think I saw her parents getting bludgeoned to death by one of the Zafans. As much as I want to reach out and comfort the girl, that might only guarantee me a beating from one of the Zafans who want to keep us in line. Why did they target our village in the first place? What did we do? We'll have to stop and feed these creatures eventually. You worry too much about them. It's sickening, another says. You didn't care this much about the last batch. We have a longer journey to travel, and if half of these creatures die before we step foot into the auction house, then I see that as a failure. We want to maximize our profits with them. If Goran wins, we all win. I suppose that's true. With nightfall coming, we can stop and hunt. I'm not giving these human bitches a feast, though. They can do that themselves if they're that hungry. A new Zafan's voice joins the conversation. And what if they try to escape into the woods? Then we hunt them down and rip their heads off their bodies. A dead slave is much better than a disobedient one. The Zafans chuckle and laugh to themselves in agreement. Somehow, I muster enough courage to raise my gaze. That was a mistake. One of the Zafan guards stares down at me with a sneer. He slams his spear into my cage, which sends me tumbling backward. My back strikes against the wooden bars, sending a shock of pain throughout my body. But the pain is nothing compared to the cut searing across my forearm. What am I going to do? I can't be a slave. I had so many dreams for myself. One moment, I'm tending to the village garden, thinking of ways of feeding myself and my family for the foreseeable future. Next, I'm being dragged to the ground and hauled off as a slave with the rest of the young women in my village. Everything happened so fast, it still makes my head spin. The wagon jumps, sending all of us tumbling around in our cages as if we're a bunch of livestock. In the Xaphan's eyes, I'm sure we are. We only exist to make them rich, at the cost of our bodies, minds and souls. I've heard things about slavery. Older women in the village used to gossip while they sewed new clothes for the children, talking about the horrible things human slaves are subjected to once they're in the hands of Zaphans, demons and other vile creatures. Demons are especially grotesque. They have disgusting fantasies that they act out on their slaves, pushing their bodies to the extremes until they eventually die. It's not rare to never see a slave again once they're sold in the auction house, down in the heart of the trading hub. I never used to pay much attention to these stories because I figured that it would never happen to me. I can't believe that I've been proven wrong in such a cruel way. Did Kai make it to safety, at least? Where is my little brother? Did he manage to tell the next village over what happened to us? Shut the hell up, the Zafan growls, slamming his boot against Miranda's cage. She only responds with more muffled sobs, covered by her hand. I never knew humans could be so annoying. They are. Why else do you think they're great targets to sell into slavery? The other Zafan asks. He sticks up 3 fingers, putting them down with each reason. They're weak, they hardly fight back, and they're the easiest creatures to kill in all of Arasak, which means they're all disposable. If that's true, one of the Zafan muses. How did Zathex manage to get killed by one of them? Was the stupid bastard drunk? Probably. I knew him well. He was arrogant all because he had a job that allowed him easy access to humans who didn't know their place in society. He was one of Goran's best allies, but now that he's gone, I'm next in line. Yeah. A Zafan laughs. I hate the way they sound. Right. What happened to my parents? Are they still alive? Or did the Zafans finish them off too, like the rest of our village? Turning to my left, I see Gemele with her chin resting atop her kneecaps. With the Zafans engrossed in discussion, I figure it's safe to ask her a question. Gemele, I whisper. She perks up and looks at me. Do you know what happened to my parents? Did you see them? She shakes her head. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I was there when everything started and they were too fast to stop. They started killing and burning everyone. I tried to get away, but... Hey! A Xafan storms over and I feel my belly drop to the floor. Instead of focusing on me, however, he narrows in on Jamele. "Who the hell told you that you could speak?" Jamele's eyes go wide as she shakes her head. "What? No, I'm sorry, The Zafan yanks the door to her cage open and drags her out by the arm, slamming her to the ground. Reaching for his holster, he grabs a whip and cracks it a few times against her skin, eliciting loud and painful cries that echo out into the world around us. He makes an example of her. He doesn't finish until there are red welts all over her arms and legs. Then he tosses her back into her cage and slams the door shut. I can't see her face anymore. She's lying on her side, turned away from me, unmoving. This is all my fault. Maybe it's better if I don't see her expression. It might be nothing but betrayal behind those eyes. The Zafans continue patrolling our cages, keeping us in fear for our lives. Gemele's whipping isn't the only one I witness. A few cages away, the Zafans bully an older woman, Denise, who had the courage to talk back to them. They drag her out and beat her the same way they did Gemele. They even threaten to have their way with her in front of the rest of us. The thought of that happening sends bile up my throat. What's going to happen to us when we get to the auction house? Are we all getting sold into slavery? Will some of us get killed in the process? Am I never going to see my village again? As much as I want to blink away the tears, it's just not possible. They stream down my face, wetting my cheeks and pooling around my chin. I'm too weak to move my arms up and wipe them away. Around me, the sounds of cries are still there, but they're quieter than before. None of us want to invoke the wrath of the Zafans who captured us. They're cruel and callous in their ways. They don't care about anything other than their own benefit. They'll kill us without a second thought if we give them good reason to. It's a long journey until we reach the trading hub. I don't want to think of whatever horrors we're going to see on the way there. The Zafans seem eager to abuse us in any way they can. They want to break our spirits. They want to leave us as shells of what we used to be. And I think it's working. Damn them all. I think they're getting to us.
Chapter 4. Cavan. You told me to keep a lookout, so I'm giving you a heads up, I say, reading aloud the piece of parchment in my hand and petting the karasu across its head and wing. In my study, a candle flickers, the growing shadows of trees stretching across my walls as they rap against the window. It's quiet, save for the occasional droplets of rain that pelt my window. I keep hearing strange rumblings of a caravan. I keep reading, scratching my chin as I do. People keep real quiet about it because they don't want to get the wrong kind of attention, but it all stinks. Could it be the inhumane human slave trade entering New Solus? Could it be your friend? If so, you might arrive just in time to intercept it. If this helps you, don't forget to pay it forward. Your trusted eyes, Frask. I fold up the parchment. For a moment I drum my fingers against my desk, considering whether to heed or ignore the message. It's a long way to New Solus, and traveling so far on a mere whim seems inadvisable. But everything seems to line up, and if I don't act fast, Goran's never going to stop. I hate that hypocrite. I open the window and a sharp gust of wind blows water into my study, the karasu crying out as it bolts out the window and takes flight. In the distant black sky, lightning crashes, revealing the vast red wasteland of Ikoth, if only for a second. I suppose I could do with a change of scenery anyway, even if Frask is wrong. And I'm sure I can always find some other way to screw over Goran's plans in New Solus if all else fails. I watch as the karasu, weighted down by the oppressive rain, becomes a shadow, then vanishes on the horizon. I wish for even a small amount of that bird's resilience, before quietly hoping it makes its way back to its destination. So many business ventures, so many opportunities, crushed beneath the weight of that buffoon's fumbling hands. If I have the slightest chance to get him out of my way, if only for a little bit, then I should be jumping at it, not questioning its validity. I begin packing my belongings, preparing for a quick voyage. Tearing through my closet, I find clothing that can be worn briefly and discarded quickly, while still maintaining my family's image abroad. If I delay myself even a little bit, I might miss my chance. I have no idea what I'm going to find in New Solus. While the slave trade there has always unsettled me, it's not something I've ever wanted to meddle in. Doesn't sit right. Seeing all those pathetic creatures reduced to nothing, I think. Don't know who could keep their composure being around all that complaining and moaning. The following morning, a crisp chill hangs in the air as I depart for the docks. A heavy fog has settled over Ikoth, making its natural reddish hue even more muted and less appealing. With the small amount of luggage I've brought, I step over the threshold and board the ship, preparing for a lonely and quiet trip. The boat ride is long and unsavory, a harsh smell of sulfur filling my nostrils as we make our way across the seas and down the channel. The entire time, all I can consider is how to remain humble while looking Goran in the eye after he's lost everything. I often monologue to myself, thinking of how best to displace him from all of the markets. Victory is within my clutches. I've heard that the slave trade makes up a large percentage of his revenue, and that he's unwisely invested a great deal of his personal fortune in its success. Once that crumbles, he'll have nothing left. It will serve him right too, I think. I don't know how he's been so successful for so long, making such inadvisable business decisions. His good fortune is a crime against nature. Of course, this is just a small step in that direction. This particular mission, if successful and assuming correct intel, will pose little more than an inconvenience to Goran. And I'll still need to manage my own business affairs while I'm abroad. Sir? The cabin below the dock has stopped rocking, and the navigator's voice calls down from overhead. I step up the rickety stairs, bags in hand. It wasn't the best ship money could buy, but it was certainly enough to get me here safely. We've docked at the harbor outside New Solus, the navigator says. Get your things and go. I nod, ignoring how curt he is, and breathe in the briny air as I step off the ship. Here, the air is much more calming, and though the sky is still a striking gray, I can see the sun peeking barely through the clouds. It's much more picturesque than anything back home. I hail a carriage and make my way from the outskirts through the forest, back to the golden city of New Solus. There's a tavern a little way in where I like to visit. The drinks aren't great, and there are far better places in the city. But there's nowhere better if you're looking for an interesting experience. And after my long and uneventful boat ride, filled with scheming and monologues, I could certainly use some stimulation. The sign outside the bar is decrepit, and there are animal droppings I have to step over to get inside. It's probably the seediest place near the Cavan ports, but it's still brighter than anything back home. All around me, people still like to flaunt their wealth, even when they can't be bothered with basic building maintenance. I take a seat at the bar counter and wait for service, looking around for anything that stands out. I suppose while I'm here, I might as well investigate the threat. See if I can find anything about the slave trade here. I know a few things, but I really am going in blind. Excuse me. I look up, expecting the bartender. I'm disappointed when I see some prick with a staggered wing, his golden curly hair giving away his opulence. He doesn't know much about personal space. How can I help you? I growl, looking around the room for signs of support. I should have expected that in New Solus I wouldn't find many demons. Usually there's one or two, but I realize that the only clientele today is Xaphans, who are all oblivious to this confrontation. I think you should find another bar, the Xaphon says, his voice shrill and inexperienced. You'll find plenty that serve your kind. We really don't want another incident. Inspecting my surroundings one more time, I notice that nobody else is paying attention, which might be fortuitous. Oh, really? And why is that? He brings himself in close, whispering. His breath is foul, his teeth rotting. And they say we're the wicked ones. Just a bit ago, one of your kind came in with 2 human slaves by his side, he says, in a menacing tone. We dealt with that right away. Didn't even put up much of a fight. Are we going to have to deal with you too, or are you going to get out? I smile in response. See, I'm really glad you came to me with this. I look him up and down, making it clear that I'm waiting for him to interject. "What did you say your name was?" I ask. "None of your business." I nod to myself, maintaining my smile. Right. Watching his body movements carefully to make sure he doesn't get close and escalate the situation, I again look around the bar. "Now, I have a proposal for you, Mr. Nunn," I say, whispering through gritting teeth. He eyes me. I notice him reaching for his waist, indicating that he might have a weapon of some kind. "And what would that be?" he asks. "I've been looking around this tavern and I don't see a single freaking soul standing with you. So I think you're full of crap, and that you're going to let me have a drink in peace." He grips something on his belt. I keep myself prepared, standing at the ready. I focus on the shadows in this bar, the roaring fireplace which casts darkness around the furniture, the brilliant golden light from outside that leaves this room in partial obscurity. I can feel them move, obeying my command. "I had a really boring trip here," I say, "so I came into this bar looking for a little excitement, and messing you up would be just the excitement I'm looking for." It's a total lie. Although I had hoped to witness something eventful, and this place never disappoints, I didn't want to be the victim of the altercation. I intend to deter him by acting as unapproachable and menacing as possible, something that usually isn't a problem for a demon. But when he lunges at me with a knife, I know I've failed. Let's hope the other Xaphen sees he's the problem, not me. Immediately, the shadows that I've brought to my attention obey me, swirling around the bar chaotically. Before he can get close to me, he freezes in place. A thick black rope binds itself around his arms, and a gray veil enwraps his torso and legs. I can see him struggling, his hands shaking around the knife in his hand. "What is this?" He can't hide the panic from his voice. I pace around him as he's completely unable to move his body, his legs also covered in a thick shadow, made physical by my abilities. "You really don't mess with a lot of demons, do you?" I chuckle to myself. Guess I'm not staying for a drink after all. I know that the bartender will probably see my side. Maybe the guy is a problem customer. But I don't intend to stay and find out. When I finally leave the bar to find the caravan, without tasting a single drop of alcohol, nobody cares that the Xaphen is bound up, suspended from the ceiling. The sun is setting. Soon the whole of New Solas will be covered in darkness. It's the perfect time to find a slave caravan. It's also the time when the shadows are thickest.
Chapter 5. Meera. Any day now. We've got to be close. It's what I've been telling myself to ease through the pain. The cuts on my arms haven't stopped stinging. I suspect some of them may be infected. And the way this cage rocks, I have a pain in my side that never seems to go away. How long have I been on this slow-moving caravan? The hours feel like weeks. The days feel like years. And the constant overbearing sun pours down on me. My body feels disgusting and covered in sweat, my hair matted with blood and dirt. The cage shuffles as we move up a mound, and I brace for impact, doing what I can against the impossibly tight shackles bound to my wrists. But as we slide down it, my ribs are forced into the splintered wood once again. I can't cry out in pain. They always go after the loud ones first. I don't know why I'm still hanging on. I've seen several of my friends taken prisoner who gave up along the way, finding jagged objects and knives to end their suffering, or just escaping the caravan to jump off steep ledges. I don't know what's left for me in this world. When I sleep at night, I still remember the horrors I witnessed, remember that many of the people I cared about most are gone. That's if my stomach doesn't keep me up, of course. The caravan stops briefly, and I realise that it's feeding time. I remember keeping pets and watching farmers with their livestock. This humiliating ritual is a reminder that we're little more than animals to them. I can hear the footsteps growing closer. I tighten my wrists as if there's any hope of escape, as if I could possibly attack my captors. How am I still fighting? "A tiny sliver for the tiny lady," the Xaphen says, bringing another pitiful bowl of gruel beside my cage. "Try to make it last." I frown down on the dish, knowing that anything I say will be misinterpreted. I wish he'd just go away. Instead, the Zafan grins down at me with his damaged, chipped teeth. "Oh, don't look so sad, little girl," he says. "You know that if we feed you more than that, we'll fatten you up. And you don't fetch as much in the market with a gut on you." I want to spit in his face. I want to take the chains bound around my wrists and whip him with them. But as he closes the cage, I'm completely neutralised. He makes his way back to position in the slow-moving caravan. Part of me swears they're poisoning me, or that they're messing with my food. The other day, I thought I saw an eye in it. But then I heard that prisoners succumbing to starvation can start to see things that aren't there, so I'm not even sure I can trust my senses. No, you're probably just seeing things. I lean down with what little room I have in the cage and bring my face into the bowl. The food is unappetizing and hard to stomach, but I try to stomach it anyway. "Can I please have some water?" Across from me, I see a woman in another wooden cage, just within speaking distance. Her voice is dry and hoarse, but she cries out frantically. I expect that the caravan will start moving soon, but the woman calls out even louder. That's when I hear familiar footsteps trotting back toward me. Only this time, the Zafan is brandishing a long, flowing whip. They share a look, the Zafan reasserting his power, and the woman peering through the bars, her curly red hair obstructing her vision. Before I know what's happening, the Zafan brings the whip back, slapping hard against the woman's wrist with precision. Even from a distance, I can see a small trickle of blood fall to the cage floor. "Now we don't like damaging the cargo," he says, as the woman gapes at him speechlessly. "But if you don't shut up, there's a lot more where that came from. We've got a long way to go yet." I want to stand up for her, to reinforce that clearly. They're not giving her enough water. In truth, I'm just as parched as she is. I just know to keep my mouth shut. But I don't know what good it will do. They don't consider our voices. I have no power over him. Once he's out of ear range, though, and the caravan has resumed moving, I know I can't just not say anything. "Hey!" I call out, looking both ways to make sure I'm not being watched. I know it might not seem like it, but we're going to be okay. She looks amused. Gripping her wrist, she offers me a wry smile. "Oh yeah," she says, no liveliness to her words. "We're going to be just great." I smile solemnly in return. Abigail was her name. I faintly remember it now. Her father used to operate a small store in town. Of course, I could reminisce about those times when I'd stop by as a child and he'd offer me a discount or a free piece of meat to sample. And she'd just look down, watching the sales from the top of the stairs, where her bedroom was. She was like a ghost, but he's dead too. And she probably doesn't need to be reminded of that, just like I don't need to be reminded of my family and of everything I lost. "You're a strange one, Meera," she says in response to my long, contemplative silence. "If there's anything I can do to help," I start to offer, trailing off. "I could give you some of my water if it would help." She shakes her head. "No, you're just as bad off as I am," she says. "I can't take your water. It wouldn't feel right." I nod in response. She looks at me as though studying me. "What makes you so sure we're going to be okay?" she asks. I can't hide my surprise at the question. "Oh, I don't know. It just feels like the right thing to say in situations like this." She shakes her head. Her eyebrows furrow. "That's not it, though," she replies. "When you said it, you weren't just reassuring me. There was confidence in it." I try to prop myself up as we climb another incline. She clutches her wrist, still wincing from the pain. "So what do you know that I don't? Why aren't you scared for your life, like the women who tried to run out of here and wound up dead?" I shrug. "I guess I just know that if we're their cargo, they're going to lose too much of us in transit the way they're treating us," I suggest. "2 of us have died of starvation." She nods. "Mary and Elish," she says. "I knew them well. Terrible loss." 4 have tried to run off but failed, I continue, emphasizing with a solemn nod that I agreed. Our numbers are dwindling. If they don't start feeding us better, they're going to wind up on the bad side of whoever's paying them to move us. Abigail leans in closer, as though to whisper. A whisper couldn't cross the threshold, though. I heard his name is Goran, she says in a hushed voice. They say he works out of Akoth, claim he doesn't give 2 farts about any of us. This seems doubtful to me. He doesn't care about us, yet he's paying these people to move us. Yeah, I don't know how much I'd trust that information. My stomach gurgles, the food clearly having a negative impact on my body. The terrain changes rather suddenly, and I realise that we're rolling forward, not on mounds of dirt and makeshift streets, but on stone pathways. Clearly this area is much better maintained, which doesn't bode well for us. On one hand, I'm glad to be rolling along smooth surfaces, rather than clutching on for dear life, trying not to injure myself against the poorly maintained cages. On the other, I can see the silhouettes of buildings in the distance. We come to a stop suddenly, even though we're not in the town yet. From the looks of it, our destination is still a ways away. That's when several Zafans come trotting back, their footsteps resounding against the hard stone ground. At the very least, these Zafans look kinder than the one who neglected and beat us. And what's far better, they're no longer bringing back portions of inedible gruel. Instead, I see braised meat and fresh water. Auction house is just ahead, one of them says to me, opening my cage and leaving the dishes on the floor. That means we need you to look a little less pathetic, so you can make some demon happy. I look at Abigail, my eyes widening as if to say, see, I told you. But this is not what I had in mind, because as long as we've been travelling, and as much as I've deceived myself, we've never been close to our destination. Not like this. That means my windows have grown awfully small. Soon, I'm going to be sold to somebody who will doubtlessly treat me even worse than these Zafan extremists. If I don't find some way out of these bindings and away from my cage, then my last hope will be gone. And as the group of muscular Zafans slams my cage shut, I know that I stood no chance of overpowering them, that I am nothing to their strength. If I try to run, I'm going to be killed just like the others, shot by a stray arrow, or driven to my death at the base of a cliff. Any day now. We've got to be close. What hope was I clinging to? Why did I think we would be better off at our destination than on the long, unforgiving trail there? I take comfort that at least Abigail has water, as she sates her thirst. And I try to imagine the devastating life waiting for me ahead. And I don't know why I'm still fighting.
Chapter 6. Cavan. Well, that was easier than expected. In the distance, I can see the caravan, a good way from the city limits. It has stopped momentarily, pausing to set up a campfire, but the faint flickers of movement from among its guards tell me that it might soon resume movement toward New Solus. I have to approach it carefully. If I'm seen, Goran might well take action to prevent my interference, if I'm not killed entirely. Stalking among the trees and using the shadows to my advantage, noting that I might make use of them if things go south, I move toward the caravan, hiding under hills and jagged cliffs when opportunities present themselves. If I'm going to be successful, I'll need to blend in. The caravan is now within view, the city far in the distance. My feet are already tired. It took quite a long walk to get here, but perhaps it will all be worth it. I can't wait to wipe the smug grin right off his face. He succeeded for far too long, using unethical business practices and shortcuts. As I notice the sorry state of his cargo, I realize that not only is he cheating to get ahead, but he's also neglecting his products. The humans look to be thinned out and damaged, their eyes portraying possible sickness. If you're going to embrace something like the slave trade, it shouldn't be like this. The auction houses where he's taking them are getting ripped off. A tiny sliver for the tiny lady, one of the guards says, throwing a small bowl haphazardly in front of a striking woman. Perhaps it's a trick of the light, but something about her is enchanting to me. Perhaps Goran saw me coming and hired a spy to distract me. Because no human woman is that attractive. This can only be some strange and forbidden magic. I shake my head and refocus myself before I get a good look at her. I can't get distracted now. I need to remain agile. "Oh, don't look so sad, little girl," the guard says to the woman. "You know that if we feed you more than that, it'll fatten you up, and you don't fetch as much on the open market with a gut." I shake my head in disbelief, imagining the poultry serving in front of the woman. This is not the way you take care of your cargo. The guard slams the cage shut and walks away. I watch as the caravan starts moving and prepare myself to move quickly, following from among the shadows. I'm not entirely sure what I'm planning. Coming out here, I suddenly feel a bit reckless, which isn't abnormal for me. But if I'm going to get anywhere and survive against Goran, I'm going to need to be careful. Several guards watch the caravan, far too many for me to adequately dispatch them. If I jump in now, I'm going to be easily handled. And then my mission will be over before it's even started, my family legacy ending in obscurity. My feet carry me forward. Thankfully, the caravan is not moving too quickly. Before it can find its rhythm, it catches on a jagged mound or has to roll over a small stump. I think about the human prisoners contained within, its cargo. I can't imagine their discomfort. Not even their cages are suitable for the job. Goran has put them in dirty, decrepit cages made of wood that are far too small for them. I think the wood might even be splintered. Even the most pitiful of creatures on Arasok don't deserve this sort of maltreatment. I seethe, my nostrils flaring. He wants to run these grand, large-scale operations, but he has no respect for the details. He'll do whatever he can to cut corners, and I'm going to make sure he suffers for it. Perhaps naturally, he would have collapsed under his own hubris had this caravan perished in the face of wild monsters or bad weather. But I'm going to speed up the process. I can't trust the world to make sense anymore. Atop a large hill, the caravan comes to another stop. Have I been spotted? I cling closer to the tree line just in case, maneuvering carefully among the sharp branches that graze along my skin. But as I perk my ears up, listening for hints of the disruption, it becomes immediately apparent. A curly, red-haired human woman rattles her cage, begging for water. It started out as a mere unheard plea, but it seems that she might have fallen prey to panic. "Just deal with it. You're not far from the city. Stop pissing them off." But immediately, I notice as one of the Xaphen captors returns to the back, his agitation evident in his steps. As the grass crunches beneath his feet, the long whip in his hand swirls behind him like a tail. Still, the woman is oblivious, not seeing that she's about to be punished. I've seen humans killed for far less. The Xaphen draws back his whip as the other captives hold their breath and swats the woman as hard as he can. It slaps into her wrist with an impact that's deafening even from here. That might have broken bones. He draws back his whip again and slaps it forward one more time. It's difficult to see from here, but I think I see a trickle of blood fall from her wrist as she grips it. I can imagine it throbbing. I can feel the pain of the impact as it replays in my mind again. And yet, he could have killed her. "Now, we don't like damaging the cargo," the guard says in a half-hearted apology. "But if you don't shut up, there's a lot more where that came from. We've got a long way to go yet." I look out at the distant horizon, see the faint silhouette of the city, and realize how far I had to walk to get here. I can see the faintest glimmers of sunlight breaching the horizon. Already, morning approaches. This should have been dealt with already. I didn't think this would be an all-night task. But there's not much I can do now. The guard returns to the front of the caravan, the woman still clutching her hand in pain. She almost doubles over in her cage. "You could have attacked the lone guard, I think. It would have caught the others unaware. But really, if I had been more prepared, I could have uprooted this operation much more easily. Simple explosives would have stopped this. After all, it's not as though I care about the human captives. I could have planted the explosives while nobody was looking, then ran off on my way, with nobody any the wiser. Or I could have used my shadow tendrils to pick each of those Xaphans apart, one by one. I would have made sure their deaths were excruciating, to the point where they'd beg to die instead of endure one more moment of living. I just wanted to hit Goran where it hurt. Next time, I vow to myself, next time I'm not going to stall. The carriage resumes its movement into the early morning. I listen in from behind, looking for opportunities to intervene. But it becomes exceedingly clear to me that, for whatever reason, I'm hesitating to attack. I know that there have been chances. It seems as though the beautiful woman and the curly red-haired one have a pre-existing relationship. I know that their conversations won't give me any insight that might help me with my mission, except that one of them confirms what I already knew. This caravan was organized, quite ineffectively, by Goran. I hear vague hints of what might have started this meager operation too, with vague mentions of a fallen Xaphan. Otherwise, as I feel myself growing tired, they reminisce about life, back where they came from. They speak in hushed tones over the grinding of the wheels, talking about everything except for the incident that brought them to this caravan. It lingers in their conversation like a ghost, subtly in the background, making itself known, but never brought to the forefront. Occasionally I glimpse the woman, but I force myself to look away. I'm now not sure if this is magic, but I know that I can't allow myself to be distracted by her. The caravan stops one more time just outside of the city, and I think I see my opportunity, readying myself to move quickly. But as I notice seemingly all the other guards coming back at once, I realize that I'm once again outclassed, and I grow still. They mention some vague nonsense about treating the women better in order to trick the markets. They say that nobody wants to buy damaged goods, that if they try selling them as they are, it will reflect poorly on the operation. Far too late for that, I think. You've already ruined them. But as I clench my fists, knowing that I've already missed my chance to strike, I commit myself to attacking at the next opportunity. As they've clearly stated, the auction block is not far into the city. And with the sun already rising, it's not as though I can strike in broad daylight, with the eyes of New Solus well upon me either. Am I really going to have to attack well into the bidding? I ask myself. It might be the only chance at this point. Goran might have neglected almost every step of this process, but he did at least ensure that his caravan was well guarded. And if I'm too obvious, then Goran will see me coming from 1,000 miles away. After the guards have brought portions of braised meat and fresh water to the prisoners, the suffering woman appeased despite her throbbing hand, the caravan resumes its movement. And I continue formulating. I wish I knew New Solus better. Because as I trail as innocuously as possible, trying and failing to pose as a civilian, no ideas are reaching me. I can feel the eyes of civilians upon me, relieved as none of them point me out to the caravan. Though I want to strike the auction proceedings, my mission doesn't end with this one caravan. I want to obliterate Goran, and I want him to be completely unprepared for me. I smile at the thought of him lost in confusion as his operation crumbles beneath him, and I don't want him to know who's doing it. Not until the very last second, when I can look him in the eyes.
Chapter 7. Meera. This is it. I feel fear of the unknown wind through my body, coursing through my veins and making my mind go numb. The caravan is still moving slowly over the stone path, but the chatter of our captors is becoming increasingly excited, only matched by the excitement of their surroundings. I assume we're in the trading hub. It's long after sunset, but there is still an audible buzz and the sound of wares being traded. In the distance, I hear a merchant and customer quarrel over an unfairly steep price that even the gods wouldn't afford. Their argument is drowned out by a young musician enthusiastically playing her lyre, much to the joy of listeners. The smell of various spices, herbs, and perfumes clash and mix together. It all threatens to overwhelm my senses. I close my eyes and focus on trying to spot landmarks. The darkness makes it impossible. I no longer cling to my cage. mercifully not forced by the dreaded shake and rattle of the caravan to hold on for dear life. In fact, the ride is surprisingly smooth, despite the thick crowd in the streets that hurriedly moves out of our way. We're nearing our final destination. No, I can't just give in and up like that. I will find a way to escape, even if I lose limbs doing so. We come to a full stop in a dark back alley, and the Zafan don themselves in hoods hiding their faces. I don't have time to wonder about their curious behaviour. I'm plucked from my cage by rough and uncaring hands. I bite back the seething insults spinning on the tip of my tongue. The other women are silent as well. They know that putting up a fight will only serve to irritate the Zafan brutes. Why so on edge, you bastards? Is it maybe because selling people isn't the morally okay thing to do even here? Shut your mouths and try to look pretty now, little human. A putrid smell wafts over my neck as one of the guards hovers over me to whisper in my ear. I do my best to hold back the shiver of disgust washing over me, but can't hide the repulsion from my face. He grins, teeth brown and yellow, his thick tongue licking lips that are cracked and caked with grime. That attitude will earn you many beatings. I hope you're bought by a demon with a love for human screams. We're ushered into a dark holding room, and the alarm I feel is reflected on the pale faces of the other women. Abigail is still clutching her wrist, though it seems to have stopped bleeding. Snickers and pointed fingers lead my attention to the guards, who are openly leering at us. I think that one will fetch a decent price. She's got just the look these demons want. My stomach drops when his eyes meet mine, and I nearly let out an audible sigh when it darts to a woman behind me. I glance at her. She has long black hair that still manages to shine somewhat despite her journey so far. Bright green eyes hide under thick lashes as she shyly looks away, holding herself tightly. Filthy assholes. It's the obvious terror they find interesting in her. One of the guards walks over to me, his nose turned up in revulsion. This creature will be lucky if she's even bought. No one likes a slave that deems itself an equal. His gigantic, filthy hand runs along my waist, his eyes travelling down my body. I feel like I want to throw up, but I steel myself and hold my head high, my back straight. Repulsive cad, you'll never see me grovel in fear. His eyes travel up and down my body several times, and he doesn't even try to hide what he's thinking. Even the toughest animal can be tamed with the right methods. He chuckles at his own joke, and I look away, refusing to entertain him. Turned off by my defiance, the guard loses interest and walks back to his buddies. They continue to laugh and joke about who will fetch the highest bids. Abigail whispers next to me, her voice shaky with distress. They're not able to bid on us, right? I shake my head. No. As far as I understand, we're up for bid by demons. I don't add that our fates aren't that much rosier with our potential future masters, but I don't have to. She understands. Her face visibly droops and she sucks her lower lip. Oh, well, that sounds awesome. Hey, shut up. The guard who whipped her earlier swiftly flicks his wrist, catching Abigail on her upper thigh with his weapon. She grabs the spot and hisses in pain, but keeps quiet. I want to console her, but don't want to cause a bigger scene or give the guards more reason to complain about us. To our right is a set of heavy, leathery curtains that separate our windowless room from another, presumably bigger area. The sound of animated conversations threatens to break through the material barrier. Our buyers are apparently eager to start bidding. I clench my teeth. Not knowing what will happen once we're led out of this room sets me on edge. As if triggered by my thoughts, a large guard smacks aside the heavy curtain and pulls one of the women out onto a brightly lit stage. I peek beyond their figures and feel the blood drain from my face. Large, muscular, horned men sit and discuss the woman on the stage. There are Zafans amongst that crowd too. While she's clearly dehydrated, starving and afraid, they are dressed in fine clothes, eating scrumptious delicacies and armed with weapons that stand taller than me. Their skins, which range from ebony to pale white, shine in the pale green light cast by floating orbs that illuminate the bidding arena. Horns thicker than my arms adorn their fearsome heads, while yellow and red eyes scan the shaking woman. Although it's hard to tell from my position, I estimate that these demons are all at least 8 feet tall. Their boisterous laughter in this horrid situation adds to their menacing and imposing auras. Next to the woman stands another demon, this one a pale yellow that reminds me of a toxic insect that populated a forest near my hometown. His horns are elaborate, all 4 of them curling back with an unexpected grace. The demon is likely way more poisonous than any insect out there. His voice echoes through the arena as he starts pitching the slave to the buyers. "Don't mind the dirty hair. She's come a long way and just needs a good scrub." He lifts her arm. "Look at that, not a bit of unnecessary fat on her." She gasps as he yanks her face and forces her jaw open. "The teeth are in good condition too, and she's got strong hands." The auctioneer lets her arm fall as if he couldn't stop touching her soon enough. "Shall we start the bid at 50 nodals?" One of the guards pulls the curtains back in place, obscuring my view. "You'll get your turn. Just be patient." He snarls at us, his eyes looking everywhere but our faces. After this, the women are grabbed one by one to be auctioned off to the highest bidding creature. I can't believe this. Is this how my life will end? As the pathetic slave of a demon? The whites of my knuckles are visible, my fists tight as if to hold on to the emotions swirling inside me. I take a deep breath. Don't let these bastards rile you up. Don't let them see that you're scared. Let them think they have no effect on you. I listen as the women are given monetary value amidst chuckles and lewd comments from the auctioneer. I'm starting to really dislike that demon in particular. When it's the shy, dark-haired woman's turn, he has an especially good time describing the value she could offer her new owner. I can't see what's happening, but judging by the loud cheers, the poor woman's probably being paraded like prized livestock at a market. A familiar stench invades my senses, and I feel an eager hand grope my arse. I can hear the smirk in the Zafan guard's voice when he speaks right next to my ear. "No one can save you now. You're screwed." The unfairness of the situation makes my skin crawl. My hunger, thirst, anger, and every other emotion I've been suppressing so far bubble up, and I swirl around. "Don't you ever touch me like that again." I hold his glare, not afraid of how he may react. The guard responds by growling and shoving me onto the stage. Quick to recover, the auctioneer grabs me by the wrist. Shocked by the brutal strength behind such a simple act, I'm not even able to try and resist. I see Abigail's scared face for only a second before the curtain falls, isolating me from her and the other women. Unceremoniously pulled to the centre of the stage, I feel my face heat up under the scrutinising gazes on me. I try to adjust the scraps I'm wearing so less of my body shows. The auctioneer notices and grabs my shirt, lifting it enough to show the lower part of my chest. A healthy specimen on the stage right now. If I were one of you, I'd put my money where my mouth is. I try to cover myself with my arms, and the demon quickly grabs them, yanking me by my wrists so my arms are above my head. "Ooh, and strong too, for a human girl." He effortlessly twirls me around to give the gawking demons a good look at my body from every angle. Scowling, I study his expression. He really is having fun bidding off stolen women to who knows what kind of terrible fate. Loathsome idiot. My glare travels from the auctioneer to the crowd of delighted demons and Zafans. I face the shouting bidders, my fate unknown, but my resolve to never show weakness is as strong as ever.
Chapter 8. Cavan. Clearly, they've moved it since I was here last. I shuffle behind the caravan, still careful not to attract attention. My old look was a bit too obvious, so I took the opportunity to sneak into one of the shop fronts and pilfer a decrepit old cloak. Underneath the old brown cloth I can hide my horns, though my figure is a bit more imposing than any Cavan I've ever seen. The streets are fairly busy considering it's the morning. As I move, careful not to step over the long, traipsing cloth, I have to shuffle through crowds of people, surely not just here to witness the auctions, but for some other event. I still remember on one of the few occasions I visited New Solis that they made a big showing of their slave auctions. While they claimed the selling of humans was technically illegal, they still barked out their numbers on street corners, making it quite the spectacle. Not like anybody really cared, though. The selling of humans brings quite a bit of income for the city, behind the scenes. Gets the tourists fired up. Instead, I watch as the caravan stops outside a large building, and the humans are quietly handed off and guided inside. Almost none of them put up a fight as they're led into the building, save for one girl, whose appearance still puzzles me. She's clearly seen some of the worst experiences a living entity in the realm can see, yet she maintains an incredible beauty, even from afar. And as she quietly asserts herself before being pried from her cage and pulled inside, I see a strange dignity. Doesn't she know it's not getting any better? That she'll probably be killed off at some point if she doesn't simply take her own life? I ruminate on it, before realizing that I'm attracting undue attention, and that the door is closing. If I want to sneak into the crowd without making a spectacle, I need to move fast. Rushing from the shadows of an alley and sticking my foot forward to catch the door, I stumble into the large, dark auction hall. That's when I realize that I failed, and that several Xaphans saw me enter. Their eyebrows are cocked, clearly sizing up the sight of my tattered brown cloak. Perhaps in my attempt to be discreet, I overcompensated. Just didn't want to miss out on any good deals, I mumble under my breath, walking to the crowd and away from the guards. I can see now that most have been waiting in the pit already, and from the looks of it, for quite a while. "You're lucky we're letting you in," one of them calls out. "This is a closed auction. You need to get here on time." As I join the crowd, pushing my way through near the front, I try to detach myself from the Inquisition at the entrance. "The nerve of some people," one of the guards says in the distance, over the quiet murmur of the crowd. "Think they can just show up minutes before the show and we'll let them in." "He didn't look out of place," the other says. "He's just an entitled demon, just like the rest of them. Don't let it rile you." I clench my fists. When this falls apart, and it will, then I'll have the satisfaction of knowing I've drawn Goran one step closer to his demise. Maybe the auction house can keep a schedule, but the humans his caravan led in are disorganized and miserable. If I crane my neck, I can see them in the back, being made only a little more presentable. Most are perfect little guests, quick to obey as one of the Xaphans wipes grime from their cheek or tells them to stretch. But not the girl. I try to catch even a word of the backstage conversation as she pulls away from the large Xaphan man yet again. "Fine then," he says. "Just stay dirty. Don't think it's going to save you, though. We're getting nodals from you one way or another. Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?" I'm suddenly startled as I'm face to face with a Xaphan with a row of golden, curly hair and a large, staggered wing. I remember him dangling from the ceiling of the tavern, wrapped in a muffling shadow cocoon. I wonder who pried him free. "Don't think so," I say, attempting to disguise my voice. "I thought it was demon bidding today." He chuckles. "The hypocrite nearly put me at knife point because some demon came into his tavern with human slaves, and he's watching an auction for fun? Clearly not. And I'm not here to bid," he says, "just to make sure you don't get into too much trouble. I know how demons get around human women." I nod indifferently, not wanting to give him the satisfaction of a fully formed response. Luckily, my cloak partially conceals my face, and the moment I recognized him, I pulled the shadows toward me, using them to further obscure my features. Not wanting to hear another word out of this lunatic's mouth, I subtly scoot forward a little more. I know that one wrong move could leave somebody dead in this crowd, especially with tourists and Xaphans spectating it. This is going to be really hard to disrupt, actually. I know that none of the demons in the crowd are going to be happy about having their precious auction ruined. Certainly none of the Xaphans running and watching the event are going to let me leave peacefully for causing any interference. And here, I'm even more outnumbered than I was following the caravan. The spotlight drops onto the stage, a magical device beaming luminescence onto the wood from above. The crowd breaks into cheering as the event begins. A nauseatingly large and colorful demon appears on stage with a barely clothed human woman. Even in the bright glare behind the scenes, I can hear a whip cracking from behind the leather curtains as it hits the curly-haired redhead from earlier. "Let's get this show on the road," one of the Xaphans behind me chides loudly. Noticing that everybody has already taken their seats, I join them, bringing myself down onto one of the log benches behind me. My eyes glaze over as I watch the event, done as tastelessly as possible. The only real reason the human women are paraded onto the stage by demons, and not by Xaphans, is likely that it sells better to demons. Like humans, we're little more than an accessory to their pointless event. Otherwise, the demons manhandle and ogle the women, making questionable comments about their bodies. If the event broke out into an orgy, it wouldn't feel entirely out of place. However, I have to admit that it is a little enticing despite being incredibly vulgar, but none of these women are appealing to me. I still don't understand why demons flock here in droves, drooling over these humans. They haven't got any fight in them, haven't even got any meat on their bones. "Don't you ever touch me like that again!" I hear an aggressive shout from behind the stage as a familiar face is led forward under the spotlight. In this light, there's no mistaking it. She's not enchanting me with her magic, and it wasn't a trick or an illusion. In the full white light, I can see every blemish on her face, every slight imperfection that all adds to a ravishing picture. The auctioneer lifts her top, exposing the undersides of her mounds, and I am inexplicably possessed by rage. I don't even hear his preamble as he puts her up for sale. 200 nodals! My voice leaves me without my permission. Already I've stood to my feet. The woman looks at me in puzzlement. To her, I'm sure I'm a monster, no better than these captors. And I'm not sure why I care what she thinks. "Starting the bids pretty high today, aren't we?" the auctioneer announces, a bright grin on his face. 200 nodals. Do I hear 210? 250 nodals. An unrecognizable face comes into view 2 rows over. His fangs are finely sharpened, his muscles flexing. Could this be how I disrupt Goran's precious auction? Plans flood through my mind. I'm not sure I understand them. I expected to be running out here, maybe causing an explosion somehow and setting this whole market ablaze. In hindsight, I didn't take the time to plan any of it out. I just hoped it would work itself out. Guess I'm all in. It's not as though I'm at a loss for money. In fact, if I wanted to, I could outbid every demon in this market without breaking the bank. Before I call out, I meet the gaze of the demon, whose colorful horns portray an abnormal arrogance. I imagine that he's Goran, and that I'm telling him in detail how I foiled him. 2,000 nodals, I say simply, as though it's no big deal. A quiet comes over the auction block as people try to process my bid. They don't understand why I'd so quickly jump from 250, nearly multiplying the initial bid 10 times over. The demon studies me for a second before sitting down. "I'm sorry," the auctioneer says. "Did you say 200 again? Because we're at 250 now." He addresses me out in the crowd. To clarify, I throw in yet another bid. 2,500 real, I announce, louder this time. I already know I've won. The woman can't hide the despair from her eyes, now coming face to face with her new owner. The world around me is silent. Clearly, they don't think she's worth 2,500 nodals, and I'm inclined to agree. But bankrupting and ruining Goran is worth every piece of currency in the realm. Slowly, I walk up to the stage to claim my prize, the auctioneer double-checking the bag to ensure I'm not ripping him off. Jingling it lightly, I place it in his hands. "This one's got a real mouth on her," the auctioneer warns. "You better be careful." I nod ambivalently, now coming face to face with the woman, whose body is more or less thrown in my direction. I still don't know what I plan to do. I know that when we get to the nearest, quietest tavern. This woman and I are having a nice long talk.
Chapter 9. Meera. What are you going to do to me? His emotions are hard to read. He's silent, leading me by a chain like a common animal as he walks me through the streets. I can tell that I've pissed him off, and I know that whatever grisly fate awaits me, I'm not making it any easier by annoying him. A demon. I've been bought by a demon. I mull the words over in my mind, trying to make sense of them. I don't know why I hoped that nobody would purchase me, that maybe I'd suffer a more generous fate and be purchased by a Zafan at another auction. His tattered disguise is a mockery of most people's intelligence. I can see the hood struggling to contain his horns, his eyes an unnatural colour. The only way he would be well disguised is if somebody weren't looking directly at him. And my mind won't settle itself. As I'm paraded through the streets, looking at every building with apprehension, I remember what it was like to be considered a civilian, to walk freely through the city streets without eyes staring at me from every direction. I find myself missing it. We're here. I turn my attention from my captor toward the modest-looking building in front of me. We've seemingly left the quainter, more impoverished districts of the city, reaching a place where somebody might actually notice if I turned up dead. I look at the door, deep in confusion. Where are we? He just grunts and pushes the door open, revealing a modest tavern, and to my shock, he discards the leash at the door, dropping it onto the wooden floor. The leash is still bound around my neck, but I could easily walk away from this tavern now. I wonder if he'd give chase, or if he'd let me go free. My eyes follow him into the empty bar, uncertain of whether or not to enter the building. He finds a table in the corner of the bar. When I don't follow, I think it actually upsets him. "Well, are you coming in or not?" he asks. A busy bartender behind the counter tries to remove water spots from a glass. There are instruments left behind on a small stage in the tavern, seemingly discarded quickly and without much care. I watch him as I approach, expecting him to whip me or reveal this as some kind of joke. But eventually, I just sit across from him on a stool. As the door of the tavern slams shut, a candle barely illuminates our table. He retrieves a single sheet of parchment from within the pocket of the tattered cloak. He loudly unfolds it, and as it unfurls and opens up, it covers the entirety of the table. Glancing at it, it appears to be a map of the surrounding area, but more focused on nearby cities than on mapping out New Solace. It doesn't look professionally made, but the depictions are detailed and impressive nonetheless. "Hey, could you get that candle and bring it here?" he asks. "Kinda hard to see in this damn place." But my mind is filled with a million questions, and I hesitate a little too long. A chill overtakes me. I think I see the candle nearby dance, and the shadows wind up and deepen, a gust of wind blowing in from out of nowhere. The candle levitates through the air, seemingly of its own accord, before placing itself down on the table. "Never mind," he says. "I got it." "How?" But I can't find the words. I'm entirely stumped. The entire time I've been with him, other than being a bit aggressive in bringing me here, he's shown no interest in harming me. I'm not even sure he's shown much interest in me at all. He says nothing, moving his finger over the map. I clear my throat. He looks up, appearing almost offended. I know that I need to phrase my words carefully. Yet I also know that if I don't break the silence, I might never know anything at all. "Am I free to go?" I ask suddenly, recalling the leash that isn't attached to anything. He chuckles slightly to himself. "You know, some of us demons have these shadow powers," he says. "If I wanted to, I could snatch that leash right up, and we'd be right where we were 2 minutes ago." I say nothing, terrified of speaking out of turn. "But I don't think that'd be much fun," he says. "You don't want that. I don't want that either." He scratches his chin, then goes right back to studying the map, now moving his finger to the northwest. And what do you want? He looks up again, this time more amused than pissed off. I don't know, he says. Ethical business practices? The door of the tavern swings open suddenly. I turn my head, confirming nobody standing there. Strong winds today, he says. Was that you? He says nothing. Your shadow powers. And you know, I never thought about it until now, but I'm not too fond of this human slavery thing either, he says, ignoring the question. Or at least not the way Goran runs it. I find myself somehow more confused than I was when I entered the tavern. Did I just find the only buyer not committed to casually discarding me like an old toy? Goran? Somehow I feel like if I ask about the human slavery thing, he might just take it back. So I find another part of the statement to ask questions about. Thinking about it, it really is too good to be true that he'd just buy me and set me free. That must all be some elaborate and cruel joke. You've probably never even heard of the guy, he says, looking back down at the map. That's my mistake. There are various red X's marked on the parchment. I notice one right around New Solace. I've heard the name, I say, recalling what I heard on the way here. Who is he? Without warning, the demon slams his fist down on the table, nearly knocking over the candle in the process. He's a flipping idiot, the demon says. He's the least competent Zafan to ever run a successful business, and that's saying something. He should be rotting beneath the ground somewhere, not running large operations from several continents away. Not wanting to upset him further, I simply nod. He's also the reason you're a slave, he adds. But if you've heard the name, I'm guessing you already knew that. I look around the room, taking in the dim bar. I've never met many demons who care about the freedoms of humans, I say, almost thinking aloud. The Zafans always talk about demons like they're the worst of the worst. He nods. Well, to be fair, I don't give a damn about humans, he says. You're strangers to me, every single one of you. I say nothing, wondering if the bartender is selling drinks. But then I don't have a single coin on me, so I couldn't buy anything even if I wanted to. He waves a hand through the air. I don't mean to offend you. It isn't anything personal. I just... So then why am I even here then? Why did you bother freeing me at all if you were just bringing me here to insult me? He chuckles. I want to punch him despite knowing how bad of an idea that is. You have a defiant spirit, he says, and it would be a shame for that to die on the slave block. I look toward the entrance, realizing that I could dart out at any moment. Sure, he might catch me, wrapping me up in his shadows. But if I could just get away, I would be free. But what do I even have left? I remember yet again that everything I've ever known is gone. Almost everybody I've ever met is now dead. So I'm feisty, I say. You purchased me because I'm feisty. I guess you could say that. Is that all? Is that really the only reason you bought me? He begins folding the parchment back up. Actually, I thought you might be a bit of a catalyst, he says. A catalyst? Having finished rolling up the map, he considers tucking it in his cloak pocket. But thinking better of it, he instead removes the cloak from his body, discarding it casually on the floor. I'm sure there are better cloaks I can purchase, he says offhandedly. That one's just served its purpose. He grips the map in his hand tightly. Well, seeing the fire that burns in you, and how much you probably hate Goran's slave trade, I thought we might have a bit of a shared purpose. At this point, I'm tired of asking questions. I just give him a look, clarifying that he should continue talking. Like I said, I don't care about humans or slaves, he says, but Goran sure does, and I figure that if we screwed over a few too many of his slave caravans, he might see everything he's built crumble around him. He stands up, and that would be pretty funny. We walk to the bar counter. The barkeep is still polishing glasses and countertops. The demon coughs. Not here to cause any trouble, are you? The barkeeper asks, perking a brow. Goran just chuckles. I'll have a glass of the usual, Goran says, and get the lady whatever she wants. Sighing, the barkeeper finishes cleaning the glass, proceeding toward the tap. I'm Cavan, by the way, he says. I try to remember what drinks you can order in New Solace, hoping I won't order something that will accidentally poison me. You don't have to tell me your name. In fact, you can walk out the door if you want to. Wouldn't be too offended if you did. The bartender places the glass in front of Cavan and then looks at me expectantly. I look at the door one more time, pondering how I'd even survive in this city on my own, with no wings to speak of. I'm Meera, I offer, going against my better judgment, and I'll have a glass of your strongest stuff.
Chapter 10. Cavan. I find myself glancing at the human woman often as we walk to the harbor. Of course, I must keep an eye on her in this busy area. She could easily be separated from me in the crowd. Not only would that mean I wasted Ipia and Nodals on her, but she could tip off Goran about my plans. Stay close, I bark at her and pull her closer to me, somewhat surprised at the delicate feel of her skin and wrist. Meera defiantly tries to pull herself out of my grip, but she's too weak. I laugh at the feeble attempt and get pinned by her glare. Yet, she says nothing. Clever creature. Making a scene will attract the wrong kind of attention. We approach the boat on which I've secured a place for us. This one is in much better condition than the one I took here, and promises to offer a more comfortable journey. She stares at the crew as we walk past them, seemingly fascinated by what they're doing. Have you not traveled on a vessel like this before? I ask the question before I can consider why I'm even interested. Not this big, no. Her attention is drawn away by the shrill and annoying caw of mynas flying overhead. Growing weary of the atmosphere, I grab her wrist again. Come. I can feel her body stiffen at my touch, and a grin creeps onto my face. Her spirit is unbroken yet, and it fascinates me how such a weak human can be so resolute. Our cabin is small but clean. The bed in the center of the room is covered by a thin, faded cloth. There is a wash basin with no water, and a lopsided chest of drawers missing half of its drawers. I sigh, looking forward to returning home. Are we sharing the bed? I glance at Meera as I dump my bag on the bed and sit down next to it. You're welcome to sleep on the floor if you so wish. I watch her closely to see what kind of reaction I'll get. She looks down at the wooden floorboards as if to consider it before shaking her head, likely deterred by the many stains and layers of grime. If you try anything with me, I'll scratch your eyes out. Her eyes fix on me and I laugh. I would love to see you try. The click of her tongue tells me she doesn't find me funny, and this amuses me even more. I watch her as she sits down on the bed, as far from me as possible. Though she wears exhaustion like a cloak, its heavy folds pushing down on her, she still radiates a serene kind of beauty. What is this? Am I actually attracted to this pathetic little human? Impossible. I must be tired. Once more my eyes are drawn to her and I snort when I see that she's fallen asleep. Her feet are still on the ground, but her head is resting on the flat pillows. I stand up and walk around the bed towards her, my eyes fixated on her face. Something inside me stirs, but I don't have words to describe it. It's an unfamiliar feeling, one that I've never wanted to feel before. A desire to protect, above all feelings of rationality. I've only ever wanted to protect my legacy, my reputation, my wealth. But this is different. I stop myself short, almost about to lift her legs and make her more comfortable. This is ridiculous. Why should I care about the comfort of a human? A slave human, no less. Frowning, I walk to the door, eager to get out of this room and away from her sleeping body that seems to wordlessly invite me to join her. The deck is a cacophony of shouts and the noise of preparation. Crew members scurry like insects, their movements synchronized. Some haul on ropes, their muscles straining against the weight of canvas as they hoist the sails to catch the wind's eager embrace. Others scramble across the gangplanks, laden with crates of provisions and barrels of fresh water. I take in the sights and sounds and start to work on my plans to ruin Goran. A smirk forms on my lips. I'm excited and look forward to seeing his expression when he realizes I'm the one to blame for his downfall. The next few days blur into each other as I work on my plans and spend my time in the cabin. I write many notes, planning for the different ways to free the slaves. Meera's choice to keep her distance from me does not bother me. I prefer it that way. It could be troublesome if the girl decides to get attached to me. Satisfied with my plans for now, I step onto the deck for some well-needed fresh air, but my nose is greeted by the harsh smell of staleness. Sea travel truly isn't for the faint-hearted. A woman's laughter draws my attention from the gray sky, and to my surprise I see Meera sitting with a group of 5 human men. They are likely slaves like her, working on the boat against their will. I approach them and Meera's smile fades a little when she sees me. My heart reacts strangely to the sight, and annoyance fills my mind. She stands up, holding out a grilled mollusket. Apo is the chef on board and got me a few of these for free. Apo pales when I look at him. He gives me a respectful smile and stands at attention. Here, I have Zisk as well. Not as good as I'm sure you're used to, but still pretty I silence the stuttering man with the back of my hand. Meera gasps and takes a step back. I grab her wrist and drag her away. She tries to fight back, but I strengthen my grip on her, no doubt bruising her skin. I don't let go of her until we're in our cabin. I snap at her the moment the door is closed. What the hell are you thinking? Consorting with the crew like that is dangerous and stupid. She stands in silence, too shocked to speak. Despite the obvious fear in her eyes, she keeps her back straightened. Impressive. She won't be easy to break. I like that. I slowly walk over to her, making sure to stand at my full height and loom over her smaller form. I know they are humans, and you want to free all of them, but Goran has spies everywhere. One wrong word and my entire plan goes to hell. What did you tell them? Her fear is replaced by indignance. You must really think I'm a fool. I didn't tell them anything. Sure, I befriended them to get food and drink, but that's your fault. I frown. My fault? She gives me an accusatory glare. Well, when was the last time you gave me something to eat? You don't even acknowledge my presence at all. Oh. I had been so enraptured by my planning that I forgot all about her needs. I tend to forgo eating when I start focusing on Goran. It doesn't matter anyway. I can take care of myself. She shows me a brown cloth bag filled with cheese, dried fish and meat, and some kind of biscuit. There are even several dried fruits stuffed in it. Impressed, I look into her eyes and spot the shimmer of pride in them. I turn away, dismissing her moment of joy. I will ensure you eat from now on. Stay away from the crew and other passengers. I can't risk you foiling my plans before they're set in motion. The cabin suddenly becomes stifling, and I can sense that Meera is upset with me. If I don't treat her right, she could easily betray me. Nothing is stopping her from walking out of this cabin and never looking back at me. I could kill her, of course, but I don't want to. I clear my throat and turn to her. Anger and distrust are clearly visible on her face. You want to help me free more human slaves, right? Then you must do as I say. I've been at this longer than you. I know how he operates. Her expression eases into calm resignation. I understand that. But I'm not some stupid child. I know what's at stake and I don't trust anyone. The look in her eyes tells me I'm counted in with that anyone. I simply nod and sit down on the bed, gathering the scrolls of paper I've been immersed in these last few days. Come, let's discuss some of my ideas. Her sudden smile takes me by surprise, and once again I feel an unfamiliar emotion flutter in my chest. I shake my head to clear my head, and we go over the intel I've gathered and go into detail about Goran's dealings. At night, we sleep side by side, and I often find myself looking at her sleeping form. The peaceful expression on her face seems to have a calming effect on me. Thinking about her also seems to help me think better, plan better. This is extremely peculiar. Is it a good thing, or is her effect on me something dangerous that should be stopped? We never talk about anything private or personal, and I'm relieved that she's not interested in making small talk. Our focus is solely on working together to free the slaves and bring an end to Gorin once and for all. The days continue to melt into a giant stretch of time spent in the cabin with her. Although I dismiss all of the ideas she comes up with, I'm surprised by her intelligence and sharp attention to detail. After another night of little sleep and poring over details in the light of a candle, I leave the cabin for fresh air. Meera is sleeping, a half-eaten biscuit clutched in her hand. I'm met with a heavy fog obscuring my view of the ocean, and I can see the muted reddish hue of Ikoth's sky. My heart soars. I'm almost home. Now I can truly start setting my plans into action. I think of the mansion and its luxuries and wonder what Meera would think of it. I know I shouldn't care, but the curiosity remains looming in the back of my mind as we near Ikoth.
Chapter 11. Meera. The ordeal of everything is beginning to catch up on me. I can feel my body's energy waning as the boat docks at Ikoth's port. All of this travelling has made me wary, and the heat only makes my exhaustion more pronounced. I look up at the darkened red sky, shielding my eyes from the sun's rays. The burning orb is right at home in its crimson surroundings. "Is something the matter?" Cavan asks. "I'm worn out." He nods and gestures to a waiting carriage nearby. "It is a short ride to my home. You can rest there." I follow him as we walk to the carriage, led by arraigned Zarins whining and pawing at the concrete. Cavan opens the door and tells me to get in. I settle down in the seats, my body melting into their softness. The entire carriage rocks side to side as Cavan enters, taking his seat across from me. I hear the snap of the driver's reins, spurring the Zarins into action. Sighing, I lean my head against the window, watching mindlessly as the streets pass by. The scenery of the streets catches my attention, and I mumble a little too loud for Cavan's liking. "What is it?" he asks, brows crossed in either wonder or frustration. Sorry, it's just..." I throw a hand to the back of my neck. Zafan's practically shove propaganda down our throats in New Solace, usually preaching about the brutalism in Ikoth streets and how there's violence and bloodshed everywhere. "I can't say I'm surprised," Cavan remarks, his brooding gaze now directed outside the window. "Yet, this looks pretty normal to me," I continue, watching as demon children play on the sidewalk. "We're not blood-hungry monsters. Well, at least not all of us." Laughing, I return my focus to the goings-on of Ikoth. The continent certainly looks different from New Solace in its choices of architecture, with most buildings constructed from black stone. Most of their peaks are sharp like the tip of a sword. It's a far cry from the more modern design of New Solace. Though Cavan says the journey is short, I find my eyelids heavier than ever, and I fight to stay conscious. Clearing my throat, I forcibly straighten myself up, struggling with the urge to close my eyes. "Almost there," the demon says. "I'm more than certain you'll find my mansion quite comfortable." Maybe I'm too tired, but did I hear him mention a mansion? I would ask him to repeat his words, but right now he seems caught in a moment of deep thought. I brush it off and rub my eyes, fighting off the tiredness for another while. The carriage takes us into a less populated area, where there are fewer shops and more taller buildings, which I presume to be living spaces. However, it doesn't stop outside any of these buildings, instead continuing out towards another part of town with larger houses. He must live outside the main hub of the city. I watch the housing grow smaller behind us as the carriage takes a turn down a cobbled path. In the distance, a glorious mansion comes into view. From here, it looks at least 2 floors tall. I think I see a garden in front of it, judging from the tips of shrubbery protruding, but it's hard to tell from this distance, and it doesn't help that a tall wall encloses the mansion. The carriage rides too close to the wall for me to be able to see any more of the magnificent building. But then it turns into the gate, and I realise then that I didn't mishear Cavan. The mansion that now looms closer must be his. "This is your home," I exclaim in disbelief. Cavan nods as I look everywhere outside the window. Indeed, there is a garden surrounding the mansion, set on either side of the driveway the carriage rides on. Demon servants tend to the plant life, trimming leaves off the blackened hedges and fixing the horn-shaped flowers lining each path. Several fountains in the shapes of Arasak wildlife spout water from their mouths. Despite the dark colours of it all, there is a lush quality to the gardens and an air of serenity. It's the last thing I expected a demon to have in front of their home. Again thinking of the Zafan propaganda, it seems alive. I settle back into my seat, still in awe of the garden as the carriage pulls up in front of the mansion itself. "We're here," Cavan says. He dismounts first, again shaking the carriage as he jumps out of the vehicle. Extending a hand, he helps me exit the carriage, my feet landing on the smoothest stone pathway, kissed by the gentle heat. Before me looms the mansion in all of its glory. I step forward, losing myself in its beauty as I take in every detail. It stands 3 stories high, with 4 windows lining each row of floors on the mansion's front side, and balconies in between. Black in colour, the mansion boasts spires on the edges of its rooftop. Each curve in its material has been so excellently carved and cared for that it shows no signs of age. Statues of blackbirds sit perched on various peaks, their watchful eyes so realistic that I anticipate them swooping down on me at any moment. "This way," Cavan says as he walks past me. He leads us to a grand set of double doors, twice his height. With a wave of his hand, a shadow passes over the handles, and the doors slowly open. Just when I think I couldn't be any more shocked, I'm proven wrong by his grand foyer. I turn around as I slowly walk inside, marvelling at everything I see. Paintings of the property and the city hang on the walls, and in between them are vases and pottery of differing sizes, standing tall on their podiums. Magnificent furnishings line the room, each leather couch calling for me to take a rest on them. Straight ahead of me is a wide staircase, with a maroon rug running down its steps. Judging from the glimmer of the golden banisters, it's tended to very well. A faint jingling comes from above me. I look up and see a chandelier gently swaying. Lit flames dance wildly, and I wonder how they got up there. "This can't be real," I say aloud. "Oh, it is," Cavan assures. "I realise that this kind of living space is not one you're used to, but again, I'm sure it will meet your needs." Oh, it does. It meets my wants. I turn at the sound of footsteps approaching from one of the many hallways breaking away from the foyer. A servant appears, his gait slowing as he spots me. He crosses his brows in confusion, tilting his head as his pupils run me up and down. He must be wondering what a human is doing here. Gods, I hope he's not an asshole. "Ah, Corval, there you are," Cavan greets, slapping his hand hard on the servant's shoulder. "Come here, there is someone I want you to meet. This is Meera, an ally in my fight against Goran's slave trade." I extend a hand to the servant, pleasantly surprised when he takes it. He even bows his head as we shake. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Meera. Will you be staying with us for long?" Unsure of how to answer, I look for Cavan. "For the time being, at least," he says. "Is the premium guest room ready?" "Yes, sir." "Very well. I'll show her to the room then. In the meantime, send word to the other servants that Meera is to be treated as an esteemed guest of the highest order." "Of course, sir. Will there be anything else?" "See to it that a meal is brought to Meera's quarters in about an hour's time." Corval bows at us and then makes a swift exit, his walk full of vigour and passion. It seems he enjoys his job. "Follow me," Cavan says, leading the way down an extravagant hallway filled with more luxuries. We pass by a bathroom, a lounge area, and an armoury. Although I only catch a glimpse of each area, it takes only a second to see how grandiose they all are. I pinch myself just to check I'm not dreaming, but this is all real. Every inch of this home is the epitome of elite, further evident by the guest room he leads me into. The space inside is larger than any quarters I've ever resided in. The canopy bed dons silk sheets and curtains, with an eye mask laying across the plump pillows. Plush chairs sit beside the cabinet, which itself stands across from an ensuite bathroom. I struggle to find a way to express my gratitude, stuttering over each word. Cavan simply smiles, standing in the doorway and ready to leave me be. "I shall let you rest and recuperate then. As I asked Corval, some dinner will be delivered within the hour. That should be plenty of time for you to get washed up." "Thank you, Cavan. Really, this is far better than anything I imagined. I have only one request to ask of you, to join me tomorrow morning for breakfast. We have some urgent things to discuss about our plans." "Yes, of course," I say without thinking about it. A small smile of his grows, and so he leaves after wishing me a good evening. I find myself oddly looking forward to breakfast. I settle into the silk sheets of the canopy bed almost immediately after my meal, my body grateful for its warmth and comfort. But as I pull the blankets over me, the voice in my head grows louder. "Don't you think you've gotten in way over your head?" Sighing, I can't help thinking that perhaps I have. But at the same time, my family was taken from me, my village was destroyed, and my whole life was upturned. What was that all for if I don't take this 1 in a million chance I've been bestowed? I must do this. For my family. I can never take anything for granted ever again, not even the comfort of this bed or the food in my belly. Closing my eyes, I turn onto my side and snuggle into the pillows, thinking of Cavan. The thought of him is strangely relaxing, and one I find myself welcoming. I hope this demon keeps his word. This sinfully handsome man seems too good to be true.
Chapter 12. Cavan. Breakfast is a feast after the meager food I've had during my journey to and from New Solus. I eat in silence, but every so often pause to look at Meera, who is sitting opposite me. I'm curious to see if she's enjoying the food. Demon cuisine isn't easy on most palates. She quietly stuffs her face and takes portions of food from every dish placed before her. Faint noises of approval escape from her mouth. I can see that her poor table manners are making Corval uncomfortable, but he does seem pleased that she's so clearly satisfied by the meal. The team of chefs are his friends, after all. I asked you to have breakfast with me because there is something I wish to discuss with you. I wipe my mouth with a napkin and signal to Corval I've had enough. He swiftly clears my plate and patiently waits for Meera, who is still eating. Given her situation, it must have been days since she last had a proper meal. And even then, she likely never got to eat this kind of decadent cuisine. Meera takes a bite out of her fried thyson and speaks before completely swallowing. "What do you want to talk about?" Her mouth is oily and she licks her lips like a satisfied eye-pin that just ravished a fat rodent. Something about the way her tongue swipes across her lips gives me pause. A slight tingle courses down my legs, carrying along a familiar heat. What a strange reaction to the human. I shake my head, holding back a chuckle. "We can talk once you've finished eating." She pauses and looks at me guiltily, fully aware that she's lost her composure with the delicious food in front of her. Suddenly, she sits up straight and wipes her mouth with a napkin as well, now the epitome of a well-mannered lady. "Thank you, Corval. I'm done," she says with a shy smile. He cleans the table in a few quick moves and walks away, closing the dining room door behind him. Meera looks at me expectantly. "Tell me about your experience with the Xaphans. Start at the beginning and leave out nothing." Her eyes lose their shimmer, and the sight ignites a low-burning fire in me. I was watering the vegetable patches when my younger brother Kai ran over to me. He came from the village and told me about strange armed creatures just outside the village borders. She wrings the napkin with her hands, her voice unsteady. I didn't believe him at first, but then we rushed back to see the Cavan invaders ransacking huts and rounding up villagers. Those idiots attacked anyone who resisted. I pour a glass of wine into a tall glass and pass it to her. She wordlessly takes it and swallows almost half of the drink. I tried to reach my parents, but one of them restrained me. I managed to break free, but two chased after me. I didn't stand a chance. The bastards have wings. Meera goes quiet and we sit in silence for a few minutes. I decide to speak. I need to know more. Do you know why they chose your village? She looks up at me as if my question violently broke through her thoughts. She nods. Revenge. They wanted retribution for what happened to one of their own. Zathex, they called him. I flinch when she begins to tremble, the memories of that day deeply unsettling her. My fist clenches, and I have to fight the urge to console her. That would be inappropriate of me. She's an ally, a guest. Most importantly, she's a human. What else can you tell me? My voice is firm despite the turmoil of feelings in my heart and mind. She takes another sip of the wine and presses her lips together. You want details? Okay, I'll give you details. I was dragged through the dusty streets by my hair. I tried fighting back, but those monsters were too strong. I watched as the people I grew up with and cared for were killed brutally. This included children. Meera looks into my eyes as she continues her recounting. Any woman who tried to resist or even ask for help was mercilessly whipped. We had dried blood all over us. I'm sure you saw what we looked like at the auction. She laughs bitterly, wiping at her eyes. A redness encapsulates them. They were smart about it, too. They made sure to leave our faces mostly intact. They'd whip our backs until our clothes clung to us, the blood congealing. They'd hit us in the ribs and stomach so the bruises wouldn't show and lower our value. My jaw tightens as I listen to her talk, though I do not react outwardly. The anger simmers inside me, not due to the injustices done to humans overall, but the injustices done to her specifically. I only care about those for some reason. I maintain a composed exterior and motion to her to continue. Anything else? Even the smallest details can help me with my plans. They treated us like we're nothing but scum. What more is there to tell? I could go into detail about how they groped us and made lewd comments, but I don't think that's relevant to your master plan. Images of Zaphans dragging their dirty hands along Meera's body flash through my mind. The low-burning fire in me starts to grow taller and brighter, and I have to use all my self-control to not react. Those pieces of crap will know the meaning of pain when I get my hands on them. A thought strikes me. And your family? Where are they now? Dead, I presume. She speaks with such coldness that I have to search her eyes to determine her emotions. They are shiny and she avoids eye contact. It's obvious she's doing her best not to cry. I shift awkwardly in my seat. I'm sorry for your loss. Then make them all pay like you said you would. Our eyes meet and I nod, frowning. I will. Meera finishes her drink, clumsily setting down the glass. This is delicious. Thank you. I nod curtly, my thoughts focused on the many ways I can torture Goran and his lackeys. She clears her throat and stands up. If that's all... I look up. Yes. Thank you for sharing what you've endured. I understand talking about it must have been difficult. I appreciate your openness. Pushing my chair back, I stand up and look into her eyes once more, as if drawn to them. We'll work together against Goran, I promise. I don't make promises easily, and I don't take them lightly. We have a shared interest, and I vow to be a reliable and capable ally. Thank you. I believe you, she says, a small smile on her face. She's no longer pale and tired-looking. Instead, her skin looks almost radiant and rosy. I have manners to attend to. I excuse myself and walk away, but stop at the door. You have the freedom to go anywhere in the mansion. You can take a tour of the gardens if that will please you. I also have an extensive library. Feel free to lose yourself amidst the treasures of knowledge stored there. Her grateful expression tugs at hidden emotions deep within me, and quickly I look away from her. I leave Meera to spend her time as she wishes, retreating to my private study. I feel a new drive to take down Goran, not only because he's an annoying, arrogant bastard with far too much wealth now, but because he hurt Meera. Wait, what? I shake my head and grab a quill and parchment. I spend the next hour sending cryptic notes to my network of spies and scouts. We need to get together and compare information. It's time to come up with a strategy and leave no gaps that will allow that useless slave trader to escape. A warm breeze wafts into my study from the open window, and I relax for a minute. Memories of my previous interactions with Goran play out in my mind. The first time I saw him, I thought he was nothing more than an arrogant and spoiled newly rich brat. He seemed to enjoy boasting of his immense wealth, which annoyed any nobles with even just a dash of sensibility. Once I heard of his possible link to slave trading, I began seeing him in a new light. I saw him for what he really is, a vile opportunist without a shred of dignity. I haven't had the opportunity to openly confront him yet. It's better that way. He mustn't see me coming. The element of surprise will be to my advantage. I'll make sure his greed and arrogance are his downfall, no matter what it takes. I walk to the faux wooden perch in the corner of the room. A pair of karasu sit quietly, patiently waiting for my instructions. I pet one of them across its head and wing. He'll burn in the flames of his own making, I mumble to myself before returning to my desk. I write another note, addressed to one of my most trusted allies, Vrask. After sending the note with one of the birds, I write my final letter. This one is meant for Vex, a capable and intimidating spy, well worth the money I've spent on him over the years. I watch the Karasu as they fly towards their destinations, small black specks in the red, darkening sky. Down below, I spot Meera. She's alone, walking through the eastern garden. She stops to smell the flowers and caress their thick leaves. The red glow of the setting sun casts an eerie light on her, making her seem like a wandering spirit lost in its tragic memories. I can't make out her expression from where I'm standing, but I do hear a faint and harmonious humming. She's taken a liking to the garden, and I feel a sense of pride at how luscious it is, filled with exotic plants. Seeing her so relaxed for the first time reignites my desire to get my hands around Goran's filthy neck. I ache to make the night echo with his screams of pain and desperate pleas for mercy. Oh, how delicious it will be. A triumphant smile plays on my lips, and anticipation makes my heart race faster. Soon, Goran, soon.
Chapter 13. Meera. 3 short knocks come at my bedroom door. "Come in," I say, rising from my seat near the windowsill. Despite the fact that I've been here for a few days now, none of this feels like it's mine. I'm hesitant to touch anything. A short demon woman in dark clothes enters with a few dresses in hand. If I remember correctly, her name is Dulia. She meets my gaze and sends me a smile. The master of the house is having breakfast at this time. Arfeft roe on black bread with juice from the finest olia trees on Ikoth. Would you like to join him? I blink slowly. I don't know what those foods are. Small eggs from a rare fish, she explains, setting down the dresses at the foot of my bed. And the juice is juice. She shrugs, then laughs quietly. You humans have juices back in New Solace, don't you? Sure we do, but not these specific kinds. I believe you'll enjoy it if you give it a chance, she replies simply. Then she gestures towards the dresses. The master has gifted you these dresses. You came to us with next to nothing, so it's only fitting that he gives you nice dresses to wear. Thank you, I whisper. The dresses are beautiful, but I've never worn something so elegant before. I raise a brow at her. Should I put them on? Again, Dulia laughs. Do you humans have any sort of autonomy at all? She doesn't answer my question, as earnest as it was. Instead, she heads for the door. She bows her head low before exiting, and she closes the door gently behind her. Left alone with my thoughts, I stare down at the dresses. Reaching out, my hand passes over the fabric. Why would he want me wearing something like this? I ask aloud. They're nice clothes. If he wanted to, he could have me wearing rags around the place. But he doesn't. Is there a chance that he actually likes me? I grimace at the thought, simply because it's so unfathomable. This demon only wants me around because I'm valuable to him and his cause. Like the Zaphans, he uses me because of what I'm able to give him. Nothing more, nothing less. My mind keeps pestering me, though. Still, I ignore the thoughts and slip on the dress. I've never felt something so smooth passing over my skin before. Even though Cavan has told me time and time again that I'm welcome here and I can do whatever I want within these estate walls, I still get nervous stepping out of my bedroom. This time I found my way into the library. I don't know how to read these demon texts. They're written in words that I've never seen before, but I browse them. And I wonder what they're for. At the very least, these books give me something to think about as the days pass by. This doesn't compare to my life back in the village. I used to wake up and get straight to work. Now I dress in fine clothes, eat lavish foods, and wander around the house aimlessly. With my chin in my hand, I flip the pages of the book and skim the pictures on each page. Everything is so strange, I whisper to myself. But a familiar presence makes itself known. What's strange? Cavan's voice makes me straighten my back in my seat. My head whips around until I finally find him standing near the doorway of the library, leaning on a bookshelf with his legs crossed at the ankles. Swallowing thickly, my gaze shoots back down to my book. I'm doing my best to ignore the burning feeling in my ears. The book I'm reading, I eventually say. He's wearing loose-fitting dark clothes that show off the expanse of his upper chest. I'm fighting the urge to stare. I don't understand it. Well, you're a human, he replies simply. I wouldn't expect one of you creatures to understand demonic texts. That would be an interesting surprise if you could. I know I shouldn't, but I somewhat wish that he would bring himself closer to me. He's treated me with respect ever since I arrived, guarding my privacy and respecting my wishes. But he's an enigma that I'm aching to learn more about. Despite everything I've learned about demons and everything I already know, I'm pushing that all to the side to give Cavan a chance to prove me wrong. He clears his throat, which makes me glance at him. Would you like to learn how to read? I'm already imagining myself with him, sitting at a table with a book sprawled in front of us. He would point to the words, asking me to repeat them, and I wouldn't focus because his eyes are too entrancing to look at. The smell of him would encapsulate me, making it difficult to think about anything else. And maybe, just maybe, he would trail his hands along the expanse of my arms. He would lean in a little too close and whisper something in my ear that makes me tremble. This scenario entices me, even when I know it shouldn't. No, I don't, I reply swiftly, shaking away those thoughts. Once everything is said and done, I don't see myself staying in Ekoth for very long, so I'll have no need to learn how to read your language. Cavan lets out a small exhale. I wish I could see into his thoughts. I wish I could know what he truly thinks about me. Suit yourself, he says. Those words don't have any malice to them, surprisingly. I wouldn't be surprised if you changed your mind. My native tongue is beautiful. I'm sure it is, I whisper, staring at his retreating form, the strength in his legs and the gracefulness of his movements. I never knew a demon could be so beautiful. When he leaves, I feel a strange emptiness surrounding me, a silent longing for his presence. Shutting the book, I return it back to its rightful place on the bookshelf and head out into the hallway, hoping to see Cavan. But he's gone, and I'm left with a confusing mess of emotions within my chest. One of the servant girls, Yili, taught me how to use a black substance called chill to create pictures on a canvas. I'm not the artistic type, but when nightfall came and sleep wasn't working in my favour, I decided to give it a go. I coat my fingers in the black, sticky substance and start dragging them along the blank canvas. There's no rhyme or reason to what I'm doing, but it gives me something to think about as I stare out into Cavian's lush estate gardens. No one else is around, except for a few nocturnal birds that coo out in the distance. But there's something that tells me that I'm not going to be alone for long. Footsteps, to be more precise. Meera. Glancing over my shoulder, I see it's Cavan standing a short distance away. His eyes flicker towards the chill on my fingers and the mess on my page. He chuckles. No one is usually up at this hour. I couldn't sleep. Trying my best to ignore him, I continue painting. There are very vague shapes on my page, so I work with what I have to create a picture. My breath hitches in my throat once I feel Cavan come closer, his heat and his shadows emanating off of him noticeably. Is there something you wanted to talk about? I ask softly, a shiver coursing down my spine at the feel of his breath on my skin. He leans down close so that he can look at what I'm doing over my shoulder. Cavan. I just wanted to watch you. Who taught you to do this? Yili. She said that I looked bored sometimes, so this was supposed to help. Interesting, he mumbles. My chill-covered fingers are shaking, so I quickly move them along the page to keep my hands busy. For some reason, he reaches out and takes my wrist in his hand. I freeze completely, unsure of what to do next. I yield all control to him in an instant, which both surprises and delights me. What is it about him that makes me act this way? Let me help, he says, dragging my hand across the page so that the painting starts resembling one of the trees in front of us. You're an interesting creature, Meera. I smile. Why's that? I don't think I've ever met anyone else who would wake up in the middle of the night to coat their fingers with chill and start drawing. It's silly, he says, letting go of my wrist. I'm starting to miss his touch already. But it's interesting. Well, I told you that I couldn't sleep. It was either this or die of boredom in my bedroom. That won't do, he says, shaking his head. His eyes shine bright with the faint glow of the moonlight illuminating them. Come, wash your hands. I'll serve you a cup of something. Both of my eyebrows shoot upwards. You don't have to serve me anything. And what are you doing up, anyway? I thought I was the only one. I work late, he replies. Then he shoots me a quizzical look. And that's a strange question to ask the master of the house which you are occupying. I was only curious. I shrug, offering a grin. He wets his lips before answering. Curiosity can often get you in trouble. Come on. What does he mean by that? Staring down at my hands and my half-completed painting, I decide to follow him. I don't know where he's leading me or what he intends to do with me, but I trust him. He's the demon that saved me. Why shouldn't I show him some gratitude?
Chapter 14. Cavan. You've done well, Vex, as expected. I study the crumpled parchment closely. All over it are notes written in code, observations on what Goran and his lackeys do every day. I've arranged a meeting with Vex to catch up and discuss our tactics. Thank you, my lord. He flexes his muscles as he stands next to me. My praise doesn't come easy, and he knows it. So, these notes indicate that there are specific routes the Cavan prefers to take. Are you sure these are their only means of transporting the slaves? Fairly. We've been following different groups for a while now, and they all frequently visit the locations and destinations I've mentioned. Granted, we only follow at a distance, but learning more about their routes was easy enough. I nod. That makes sense. Getting too close could be very risky. Goran is focusing on humans the most, I see. Vex nods. They're weak and easy to overwhelm, and according to my research, they actually make for good slaves and fetch good prices. Once they've been tamed, of course. I scowl. I know exactly how humans are tamed, and I hate the thought. I glance at Meera. If I hadn't bought her, I can't let my thinking be clouded by this strange anger when it comes to the human. Has she somehow cursed me? No, I'm not weak enough for something like that. Vex points to a specific note on the parchment. The clientele and buyers vary greatly. Demons and Xaphans make up the majority, though. Normally, they're wealthy nobles or have high ranks. Do you have information about any of these buyers? I'd love to have a talk with one of them. Discussing their slave purchase in detail would be a lot of fun, especially if that discussion involved my shadows ripping them apart and prolonged torture. He shakes his head. That would be unwise, my lord. Any action like that could tip off Gorin. I'm aware, but a dead man can tell no tales, right? He shakes his head again, but smiles. That is certainly true. Do you have more spies currently on Gorin and his associates? Vex nods, his arms folded. His eyes are on Meera as he watches her closely. She, in turn, is poring over maps and pieces of paper detailing Gorin's illicit dealings. He walks closer to me, a scowl on his face. You trust her? I look over at where she's sitting and then at Vex. I simply nod and continue to focus on the notes in front of me. Vex sighs but doesn't say anything else. He knows better than to question my motives and decisions. He taps a nail against one of his thick, curled horns. As you can see, Gorin regularly provides slaves for the auctions. He has a pattern. Hit a smallish human village, take everyone that seems valuable, and sell them almost immediately. The bastard is shrewd. He knows keeping the humans for too long increases his chances of getting caught. How many crews does he have operating right now? About 6 or 7, Vex answers, speaking low so Meera doesn't hear. I notice his suspicion. Meera, come here. Vex gives me a quick glance, but then shifts his focus to her. I invite her to sit down on a chair at my table. Tell Vex everything you know about the Xaphan guards. She nods and looks Vex in the eye, not cowering in front of his harsh stare. I feel a smile threaten to creep onto my face and quickly cough to cover it. They're ugly, merciless bastards. The disgust on her face can be heard in her voice. But they're not stupid. I was only with them for a little while, but they know what they're doing. We know that, Vex says, impatiently folding his arms. Not faltering, she continues. They seem to have a secret code for communicating what they're doing. This catches my attention and makes Vex raise his eyebrows. Now this could be interesting. Go on, I say, curious to hear more. While we were traveling, they liked to talk loud and scare us with discussions about what our futures looked like. But when it came to discussing the business side of things, they used intricate hand gestures. I glance at Vex before looking at Meera. This is compelling information. I didn't have time or enough opportunity to learn what their gestures meant, but there were several that were repeated. There was a specific way they tapped their fingers to their necks, and I remember them forming symbols with their fingers when talking about us. She taps her index finger against her chin. They also used karasu to send messages. I saw one of them take a piece of paper from a pouch tied to one's neck, read it, write a reply, and return it. The thing flew off after getting a piece of meat from one of the guards. How did they manage to tame such creatures? Vex wonders aloud. My question is, how did you and your men miss this? I feel proud of Meera for noticing such details, but disappointed that one of my top spies didn't. Vex squares his shoulders. Maybe because we haven't been able to get very close to their caravans yet. Or this could all be Tara crap. I don't think we would have been able to overlook such communication efforts. Meera raises an eyebrow. Are you calling me a liar? He glares at her. Perhaps that is exactly what you are. Perhaps you're trying to scheme your way into Cavian's bed. Meera stands up to face Vex. What did you just say? That's enough. I hold up a hand, silencing both of them. Meera doesn't back down even when faced with the intimidating Vex. She's such an interesting creature. Gods, she excites me! I turn to Vex. Get some of your men to focus on this. Maybe if they know what to look for, they'll pick up on these gestures. He doesn't seem happy about it, but he nods. Yes, my lord. Oh, and make sure to look out for those Karasu. If we can intercept the messages, we might gain an advantage. I sit down in my chair, already thinking of the intel we could learn if Meera is right. Vex's voice infiltrates my musings. Goran's associates will soon return to Ikoth to deliver the slave trade profits directly to him. Shall I go ahead and infiltrate that group myself to gather information? I nod. Yes, no one else is capable enough. I trust only you with this task. I dismiss him with a flick of my wrist. I wish I could go as well, but I need to plan strategies and keep Meera safe. I'm better off here than in the field. Vex returns my nod, gives Meera a polite nod, and wordlessly leaves the room. Meera gives me a lopsided smile. I don't think he likes me much. What? No, he respects you. You got a nod out of him. That's more than any non-demon would typically get, especially a female. Oh. She smiles and folds her hands over her lap. Lucky me, then. I stand up to look out of my window. The horizon radiates with the promise of revenge and success. The information you gave us is invaluable. I make a point of looking back at her, if it's accurate. Now you're calling me a liar? Her tone is less accusatory than it was with Vex. I chuckle. No. I'm sure Vex will learn much thanks to your observations. He seems like a capable demon. I'm sure that there's a lot he and your other spies can pick up if they just get a bit closer to those ugly bastards. I nod in agreement. Have you always been a tactician? The question takes me a bit by surprise. I think for a moment. No. I'm a warrior at heart. There's nothing I enjoy quite like facing my enemies and looking into their eyes as they draw their last breath. Their death at my hand. A foe's blood dripping from my hands is a sight I'll always appreciate. Meera's face pales a little bit, but she doesn't seem overly bothered by my words. The situation with Goran has forced me to retreat and take a more calculated approach. You really are passionate about this, huh? It's not a question, more an observation. The adoration on her face makes my heart flutter. My feelings remind me of books I read as a curious youngster. Books about human poets and romances between the species' lovers. For such oppressed creatures, they can truly make interesting art, even in the worst of times. Get a hold of yourself, Cavan. You're a demon warrior, not some lovesick human in the throes of an affair. I stare out of the window for another moment before facing Meera again. We'll use whatever intelligence Vex uncovers to strategically dismantle Goran's operations. I promise. She nods. Good. She seems relieved, perhaps impressed by how our meeting with Vex went. Compelled to say more, I give her a smile, hoping it looks genuine. Thank you for your bravery and cooperation. Together we will take down Goran. Her eyes sparkle. Yes, we will. Once again, I feel my heart respond to her. I was determined to bring Goran down and wipe his arrogant smirk off his face. Now, I want to erase him from this world as painfully as possible. Certainly Meera is influencing me, but it's a good thing. She encourages me to remain firm with my aspirations. She's not a distraction. Not at all. The meeting was a success, I think. I hold out my hand to her. Would you care to join me for a stroll in the gardens? I have exquisite wine that would be perfect for the occasion. She takes my hand with a wide smile. I'd love to. As we walk out of the building hand in hand, I can't help but glance at her every few minutes, appreciating her beauty. Who knows what the future holds? Right now, it doesn't matter. I simply want to enjoy these moments with Meera.
Chapter 15. Meera. The gardens are particularly lovely this time of year. I follow Cavan through a maze of flowers and intricately cut bushes that block us from the rest of the world. In the centre of this flower haven is a stone bench. He pops open the bottle of wine and we take a seat. The moon is high in the sky, illuminating the garden with a soft, ethereal light. The intoxicating fragrance of exotic flowers fills the air, mixing pleasantly with the aroma of old wine. Cavan raises his glass in a toast, his serious eyes catching the faint glow from the moon above. "To victory," he says, and I can't help but mirror his hopeful smile as I clink my glass against his. The first sip of wine dances on my tongue, rich and full-bodied with a hint of sharpness. Our conversation flows freely from strategies to past battles, our shared laughter echoing around the silent garden. He listens intently as I recount tales of my upbringing in the humble village I grew up in, my words painting vivid pictures of warm summer days spent helping my father in the fields and quiet evenings spent by my mother's side learning to cook and sew. As Cavan begins to share glimpses from his own past, I listen in rapt attention. His tales are filled with daring adventures and close encounters, far removed from my own simple childhood. His words weave tales of treacherous political machinations, deadly sword fights, and clandestine missions, stories that seem to belong more in an epic tale than a conversation over wine. Yet despite the danger that constantly shadowed him, there was always a note of wistful longing in Cavan's voice when he spoke of simpler times before his life was consumed by politics and war. It was these stories that truly intrigued me. Stories where he was just Cavan, not a famed tactician or a feared warrior. The hours slip away unnoticed as we sit there sharing our pasts underneath the watchful gaze of the moon. The bottle empties and our speech slows as we both allow ourselves to succumb to the tranquility around us. A sudden gust of wind sends a shower of blossoms cascading down around us, the delicate petals dancing in the moonlight before settling on the ground. I watch a petal land on Cavan's shoulder, and with a soft laugh, I reach over to brush it off. He catches my hand and holds it for a moment longer than necessary, his eyes meeting mine. In the dim light, I can see the flecks of gold in his usually stern eyes. His grip gently tightens, and he inches closer, while a new level of understanding passes between us. He releases my hand slower than he caught it. Neither of us speaks for what feels like an eternity, the silence broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of a bird. It is Cavan who finally breaks the silence, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. "You're beautiful, Meera. You know that?" I blush under his praise. He is a demon, and I know that, and perhaps it's the wine freeing me of all inhibitions, but I lean closer to him. He smells so good, and he's so handsome and strong. His gaze flickers to my lips, and I see a shadow of hesitance. It's a vulnerability I've never seen from him before. It's intoxicating. I inch closer, closing the distance between us, until our noses are almost touching. We both stop breathing for a heartbeat, caught in the moment. Then I whisper his name. Cavan. It's more an exhale than actual speech, but it's enough. What happens next is so unexpected. He grabs me tightly and pulls me closer, crushing my lips under his, like he can't get enough of me. "You are an incredible sight," he murmurs into my ear. His deep, commanding voice sends shivers down my spine. My heart is pounding in eager anticipation as he moves his strong hands to my waist, pulling me closer until our bodies are pressed together in an intimate dance. His lips find mine again, deepening the kiss with a fervour that leaves me breathless. Slowly he starts to explore me. His hands wander up and down my body, eliciting gasps of pleasure with every touch. I reach out for him too, my hands running over the hard muscles of his back and shoulders, feeling the strength that lies beneath. Time stands still as we lose ourselves in each other. Every lingering touch, every passionate kiss stokes the fire within us. Our bodies move in perfect harmony, a silent song playing only for us under the moonlit sky. His hands travel higher, and I flinch slightly at the cool air against my skin as he discards my clothes, slipping them off my body carefully. No wonder he gifted me dresses that were easy to slip down my shoulders. I watch as his eyes roam over me appreciatively, their warmth making me forget about the chill. He lowers himself to kiss me again, sealing our connection with a passion that threatens to consume us both. His hands continue to explore me, each touch leaving a trail of fire on my skin. Suddenly, Cavan pulls away, and I can't help but whimper at the loss of contact. But he silences any protest with a soft hush before effortlessly lifting me into his arms. I've been imagining this moment from the day we met. He confesses in a heated whisper that makes my heart flutter. He carries me to one of the stone benches by a pond in the garden, setting me down gently in his lap. He kisses my shoulder affectionately, and then his lips find their way back to mine in another searing kiss that melts all resistance. As he pulls away from me again, there is something new in his gaze. Undeniable adoration mixed with intense desire. It's like I'm seeing him again for the first time. Cavan, not just as a leader or warrior, but as a lover. And I can't help but surrender to the intoxication of this newfound revelation. So sorry, dear readers, but this portion of the chapter is off limits. It's way too hot for YouTube. Head over to worldsofprotheka.com and use code YouTube30 for a great deal on the sizzling, unabridged content. Now, back to our story.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 16. Cavan. Sleep easy now. I set her down gently on the bed, feeling a slight struggle as her weight unnaturally works against me. She should not be a challenge for me, but carrying her this far has felt unnatural. I am strong, but contorting my back through winding passages and up flights of stairs while she snored in my arms has not been easy. A candle flickers, casting deep shadows against the bedroom walls. In some fantastic world, perhaps I'm a shadow, enveloping her with a black, wispy blanket while water drips into the cavern around us. Sometimes I wonder if that's how she sees me, if I'm a strange monster who's lured her further into a dark and unfamiliar world. We have a dangerous task ahead of us. I turn away from her sleeping form, then pause to turn back toward it. Outside, a light rain has started, droplets forming on my bedroom window. She could have easily left the tavern without blinking an eye, abandoning all concepts of revenge. Maybe she would not have had peace of mind from watching women like her suffer in silence, but at least she would be safe. At least she could have a chance at rebuilding a life in peace. But instead she chose me, settling on an uncertain path that could lead to her demise. Had she taken my merciful offer and run far away from the tavern, her mission would have been finished. My heart thumps a bit louder at that. She chose me above her freedom. She chose me above everything else. I'm left deep in contemplation. As I clothe her, lifting her arms and legs up while bringing fabric over her exposed form, I take in the deep lull of her feeble human breathing, every moment a comfort. The bed she rests upon is tempting, her every curve and dip still enticing. I could easily imagine myself ending my day here, falling asleep next to her, and returning to a realm of dreams. But we can't stay in that world forever. We can't delude ourselves. I remember how in the courtyard she felt so relieved by our tryst that she fell asleep as we made our way back. And I carried her all the way here. I could have stared at her forever and delayed bringing her up the long, winding staircase. That would have been pretty great. But I knew that eventually we would have to return to our roles, and the longer I delayed that inevitability, the more painful returning to that world was going to become. We each have our own roles to play, and though those roles might coincide in this one instance, we couldn't be more different. How much has she struggled to get here, just able to sleep peacefully? How much has she fought to find food, battling oppressive captors and shifting, unpredictable fates? Following the journey she's taken just in the past several weeks is a dizzying headache even for me. I might trivialize the whims and fragility of these humans, but I could not for a moment imagine living in her place prior to this. I've been very lucky to lead the life I lead, and my freeing her doesn't change how she fits into this world. She is a slave, whether free or not. She can't simply forget her past. My hand is on the doorknob, hesitating to turn it. Her interests will always lie with that world, contained to its interests, and I will remain in my realm, fighting against the interests of adversaries like Gorn, who cheapen my continent by simply existing on it. But you're growing soft. If Gorn were to discover what you're doing now and move in for a kill, would you honestly be able to protect her? Would you even be able to protect yourself? I feel my feet naturally pulling me away from this calm room, where her breathing reminds me of an alternative that both counters and opposes my ambitions. With a gentle tug, I pull open the door. I don't want to leave her. I don't want to accept that this might have been a temporary event in a much more complicated relationship. What happens after we both get what we want, and Goran is obliterated, his business dealings in tatters, and his fleeting legacy spread to the winds? You're deluding yourself. She's only into you because you have power over her, because she lacks that power. It's not anything more than that. Even though I've removed her chains, she doesn't walk freely among these streets as a demon would. It's possible that she never really will. They will look at her and see an opportunity, whether in New Solus or Ikoth. She's not an equal. She's an exploitable resource, meant for breeding and labor. To the Xafans, who held up their noses at what they used to be, and to demons like me, who are vexed by humans, Meera is little more than a body. So I know the power I have over her. I know that my kind has an advantage she lacks. The demons roam freely where humans fear to tread. And I know that as long as that power exists, I can never know whether she values me or the power I offer her. But what is this power she has over me? My feet carry me down the long and empty hallway, past suits of armor and fraying tapestries, knowing that I need to focus on my plans. I know that I need to mentally prepare myself for everything that lies ahead of us. We found a linchpin in our plan, but it could be little more than a small break. Outside, a gentle storm rages. I can hear the slight bellow of thunder in the distance. How soon before we run into another dead end? How soon before we're compromised? One or both of us could easily be apprehended for what we're doing, if we're not simply cut down for our hubris. I shake my head at the thought. Of course, I won't let that happen, I say to myself. Why am I worrying so much? Goran's an imbecile. The wind outside screams like a rattled spirit, threatening to pull me downward. But there's something painful in the thought of her absence, in the thought of losing her forever. Why do I ache for her, longing to be by her side even now? Part of me wants to return to the simplicity of before. When I was inside her, all the complexity erased itself, and the only thing remaining was the physical bond binding us together. Even now, I'm thinking of how I'd love to pick her up, doing her while I give her a better tour of the mansion. The idea is so ridiculous, it makes me chuckle. I can't suppress this feeling. I try to remember every contour of her body. I wish I'd done more to commit her to memory. She's in the other room, mere feet away from me, and yet I'm longing to be with her, despite knowing that I can't and shouldn't be. I can't let myself get distracted. Maybe what we did was a one-time thing. That's what I remind myself as I pace my study, quietly closing the door to the hallway containing my bedroom. Outside, the rain pelts the windows now. I know that it will pass, and thank the realms for this moisture, but all these storms seem ominous. A one-time thing. The words fill me with pain. Part of me feels like I'm saying these words to punish myself, and that part of me doesn't want to be restrained. If I shut my eyes, I imagine I can still hear her breathing, even through these walls. In this large mansion that's normally so lonely and empty, it's a comfort. For too long I've toiled under the weight of my schemes to the company of an empty home. Perhaps the longer and the more I worked, the more I felt my sanity slipping away from me. But whether I like it or not, I have obligations far greater than the interests of a fling, of a pathetic human. I lift the weight on my desk, feeling its balance in my palm. My wants and obligations threaten to tear me in half, leaving nothing. I'm of two minds, but I have only one body. There may come a time when I will have to choose between Meera and Goran. What happens after Goran's gone, and we have no more obligations binding us? At that point, what could possibly unite us? I laugh to myself, finding a seat as I watch the ethereal red glow of a dying storm. The raindrops tonight vaguely resemble blood. Never once did I imagine that my loneliness would have any conclusion. And although I'm ruminating on how badly this is going to end, I can't deny that it's a bit miraculous. My reasons for staying out of real relationships have been numerous. Typically, I've been too busy, not tied to the interests of Ikoth, but to my own impossible ambitions. So far, those ambitions have all been intangible, unrealized, and dull to most. So the idea of settling down felt like a far-fetched fantasy. It still does. As the rain pelts my window, falling off the black arches, I wonder if it will be her blood or mine that spills. If we don't end Goran, I'm pretty sure he's going to screw us over. Surprising myself, I reach forward, opening the window. The moisture spills inside, soaking old parchment on my desk. But the wind is refreshing. For a moment, it settles my mind. I'll mop it up in a bit. These are tangible things, worth little more than their sentimental value. It's almost freeing, watching the rain drip onto the wooden desk. Goran is going to either die or fall into ruin. And with Meera's help, I'm going to be the one to end him. Maybe I can't let her distract me, but I'm not going to deny myself either. We're going to break Goran's slave trade together. After that, I don't know what will happen. I can't plan for it. Maybe part of that is liberating.
Chapter 17. Meera. My eyes open slowly. My last memory was being ravaged in the garden and falling asleep as we walked back to the mansion. I'm smiling as I wake up and feel my arms stretching out for him. But my arms reach nothing, my body warm under a thick comforter. Where is he? I am not in the courtyard with Cavan beside me. I can't hear the rustling of trees or the calming wind. The room may be dark, but there's definitely rain on the window I'm hearing. Somehow, I was carried back inside the mansion. Am I still dreaming? Is this a nightmare? I bring myself to awareness, sitting up in bed and trying to make sense of my environment. Nausea grips me, panic taking hold slowly. Perhaps it was all a dream and I'm not with Cavan at all, but somewhere horrible that my mind shielded me from. Maybe there's a reason it all felt too good to be true. I know my thoughts aren't clear or rational as I come to, my mind clouded over, but the past several weeks before meeting him were so terrible. It's not crazy to think my mind invented its own paradise to cope. If that's the case, then I need to escape. I need to find a way out of here. I try to calm my breathing, silencing the immediate urge to flee. I'm jumping to conclusions entirely too quickly. Before I can conclude anything, I need to look around and think. I pinch myself hard on the thigh, feeling a pain that confirms I'm not asleep right now. So then, did Cavan really carry me all the way here? Maybe I didn't fabricate days of memories and I'm still in Cavan's mansion. Maybe the only dream was the courtyard. That makes much more logical sense. Lightning fills the air around me, followed by thunder, and I get a quick glimpse at the tumultuous, dull red landscape just outside this window. This mansion has felt like an oasis among a dark, red, sprawling desert. I don't know how Cavan can stand this realm. I scratch my head, massaging my scalp. Part of me feels very sore. It's a pain that radiates through my entire body, but I know it's coming from something. At first I try to identify the source of the dull pain as the rain intensifies outside. Running my fingers along my torso, I feel a throbbing pain in my side. A light filters in barely from the hallway. It's the only way that I'm going to get a good look. Picking myself up from the bed, my bare feet crossing over the floor, I slowly wedge open the door, careful not to alert the monsters plaguing my imagination. In the far distance, I think I hear voices, though they're barely audible, and I can't make out their sources or what they're saying. That's a problem for later, I think. A dim candle flickers, and I lift my shirt up over my ribs. Immediately, I notice a dark, shadowy mark, its colour smoky grey, where Cavan marked me. So it wasn't a dream. The reality both elates and unsettles me. At least I know that I didn't imagine being freed. I didn't hallucinate a coordinated series of events to ease my trauma. But that also means that my relationship with Cavan has changed dramatically, and that I'm going to need to adjust to that. I close my eyes as I stand just next to the barely open bedroom door. The winds bring moisture crashing against the walls of the mansion. The visions behind my eyelid bring me peace. I see my village intact, my family, and my younger brother. I remember what it felt like to be at home. But then, the image of Cavan crosses my mind, and the feeling remains. I feel almost giddy at the thought that I'm really, truly safe. But then I remember the sobering task ahead of me, and that this is only a brief reprieve. Soon, I will need to risk my life and freedom, continuing to help Cavan wherever I'm needed. It's necessary if I want other people to feel the same freedom I feel now. I have to fight. Looking at Ikoth's dusty red sky, I wonder if rain is celebrated here. This place doesn't seem like it receives much rainfall. It must be early morning or late evening right now, which means that there's no reason not to go back to bed. I am tired. And now that I'm aware I'm not hallucinating and that last night really happened, maybe I can try to make sense of it. But as I bring my feet back into the bedroom and feel my hand gripping the door, ready to close it, I encounter some resistance. Why is he up so late? I don't want to sleep. The strange voices just down the hall have piqued my curiosity. I realise that either the voices are Cavan and Vex, or they're a pair of very similar-sounding voices who've broken into Cavan's mansion in the dead of night. And I need to start thinking rationally. If I question life every time I'm not beaten half to death or starved, I have no hope of living a normal life. Plus, the slaves out there are counting on me to stay strong. I wonder if this storm is going to delay our plans. Perhaps it will all be gone by morning. What could they possibly be talking about at this hour? I know that it's not my business, and that I need to be back in bed. But I know that sleep will be impossible with so many questions floating through my mind. My bare feet are barely audible in the hallway, my path forward guided by strange relics, suits of armour, and elaborate and pretentious paintings. Along the way, the candles guiding my feet over a long violet carpet burn weakly, as though affected by the wind or the rain outside. It's difficult to hear over the weather sometimes. I would be lost in these hallways without the sounds of two voices. And the closer I get, the more certain I am that the voices I'm hearing are Vex and Cavan. Moisture trails around the desk, the papers on its surface clearly soaked. Judging from the volume of their voices now, the conversation seems to have turned into a debate, which has become heated. "We're going to get trampled if we fall in with them," Vex says, his voice now competing with the thunder. Cavan looks down at his desk, tapping it with his fingers as Vex talks. "I know how much you hate his guts, but Goran's more capable than you realise," Vex continues. "And you're sentencing them to their deaths along with us if you seriously move forward." Cavan turns abruptly, his methodical, contemplative mood buried for something far more abrupt and impulsive. "Earlier, you said this plan could work," he says. "You said you thought we had a shot, and now you're telling me there's no way the plan can work, saying we need to step back. What aren't you telling me?" "Well, I'm not telling you your emotions have been compromised, for one," Vex replies. "I'm trusting that, even now, you haven't gone blind because of this woman, because this whole plan kind of came out of nowhere." Cavan says nothing. As I reach the room where they're talking and inch around the corner of the doorframe, a candle barely revealing his hardened face, I realise he's probably suppressing his anger for the sake of playing nice. Though I'd hate to be on the other side of his ire. Just tell me, Cavan, why are these humans so worth saving? What do they possibly offer us in combat that we can't already do better? When did you become such a utilitarian? Cavan asks. If we were dealing with demons like us, you wouldn't hesitate to save them. And now you're questioning whether their lives are worth it. Vex snorts, chuckling in response. Cavan, these are slaves we're talking about, not our kin. And you're talking about putting a lot of our lives on the line for their benefit. So you'll forgive me if I'm a bit slow to the front lines. Outside, the rain slows down, the thunder quieting. You underestimate them, I think, Cavan says. That's okay. You don't know them like I do. I almost can't believe what I'm hearing. Is Cavan genuinely coming to the defense of humans out of goodwill? He always made it seem like a transaction, like he was only going through with this because he benefited from it. Does he really care about us after all? Well, as one of your most loyal defenders, I think you owe it to me, Vex says. If you know something I don't, maybe you should tell me. Cavan shakes his head. How do they survive any of it? He asks out loud, pacing to the other side of the room. Vex appears puzzled. Survive what? Cavian's eyes meet Vex's as Vex begins walking toward me. I duck, hiding against the wall and clinging out of their sight. The slavery, the auctions, things that would probably drive all of us to suicide, Cavan replies. How do any of them keep going? Vex, saying nothing, just grips the doorknob. My eyes widen, realising that I'm inches away from being sighted. Why does it matter, though? I think. This is all information I should be privy to anyway. In theory, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to step out and thank Cavan for coming to our defence. But my gut tells me to remain hidden. My gut is grateful to hear the pure, unadulterated truth come out of Cavian's mouth. I think their secret is in their struggle, Cavan says. They haven't known luxuries like we have. They spend their lives growing from nothing, learning to value objects they could never, in a million lifetimes, possess themselves. Vex sighs heavily. And you think that somehow translates to skill in combat? He asks. Cavan nods. You'll see how strong they are for yourself, I think. I know you don't see the point, but they have everything to gain and nothing to lose. I start heading back down the hallway, feeling satisfied with my discoveries. I wonder if he's changed his motivations since we met, or if he always felt this way in secret. Could I have caused a change in him? I feel myself growing excited at the thought.
Chapter 18. Cavan. I have Meera meet me in my study. She takes a seat in a chair by my desk, and it's all I can do to keep my hands to myself. She's stunning, and the desire I feel to rip her clothes off her slender body and ravish her is slightly overwhelming at the moment. Instead, I clear my throat and tell her of my plans instead. I am journeying back to New Solace, I announce, my gaze fixed on the dark wood grain of my desk. It's too risky to hold her gaze, too dangerous to be swept up in the depths of her eyes. Meera doesn't respond immediately. She draws in a breath, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as if stalling for time. When she speaks, her voice is poised and determined. I'm going with you. No, I protest instantly, my head whipping towards her. She's gazing at me fiercely. I can see the fire in her eyes. It threatens to consume me if I'm not careful. It's far too dangerous. And you think it's less so for you? She retorts, standing from the chair and leaning over the desk that separates us. There's an edge to her words, an anger that stems from both worry and fear. It's different, I say, reaching across to grasp her hands in mine, the touch grounding me. I've been trained for this. Then train me, she insists stubbornly, not withdrawing her hands from mine. Her pulse beats rapidly under my fingers, echoing my own racing heart. You don't understand. I start to argue, but Meera interrupts me with a shake of her head. I understand perfectly, she interjects sharply, and I'm not letting you face Goran alone. I clench my jaw. I knew even before I told her of my plans that this would be an argument, but it's far too dangerous to have her come along. However, I force myself to remain calm. You should stay here, I advise her, forcing myself to maintain eye contact. She deserved that much, at least. And do what? Sit here and knit while you risk your life? No, she says with an obstinate shake of her head, a certain fire dancing in her eyes, matching the one that's always been smoldering in the pit of my heart. The sheer will in her voice makes me waver. You don't have to be there physically to help, I counter, squeezing her hands tightly, hoping she can feel the sincerity of my words. You can work on gathering information here. But she cuts me off with a scoff, jerking her hands from mine. You're underestimating me, Cavan, she chastises, her gaze hardening. The mention of my name is like a dagger to my heart, the way it rolls so naturally off her tongue. Meera, I say slowly, trying to keep the desperation from creeping into my voice. I'm not underestimating you. I trust you more than anyone else, but the dangers that await, they're not something I want you exposed to. She huffs, crossing her arms as if shielding herself from my protective instinct. You don't get to decide what I can or cannot handle. I know, I agree reluctantly. The fact that we're even having this conversation is proof enough of that. She's headstrong, independent, and undoubtedly my equal in every sense of the word. But I fear for her safety all the same. Promise me you'll stay safe, I finally mumble, surrendering to the inevitable defeat. Her lips twitch into a small smile, a victory smile, radiating a warmth that could soften even the hardest stone. I promise, she whispers, her gaze softening. She walks toward me, her hand cupping my cheek as I reach to grip her waist, drawing her in. My lips press against hers and she moans into my mouth. Our lips move in sync, passion and desperation mixing. Heat radiates from our bodies as we get lost in the moment, lost in each other. Cavan, Meera murmurs against my lips, her voice a plea and a promise all rolled into one. I respond by deepening our connection, hoping to convey everything I feel for her without words. When we finally part for air, her eyes meet mine with something akin to understanding. We stand there, chests heaving in unison, not needing words to express what's happening. Take your clothes off, I demand. My need for her overwhelms everything else. Her smile turns sly, and she reaches up to untangle her fingers in my hair. Impatient, are we? She teases, but the laughter in her eyes dies out as she stares at me intently. I want this, Cavan, she says seriously, almost as if to reassure me. I smile back at her, letting my hands slide down over the contour of her waist, feeling the fabric of her dress rustle beneath my touch. I know, I answer, my heart throbbing against my ribs. I've wanted this for a long time, too. This closeness, this intimacy that only she can provide. And tonight, it seems like the stars have finally aligned in our favor. With a determined nod, Meera steps away from me and starts to unbutton her dress. It falls onto the floor with a soft, whispery sound, revealing her slender figure. The sight takes my breath away. Meera has never looked more beautiful. Taking a step towards her, I pull her close again, skin against skin now. The window in the room gives little light as we stumble towards the desk, which I clean off with a sweep of my arm in blind urgency, our clothes leaving a trail on the floor along the way. Thanks for reading thus far, friends. Unfortunately, we can't show you the juicy details because they're too hot for YouTube. Slide over to worldsofprotheka.com and use code YouTube30 for a great deal on the unabridged version. Back to it.
Chapter 19. Meera. A night has come and gone since my encounter with Cavan in his study. I sit in his chair in the early morning, watching the sun rear its glowing head above the red horizon. My mind continuously replays the previous evening. Even my senses remind me of how they felt and what they experienced at the hands of Cavan. I see his perfect body, remembering how smooth to the touch his skin was, how divine he smelled, smiling at the irony of him being a demon. I can still hear his moans of pleasure as he thrust into me, taking me for his rapture. Damn, I whisper, feeling a tingle run up my thighs as I imagine him inside me. My lower body is sensitive today from how he did me, but it's a pain I welcome. I run a finger along my lips, remembering how he had felt on mine, and the taste of his tongue. The sun rises further into the sky, the sight of which reinvigorates my hope for this mission. Last night was a brief respite from everything going on, but I realise now the task must continue. All I know is that I'm glad to have found an ally in Cavan. 2 separate battles with a common enemy. The door to the study opens. Turning around in the chair, I'm greeted by Cavan, who enters with a mug of caffo for me. He sets it down on the table, our fingers brushing as he pushes the mug toward me. The sensation ignites a wave of goosebumps up my arm. I wrap my hands around the warm mug, using it to hinder myself from the bigger distraction, which is Cavan. "I'm in your seat," I say without thinking, moving to get out of his way. He throws up a palm and shakes his head, gesturing for me to remain seated. From behind him, he pulls out a rolled-up parchment of paper, flattening it out on the desk. "Given your insistence on an active role in this mission, I have revised my plan," he states in a clear and firm tone. His commanding presence is cemented by his perfect posture, with his chin reared high and chest puffed out. I listen intently as he talks, paying attention to every word, every syllable that comes out of his mouth. An all-out battle is no longer a feasible ploy for sabotaging Goran's next slave auction. What you and I will be doing, Meera, is a covert operation, taking out the enemy and snatching what they think is theirs from right underneath their noses. Momentarily distracted by the smoothness of how my name slid off his tongue, I shake my head and lean closer in an effort to focus. "Taking the stealth approach then, are we?" I ask, meeting his concentrated gaze. "That's right," he says with an affirming nod. "This has the potential to work better than a direct assault." I drop my head to my shoulder, raising a curious eyebrow at the demon. "I'd have thought a proper fight would have been right up your alley. I don't take you for the silent type." "You're right. I'd love to charge right in there and bash some Zaphan's skulls," he says, taking a step closer to me. The heat rises between my legs. "But no offence, you'd be better suited to a role with less violent confrontation involved." His words come as a sting, a harsh reminder of my physical disadvantage against any given Zaphan. But I can't let my heart get the better of me. In my mind, I know he's right. In fact, I'm elated that he's come up with a plan that considers my disadvantages. This is for the best, and I'd rather be in one piece to reunite with my family. "None taken, Cavan. I'm keen on taking the Zaphans down no matter the method. And we will, Meera, together." The strength in his voice fuels the prospects of victory. I find myself motivated to proceed, almost wishing we were starting the mission already. "So what will you have me do?" I ask. He points to the paper, tapping it with an aura of command. "Take a look at the area of operations here, or simply put, a map for our mission." I pull the map closer, studying the circles and points of interest he's marked on the sketch of a building. "This is the auction house where they'll be hosting the next public sale tomorrow. Of course, that sale isn't going to take place, as you and I will sneak in there while they are making their preparations." I smile at the plan, looking forward to busting the party the Zaphans think they'll be having. There'll be armed guards, more than 2, I reckon, but while they have the numbers game, we'll have the advantage of the shadows. He raises his hand as a black silhouetted orb begins to float over them. "When I handle the guards, you can free the slaves." I nod along, visualizing the scene playing out in my mind. The faces of relief on the slaves I imagine are more than enough to propel my faith in this plan. Cavan lays a reassuring hand on my shoulder, and with his free hand, he raises my chin, our eyes meeting. I look into the gaze of a leader, a demon I can trust to help me get this done. I can see in his stare that he sees a useful ally in me. To have his confidence feels exhilarating. "Any questions so far?" he asks. I swallow hard, my stomach melting with a strange sense of headiness. "Is there anything else I can do on this mission, other than freeing the slaves?" He smiles. "Your eagerness is admirable. The plan still needs further revision, so I'll smooth out the details and let you know of any updates during our journey to New Solace. We'll leave in an hour's time." I'm standing waiting in the foyer when the time to leave comes. In my arms is Cavian's cloak, and slung over my shoulder is a small sack of clothing and essentials. The demon emerges from around the corner, wearing a fierce look of courage on his face. I almost feel sorry for the Zaphans knowing this is their enemy. Almost. I'm more than glad Cavan is an ally. As he approaches, I think of him purchasing me the other day, not knowing I was walking into the opportunity of a lifetime. And the weirdest thought of all, a future with him. Am I in over my head once more? I should be focusing on the mission, but... "Cavan, before we go, I just wanted to say thank you for..." The rest of my sentence never makes it out of my lips, for Cavan presses his against mine. His strong arms grasp the small of my back, pulling me closer. He pulls back and runs a finger across my bottom lip, as if savouring its texture for later. He says not a word, but he doesn't need to. His gesture has displayed a rare glimpse into the depth of his feelings, the tenderness he keeps veiled behind his hard shell of an exterior. I pull him down for another kiss, his tongue putting a silent end to the train of thoughts in my mind. All I want to focus on is him. With my hand in his, he leads us out of the mansion, departing on our mission. A few hours later, I find myself mulling over the coming task, mindlessly watching the waves crash over themselves as the boat rocks over the sea. I can't stop my knee from bouncing, trying to collect myself while intertwining my fingers and rubbing my thumbs on sweaty palms. "Meera, you need to calm yourself." Cavan joins me, his hand grazing my arm before resting on the deck to my side. "I know, but it's easier said than done. I just can't help thinking, what if it all goes wrong?" He nods patiently, looking away to the water for a brief moment of thought before answering. "Have you stopped to contemplate on the plan going right?" he asks. "Well, No," I mumble in embarrassment. "Don't be ashamed. I understand your concerns, but worrying about failure won't help." He gestures for me to follow him, turning for the quarters area. "We'll go over the plan again. The more we review it, the higher our chances of success will be." Taking a deep breath, I remind myself that I'm in capable hands with Cavan. He's right. If I get caught up in my worries, I'm only doing myself a disservice. He opens the door and allows me to enter first. I step into the private quarters, taking a seat on the double bed while he fetches the plans. After he lays it out on the table, he pulls from the bedside cabinet a small blanket and throws it over my shoulders. Cavan pulls a chair over from the desk, seating himself facing me. Reaching out, he brushes my stray hair behind my ear, giving me the most intense gaze yet. "Everything will work out. You can't let your nerves get the better of you." I nod in acceptance, telling him I couldn't possibly agree any more than I already do. "Remind yourself of your goals with this mission," he says. Without intending, I say them aloud for him to hear, looking to the distance elsewhere. I hope not only to free the slaves, but to disturb the enterprise of Goran's slave trade to its core, to send a message that humans will brave even the most terrorizing face of danger. His growing smile makes me realize what I've done, but no longer am I embarrassed. Instead, my resolve strengthens, doubling in anticipation of the mission's success. Cavan and I will see this through, and together we'll be one step closer to bringing Goran down.
Chapter 20. Cavan. The carriage occasionally rocks when we drive over holes in the poorly maintained stone road. The busiest streets in the district are well used, but no one bothers to repair them. The focus is more on the business deals than the aesthetics of the surroundings. When we drive over a particularly bad patch in the road, Meera grabs my arm to keep herself steady. I take her hand in mine, squeezing softly to reassure her. The sound of hawkers negotiating deals and shop owners trying to lure in gullible passers-by wafts into the carriage. Along with the din comes the smell of exotic spices and freshly prepared meals, ready to overwhelm our senses. I close the window and silence falls over us. We sit quietly, both lost in thoughts of what's going to happen in just a few minutes. I'm itching to slice through the flesh of all the Xaphen I can get my claws on. I want to drink in the fear in their eyes, my ears taking in the melody of their desperate pleas for mercy. I can't wait. You shouldn't frown like that. You'll get wrinkles early. I face Meera. What? She shakes her head, laughing. Nothing. She reaches out and caresses my cheek. Everything will work out. You came up with a foolproof plan. I find myself smiling, despite my desire to not do so. I appreciate her reassurance, but I shrug off her hand all the same, not wanting to appear weak in public. Let's go over the plan again. Like you said, the more we review it, the higher our chances of success will be. I go over the details of our plan, with Meera nodding along as I speak. You're going to distract the Xaphen guards, and when their focus has been diverted, I'll quickly take them out. I can see everything play out in my mind. Then we'll make our way inside and I'll dispatch any guards looking over the slave cells. You'll focus on freeing all the humans once inside. You have that tool I gave you to unlock the cells, right? She nods, pulling the long black item from her bosom. Strange place to store something, but okay. I've practiced using it at least 50 times. I think it's safe to say I'm a professional lockpicker by now. She looks at the tool with appreciation while I look at her with appreciation. My heart skips a beat. I'm truly excited to be taking some action after all this planning. Even better, I get to have Meera at my side, helping me. I never thought I'd appreciate a human's help, but here I am. A thought strikes me. How exactly do you plan to distract the guards? I know we've talked about you doing it, but you've yet to tell me what your little plan is for that. I silently curse myself for neglecting to plan this part of the attack in more detail. I should have spent more time on getting the finer details ironed out. I don't know, actually. Her nonchalant response makes me tense up. What? A chuckle bursts from her mouth, but I'm not amused. Meera, this is extremely dangerous and important. One mishap or miscalculation and you could die. Oh? Not even thinking about how the plan could fall apart? Am I that important to you? I dismiss her teasing words with a grunt and grab her chin with my hand, forcing her to look into my eyes. I'm serious. You've been anxious and worried until now, and I felt reassured that you realize the weight of our mission. This is not the time to joke around. She blushes slightly, breaking eye contact with me. Sorry, I wanted to ease the tension a bit. My grip on her face doesn't relax. She sighs and looks into my eyes. I think it would be best to walk up to them, make sure no one else sees me, and start a conversation. They'll be so upset with a human daring to approach them that you'll be able to easily take care of them. I nod, somewhat satisfied. It's not the best plan we could have had, but it will do. I look into her eyes. You must promise me that you'll be careful. Do not provoke them or put yourself in a situation where you could get hurt. You mean more than I could already? I grimace. Not funny, Meera. She raises her hands in defeat. Okay, enough jokes. Her attitude becomes more solemn. I promise, Cavan. I'll be careful. Good. I let go of her and clenched my fists before relaxing them again. I'm itching to get my hands on Xaphen scum. Do you have a plan for how you'll get rid of the guards? I'll do what I do best. Tear them asunder. I grin, elation and anticipation making my heart beat faster. She huffs, not satisfied with my answer, but says nothing. As we near the auction house, a new, unfamiliar feeling coils around my heart, rooting in my stomach. What is this emotion? It's not worry about the strategy we've laid out. I know my plan will work. I'm not nervous either. My strength and skill are without question. Then what? I'm concerned. For Meera. I don't want her to get hurt or be taken from me. No. I need to protect her. I take her hand in mine again. I vow to protect you at all costs during this dangerous mission. You will not be harmed. Though outwardly controlled, rage simmers within me at the thought of her being harmed. If anyone so much as bruises her delicate, smooth skin, they will know a wrath unlike they've ever seen before. She smiles and my heart sings. I know. These 2 words tell me everything I need to know about our relationship. There are many unknowns about what lies ahead, but I don't question what's between us. If anything happens to Meera, I swear no one at that wretched auction house will be spared from my wrath. I will raze it to the ground in vengeance. I calm my mind as we arrive, focusing on the task at hand. I trust in Meera's courage and the plan we studied so faithfully. The noise has quieted down and we enter a back alley with no lights. It's time. I pull Meera close, gazing into her eyes. I stare at her, my emotions suddenly all over the place. My finger runs over her lips. My eyes follow every line on her face. I look into her eyes, noting the vibrant colors in them. I want to memorize her face right at this moment as she looks up at me with all the trust in the world. Later, I want to kiss every part of her to celebrate our success. Meera doesn't look away, as if she's trying to savor the moment as well. I can feel that we're united in purpose and spirit. Suddenly, a noise from my right side makes adrenaline shoot through my body. Something crashes through the window, breaking it into a million little pieces that burst onto me and Meera. A small creature flies over our heads before latching onto my arm. I realize it's a karasu, and angrily yank the thing off. I hold it in the air by the scruff of its neck. What the hell? I ask, almost expecting the damn thing to answer me. Another ball of fur flies in through the window, going for Meera. I throw the creature in my hand out of the window and reach for the new threat before it can reach her. It fights back, clawing at my arm. Its nails are sharp and furious, drawing blood. I punch its small head, hard. That's all it takes, and it goes limp, hanging in the air as I hold it up. Vicious little craphead! I move to throw it out just as 3 smaller ones make their way through the broken window. Meera grabs the bag lying on the seat across from us and starts swinging it. She connects with the small karasu, and they swagger around, dizzy. Her punches were enough to distract them, but not enough to completely take them out. I grab 2 of them, knocking their heads together, essentially knocking them out. They follow the way of the bigger ones, flying out of the window, unconscious and defenseless. The last one seems to have realized the predicament it's in, and it's cowering in the corner of the carriage. Meera growls, grabbing it by a hind leg and forcefully throwing it out of the window. Its little caw echoes through the street and laughter bubbles up and out of my mouth. Didn't think you could get so angry, I say in between chuckles. She laughs, a little embarrassed. Damn thing was asking for it. She tries to peer out of the window. Why did that just happen? Was it the Xaphans? I remember that Goran's associates have managed to tame some of these creatures and immediately knock on the roof of the carriage to signal to the driver to stop. The carriage comes to a halt and I jump out. I search around the area for any signs of more karasu and sniff the air, looking for a hint of zaffon in the smell surrounding us. Nothing seems out of order, and I check underneath the carriage as well as on top, but find nothing. After a brief conversation with the driver, I get back in the carriage. All clear. I think they were just hungry. Little twits are known for robbing unattended cargo, but will sometimes attack other creatures if they've been starving. She sighs in relief. Okay. On we go then, right? I nod and knock on the roof again. The carriage slowly starts moving again, keeping a steady pace until we reach the auction house. Meera takes my hand, squeezing it tightly. I squeeze back, my emotions calm and my mind clear. Our eyes lock for the last time before we set our plan in motion.
Chapter 21. Meera. This is it. Your chance to get revenge. Make the most of it, Meera. I take a deep breath to steady myself and confidently walk to the entrance of the auction house. 4 guards are standing at the door, 2 on each side. I feel my heart beating faster when I recognize 3 of them. For a moment, I hesitate. I lower the hood on my head to obscure my face even more and quickly jump to the side, hiding behind an ornamental tree-like statue. Those are some of the cruel Xafan guards who captured me. I think I remember their names. Vork, Hagnos, and Roth. What if they overpower me again? My head is spinning, and the coldness of my skin surprises me when I wipe the sweat off my forehead. I want to run away. I want to. Suddenly, I hear Cavian's voice in my head, reminding me to stay focused and remember the plan. A calmness flows over me, and my heart starts to calm down. I slowly inhale and exhale before straightening my back. I walk out behind the statue and head directly for the guards. The tallest one, Hagnos, notices me first. "Hey, halt! Who are you? What's your business here?" The other 3 look over at me, their eyes alert. "Oh, you don't remember me?" I put a hand on my chest. "Well, that just hurt my feelings. Surely you know who I am." I whip the hood off my head and grin at them, their surprised expressions almost comical. "You!" Roth growls at me and starts to charge in my direction. Vork grabs his arm and stops him in his tracks. "No, we aren't allowed to act against a freed slave. Do you want to lose your head?" "Damn it!" Roth glances at the other guards before he turns to glare at me. I put my hands on my hips. "So, how's life been? Treating you guys well?" Vork bares his teeth at me, but none of them respond to my questions. As for me, well, life's been great. The big demon who bought me is very rich and lives in a really nice place, so I live in a really nice place. I start pacing, counting my blessings on my fingers. I get to eat only the best food, take very long hot baths, drink expensive alcohol, and I look at the guards who are very unimpressed with me, and I get to share a bed with a demon. I wink at them, laughing at their disgusted expressions. To hell with this. No one can report our behaviour if the bitch is dead. Roth runs at me, his claws extended and eager to tear into my flesh. I jump back, filled with fear once more, when a sudden movement catches my eye. Cavan melts out of the shadows behind them, his eyes glowing bright with demonic power. That is so hot. No, wait, Meera. Focus. A shiver runs down my spine, and the adrenaline starts to course through my veins. This is it. Payback. Shadows spread out from their feet and start to swirl tightly around their legs like tentacles. Confused, the 3 of them try to kick off the shadows, but only end up flailing like idiots. The shadows make their way up the guards' bodies and wrap around their necks. They claw at their throats, trying to fight off the visible but intangible enemy that's slowly squeezing the life out of them. Vork desperately slices into his flesh, hoping to affect the shadowy claw but only manages to hurt himself. His blood runs down his chest and over his hands, dark and disgusting in the pale moonlight. Roth gasps for air and slams his back against the wall of the auction house in an attempt to free himself. The other guard is on the ground, writhing as he does his best to fight against an impossible foe. Cavan walks over to me, not even taking notice of the dying Xafan behind him. His eyes are fixed on mine. I feel my stomach tighten and my heart race once more. This time, I welcome the unsteady beat making my blood rush. I barely register the snaps before Vork and Roth's bodies limply fall to the ground. The remaining one goes quiet, but I don't even care. I'm lost in Cavian's eyes as he stands before me, fearsome and more attractive than ever before. He reaches out and caresses my cheek. We must hurry and free the slaves, and when we get home, I want to celebrate by devouring you slowly and deliberately. I shiver with expectation. I can't wait. He spins around and pulls me by my hand. We rush past the dead bodies and hurry into the auction house. I look down at the guards who ruined my life. Lousy idiots. Your paltry wings were useless in the end. It doesn't take long to find the cells of the slaves. The building is hardly an architectural marvel. The hallway is dimly lit by torches at either side with rows of cells spanning the entire area. I start with the cells to my right, using my lock-picking tool to swiftly unlock the doors. I hurry over to the women huddled in the corner and start unlocking the chains, keeping them bound to the cell. My lockpick makes quick work of the flimsy locks. A cold, nauseating shiver runs down my spine. Not too long ago, this was me. I was trapped with no hope of escape. I can still remember the smell of this horrible room, and the feel of the cold floor sometimes haunts my dreams. Thank the gods for Cavan and his personal vendetta against Goran. Once they're all released, I hold out my hand. Come, we're here to free you. They look at each other and then look at Cavan, who is standing behind me. I glance back and almost snort. He's doing his best not to look intimidating, his arms going from folded to hanging limply by his side. He's not smiling, but it's clear he's trying to appear friendly. I look back at the women. Cavan's an ally. He helped me get my freedom and now we're helping you. They still seem unsure, and fear is practically oozing from them. How do I convince them to trust a demon of all things? Cavan sighs. Look, you can come with us and possibly get away, or stay here and be sold to a demon, or worse, and spend the rest of your life in misery. Though the words are spoken softly, the women flinch. Then they stand a little taller and walk out of the cell. I guide them to the front of the auction house, near the entrance. Wait right here, I need to free the others. Fear washes over their faces, and I give them a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Going from one cell to the next, convincing the women to follow me becomes easier as they realise what's happening. Cavan flexes his arms impatiently as I free another group of women. This is taking too long. The rest of the guards could spot the bodies any moment, and then our plan goes to hell. I snap at him. I'm doing this as fast as I can, Cavan. I only have 2 hands. He spins around and heads to the row of cells on the opposite side of the hallway. With an almighty pull, he yanks off the entire door. I stare in disbelief, and he gives me a grin. Now you've got 4 hands. With an unexpected and gleeful chuckle, I continue to free the women on my side, while Cavan focuses on the other side. A bony hand wraps around my wrist. I look up at the very thin and pale young woman I just released. I remember you, she croaks, her voice barely audible. She was here the night I was auctioned. This poor woman must have been through torture, still stuck here. I swallow back my tears of empathy and give her shoulder a squeeze. You'll soon be free, I promise. I lead her out to join the other waiting women. Soon all the cells have been emptied, and I stand with Cavan at the exit. We've got about 24 women here. Your plan of setting them loose all at once will probably work. Catching so many desperate humans at night won't be easy. Cavan nods and turns to the freed slaves. You're going to run like there is a horde of demons behind you. Get as far from here as you can. Steal clothes and food as you move so you don't get recognised by the slave traders. He looks over the group. And spread the word about this attack. Tell everyone that Goran's weak guards were defeated by 1 demon and a human. Let everyone know that slaves have been freed, and even more will be freed soon. They stare at him with awe, their eyes shining with newfound hope. As the women hurry past him to flee, he quickly gives each of them a handful of coins. Without looking at me, he frowns. Shut up. Don't say a word. Their grateful, hushed words of thanks make my heart ache. If only I could do more for these poor people. But this is a great start. At least they now have a fighting chance and don't have to accept their fate. The last woman runs out the door and we follow to make our escape. Jumping over the bodies still lying on the ground, Cavan grabs my hand and pulls me closer to him. We run hand in hand to the secluded area where we left the carriage that brought us here. When the door closes behind Cavan and we're both seated, it starts to move, slowly but surely leaving the auction house behind. My heart races and I'm smiling uncontrollably. I look over at Cavan and he's grinning triumphantly as well. We don't speak. There's no need. We can taste our victory. The first blow against Goran has been struck successfully.
Chapter 22. Cavan. The boat ride back to Ikoth is smooth as it sails across the silky black waters. Adrenaline pumps through my veins from the attack on Goran's men. This is a small victory for us, but it means a lot. Every creak and groan of the boat is a symphony of triumph. Each wave it cuts through is a testament to our daring escape. The salty air mingles with the smell of burning oil from the lamps illuminating our way, making the night feel alive and full of promise. Meera sits across from me, her eyes gleaming in the faint light, reflecting the same wild exhilaration that courses through me. There's an undeniable spark between us, ignited by the shared danger and victory. Her lips are slightly parted, and I can see her chest rising and falling rapidly with each breath she takes. It's as if she's drawing in the night itself, consuming its energy. "Are you all right?" I ask. She gives me a look that speaks volumes. Her gaze is fiery yet tender, determined yet unsure. She doesn't answer immediately, but instead looks out into the darkness surrounding us. The moonlight dances on her face, highlighting her symmetry, her beauty that's only enhanced by her fierce resilience. "I'm more than just all right," she finally says, turning back to face me. Her voice is steadfast, her tone leaving no room for any doubt or fear. With every moment we travel away from Goran's accomplices, I feel an unspoken bond solidifying between us. This bond, weaving together strands of respect, partnership, and burgeoning desires, pulls us closer till our bodies are mere inches apart. The silence we share isn't uncomfortable. It's filled with the mutual understanding of what we've just survived together, and perhaps more importantly, with what lies ahead for both of us. As I reach out to tangle my fingers with hers, our fate seems to be sealed under the star-studded sky. This journey back to Ikoth is unlike any other I've ever experienced, and it isn't just about sailing on smooth waters after a small victory. It's about carving a future together, driven by shared courage, unwavering hope, and an undercurrent of passion that neither of us can deny any longer. There's a magnetic pull between us, and my hands find themselves around her waist, pulling her closer to me. Her body tenses for a moment before relaxing against me. Her fingers weave themselves into my hair as she leans into me, closing the small gap that separates us. Her breath mingles with mine before our lips crash together in a storm of passion and longing. As our fervor increases, we clumsily make our way towards the berth. Our clothes are shed carelessly along the way, unwanted barriers discarded like fallen leaves. When we finally tumble onto the bed in our private quarters, it creaks under our weight, matching rhythm with our beating hearts. I swoop down to capture her lips as my hand begins kneading her chest, her gasp swallowed by my mouth as I explore her. Our bodies move together in a dance as old as time, heat and passion consuming us. Her hands trace a fiery trail down my back, causing me to shudder beneath her touch. I pull away from her lips only long enough to gaze into her eyes. They are pools of liquid fire, mirroring the same wild desire that courses through my veins. "I want you," I murmur, pressing a kiss to her flushed cheek before trailing downwards, tasting the salty sweetness of her skin. She arches beneath me, a soft moan escaping her lips. "Stop right there, readers. We've got you covered." Find all the delicious details over at worldsofprotheka.com. Use code YouTube30 for additional savings on the unabridged version of our love story. Back to it. Holding her close, I press a kiss to the crown of her head. Her soft sigh is drowned by the rhythmic lapping of waves against the hull. I whisper a silent promise into the silence of the cabin, my heart pounding in accompaniment. No matter what happens next, no matter how tumultuous our journey might be, we will always have this moment. A testament to our love, passion, and desire for each other. A beacon that will guide us through the darkest of storms. As sleep gradually claims us, I hold her tighter against me. Drifting off to the rhythmic rocking of the boat and Meera's steady breathing in my ear, I realize with crystal clear certainty that I am irrevocably in love with this human woman, and no force on Arasat can change that fact.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 23. Meera. Well, that's that then, I guess. I can see the mansion on the horizon and know that we'll be reaching it any moment. The sun is disappearing, leaving pink, violet and crimson hues in the sky, the clouds black and maroon wisps. If you had told me this was a hellscape, I would have called you a liar. As unnatural, horrifying and desolate as Ikoth normally looks, on moments like these, if only briefly, I can see its beauty. Still, the air is crisp and dry, and I am parched and exhausted. In a little bit, when the sun sets, the stars will dot the horizon in every conceivable hue, Cavan says, looking over my shoulder through the open window. The carriage rocks shakily, the Zarins trampling over fallen branches and debris from the storm. You could probably see it back home too, if you looked up. It's just that the dark red skies bring out the sunlight a little better. His head looking over my shoulder, I rest my head against his. You planned this, didn't you? I ask him, smirking slightly. He chuckles. Not at all. We had to move fast. Uh-huh, I say sarcastically. The moment feels perfect as I nuzzle into him, but the mansion is mere seconds away, and soon we'll be stepping out of the carriage, away from the flash of beauty and from the time we shared together. Well, okay, he says. The celestial event might have had something to do with it. I laugh meekly. It feels like coming home as we pull up and come to a stop, the mansion's front door entering my view. But I know that this isn't my home. My home was wiped away, enveloped in genocide and a fleeting squabble between my kind and the Zafans. I inhale sharply. Something wrong? Cavan asks, opening the door to the carriage. I step outside onto the harsh and unruly gravel. Not at all, I lie, smiling. I'm just happy to be back. The truth is, as I push open the door to the large foyer, that I want to feel at home here. But I'm still terrified that none of it is real, that all of it will be snatched away in an instant, just like everything I've ever known. So do I keep running? When do I return to holding on for dear life, against chaotic elements indifferent to my existence? I'm free, I think, a smile crossing my lips. There's nothing more they can do to me now. You look incredibly tired. I turn around to face Cavan, his comments startling me out of my reverie. He wears a look of deep concern. You should really get some rest. I shake my head. I'm fine, I counter, suppressing a yawn, my muscles weary. But Cavan pushes me, nudging me toward the staircase. As much as I hate to admit it, sleep does seem like an enticing prospect right now. "I'll be here when you wake up," Cavan promises. "Just please, get some rest." "You exerted yourself a lot more than I did," I argue. "Shouldn't you be the one getting some rest?" He contemplates for a moment, looking up at the chandelier, which sways slightly. "I guess Goran is screwed, at least for now," he says. "I'm sure he'll regroup eventually, but—" Cavan turns his back to me, before spinning back around. "I'll get some rest later," he says. "Maybe you've earned your rest, but I still can't be caught off guard." I trudge up the staircase away from him, looking down as he leaves my sight, and I hear the distant unfurling of parchment. Every step brings me closer to an unfathomable destiny, the staircase much longer than I remember. So Goran's really not that big of a threat anymore. I know Cavan is playing up the danger because he likes to stay 12 steps ahead of everything. I actually think I admire his work ethic. But there's a relief to his voice that hasn't been there in a long time, probably not for the entire time I've known him. Whereas before, everything had an undeclared urgency, as though Goran was at the gates and could breach through at any minute. Now I think he's finally finding peace. "And that means I don't have to be here anymore," I whisper. I reach up, touching one of the suits of armour as I leave the staircase. I'm surprised to find a few droplets of moisture on one spalder and the slightest hint of dust on the other. It pains me to say it, but I was really only here for this one mission against Goran. He's shown me his other operations, his future plans, and every step of the way he's made it clear that I'm not essential to them. They're on other continents, in distant cities with names I've never heard and can barely pronounce. They're far from New Solace. But he made it clear that this mission was crucial, I think. This mission changed the tide. I step into the wooden office, looking at the stacked desk full of weathered parchment. If I stepped out the door now, would he even stop me? Wouldn't I be perfectly fine to leave now? I crack a smile. My freedom, away from this place, away from Cavan, and away from everything I've ever known, is both tempting and menacing. It's a burdensome question mark, left dangling but invisible. I'd probably be trampled, I say aloud. For hours, I consider the door that's open to me, knowing that I'm nothing to Goran, and that the only few who could care about my presence are dead. The door is just down the staircase, about 300 steps away. I lie awake in bed, despite being almost completely consumed by my exhaustion. I desperately want to sleep. I should be at peace. But as Cavan presses into the bed next to me and his arms envelop me, my doubts are given physical form. Ink is still on his fingers, rubbed off from his maps and scrolls. He drifts off to sleep quickly, his snores filling the room, and I find myself smiling again. Only, I realise, this smile feels authentic. I lean into his embrace. How could I leave this behind? His arms are delicate, his touch tender. Despite being a giant of a creature who could engulf Arasak in shadow if he wanted, he's chosen me. I'd probably be trampled, I think again to myself. If I left this mansion, where would I possibly go? What would I possibly find that could be better than this? Probably nothing. I shift in bed, looking into Cavian's closed eyes, his warm breath a comfort in this chilly room. You could protect me, couldn't you? If everything went to hell and my whole world collapsed again? You would fight for me. Wouldn't you? My home, or the home I once knew, is in ruins and shambles, and I can't ever go back to that. But even though I don't want to admit it, there's part of this place that feels like home, though not like a home I've ever known before. It's in the wings and hidden rooms of this mansion I've never explored, that Cavan hasn't filled with furniture. It's in the inhospitable red sky lurking just outside the threshold, a desert beyond these walls both exhilarating and foreboding. But mostly it's in him. The thought of waking up without him terrifies me, and I suddenly realise that the weight in my shoes wasn't the strange world beyond these doors. It was the emptiness I'd feel from being apart from him. When did he become so important to me? I glimpse away from his dreaming eyes toward the sky just outside the window. Dots of red, green, and turquoise fill the night, with purple mists and white dotting lines. Yellow comets pass over the red ambience, shooting down toward unknown destinations. And the shadow of a moon reflects a slight aura of blue into the crimson night. Is that Neomia? Or is that Idie? I ponder. I suddenly wish Cavan was awake to see this with me. Hey, Cavan, I whisper quietly. His snores overpower my voice. Cavan. A slight hitch in his snoring, and he goes silent. What is it? He asks groggily. The sky. Didn't you want to watch it with me? It's really beautiful. He chuckles. Don't worry, it'll still be here tomorrow, he says. Maybe we'll watch it then. Before I can respond, his snoring has filled the room even louder. I suppress the urge to laugh. If I leave now, I'm going to miss lying out under the stars with him. How could I do that? I shake him, and he's unresponsive, still just as asleep as ever. I close my eyes, letting his snores lull me into sleep. Briefly, I wonder what life would have been like without him, imagining that I'd been purchased by anybody else on that auction block. Rather than filling my day with schemes, wandering freely over the grounds and among the halls of a mansion, I'd be confined to a small quarters at the top of a house, kept largely out of sight. Every day would be a repetitive grind, cleaning the latrines and the kitchens before my owners woke up. I don't know if I could survive that, I think. And then I think of all the people I could still help if I stayed by Cavan's side. Because the fact is that my work isn't done, as much as I want it to be. There are still people suffering under careless owners who neglect and abuse them. And neither is he, I think. Though I know how powerful Goran is, I also know there are other slave owners, even beyond Goran, who are probably even more ruthless. And I can't imagine that Cavan's mission ends with Goran. Although somewhere, he's still got a business to run once Goran has faded away completely and been left without a shred of power. That would be nice too. I could help him. I curl up into him, feeling his warmth against me. The truth is that I have no idea what's in store for me. But I know that a world without Cavan is as bleak and inhospitable as Ikoth's deepest deserts.
Chapter 24. Cavan. So what did you need to talk to me about that was so urgent? The weather is scorching, the trees dried and almost barren. Vex and I stand on the grounds just outside the manor. My eyes peel around the area, looking for traces of Meera. I wanted to make sure I wasn't followed. Thankfully, she seemed to be taking a nap when I left, but she does tend to find out things she doesn't need to know, so I can't guarantee she isn't behind one of the decaying trees, listening in. Vex looks uneasily around him. Did you really want to talk out here in the open? He asks. We really don't want anybody eavesdropping. You made it seem like it was a private matter. If you want to keep this quiet, then this is the best place to have this discussion. He looks around, chuckles, then nods. Right. I just wasn't sure how your human would react if she found out. She's Meera, I reply. Her name is Meera, and she'll handle it quite fine when I tell her later. Vex takes his hands and places them behind his back, then takes 2 steps forward, starting to pace nervously. Can you just tell me what's on your mind? I ask. This interaction is somewhat pissing me off. Clearly there's something Vex doesn't want me to know, but he doesn't think I'm going to handle it well. Did he mess up somewhere? Has Goran recovered more quickly than we thought? Or did he somehow betray me? My jaw tightens at the thought, and I feel myself unconsciously starting to scowl. No, he wouldn't do that. If this is going to continue to work out, you're going to have to trust him more than that. So it's about Goran, Vex starts, already trailing off. Yes, I clarify. I figured it was. Vex sighs. There's no easy way to tell you this, but you know that mission that went surprisingly well? That you and your... He stops himself before he addresses Meera as the human again. That you and Meera foiled. Given that it only happened 3 or 4 days ago, yeah, I reply. I'm pretty familiar with it. I try to ease the severity of my voice. I never saw myself as that kind of leader, strict to the point of being hard to work with. But Vex sent for me out of the blue, with little warning or ceremony. Last night we were in the middle of an intimate moment, and a thud filled the room as a karasu hit the closed window of our manor. He didn't even clarify what it was about. The parchment I pulled from the limping karasu simply read, "We need to talk. Privately." The hardest part was keeping it a secret from Meera. I really didn't want to ruin the moment any more than I already had. But I partly feel like this isn't necessarily her fight either. She's already done her part. Why she hasn't left yet is beyond me. However, thinking about that inevitability does cause me a handful of unpleasant feelings. Well, Vex says, breaking my thoughts, it didn't go quite as well as we had hoped. I feel my fists clench at my side, but relax them slightly, realizing that it isn't Vex's fault. How? Pardon? I take a deep breath, my nostrils flaring. I can see Vex cowering slightly. He likes to claim we're both equals, but I still sometimes see the fear in his eyes when he angers me. How didn't it go as well as we hoped? I press. Our plans seem pretty foolproof to me. He nods solemnly, his eyes more drawn to the ground than toward my gaze. Well, I thought it was weird when you told me what happened, so I went back and double-checked. You thought it was weird? Vex purses his lips. Look, the way you described it, there was almost no fight at all, he says. We were expecting a lot more guards and a lot more resistance. Not if we caught them by surprise, I counter. He raises his hand for a second, articulating, before letting it fall to his side. Even then, he says, there were 3 guards there watching an entire group of humans. It was hardly the fight we were anticipating. I swallow, dreading the news he still hasn't told me. So your point, which I think you're getting to, but I keep interrupting. He smiles, glad at my abrupt and unnatural attempt to ease the tension. He can still see that I'm upset, and that he needs to choose his words carefully. Right. So I think you didn't confirm the kill. There were a few dead guards at the scene, sure, but one of them must have slipped away. One of them must have survived to tell the tale of what happened. I close my eyes and meditate silently, ready for him to confirm the news I know is coming. My nails are still cutting into my palms. Any tighter, and I might draw blood. So the slaves you thought you freed. I think back on that night. How perfect it seemed that there were no witnesses left alive. My entire memory of that night is ruined. Every bit of celebration we've enjoyed has been for nothing. But he still hesitates, as though expecting me to finish his sentence. They were all recaptured not long after you left, Vex says. I didn't expect the news to be this bad. All of them? Vex shakes his head. Well, to my intel, several of them were killed in transit, to set an example, he clarifies. It feels like ice falls into my lungs. But there is at least one silver lining to all of this. Upon realizing it, I heave a momentary sigh of relief, though it does little to ease the anger or tension I'm feeling. At least there were no witnesses, I say, smiling, realizing that the only people who could have seen us were taken back into captivity. But Vex vehemently shakes his head. No, Cavan, he says. Are you listening? One of them escaped. Goran knows you're responsible. I suppose it makes more sense that Goran's been wise to my schemes. I haven't exactly made my disdain for him a secret. Taking 2 steps away from Vex, I look back at the house. How do I tell her? You should probably be prepared for Goran, Vex says, offering it more as a casual suggestion than advice, out of fear of provoking my wrath. I simply nod, still not looking him in the eye. It'll take him some time to get here, I think. Last I heard, he was back in New Solus, meaning you still have time. I look back at him from over my shoulder, I never stopped preparing for him. Even when I thought he was gone for good, I know he's a lazy idiot, but gods, is he petty. That's good, Vex says. As long as you have a plan, that's all we can ask for. If she's not somewhere watching me on the grounds, Meera is up in her bed, sleeping peacefully. She already thinks we've won. How do I tell her all of our efforts were callously undermined, and that somehow Goran has stayed 2 steps ahead of me? I turn to face Vex, not showing my anger, but instead offering a look of quiet determination. We'll get him, I say. This is only a minor setback. Vex nods. He might have been prepared for us, but I think we riled him. I feel my brow arch in response. And how do you know that? Vex hardens his stance, speaking with confidence rather than fear. He doesn't know how enraged I still am. He doesn't know how terrified I am. Well, since your attack, Goran has been increasing security, but it's spreading him thin, Vex says. I smile, taking every bit of affirmation I can get. It's only a matter of time before he comes then, I say, leaning against the tallest tree in my yard, which remains steadfast and healthy despite the seasonal changes. Vex nods. You may go, I say, dismissing him while studying the tree I'm leaning against. This tree has weathered some of the worst storms in Ikoth, yet it has grown more healthy than any other tree here. I long for that same vitality and perseverance. Keep the faith, he says. Any update I have, I'll be sending your way. So stay alert. A wry grin crosses his face. And don't have too much fun. I'd hate to interrupt anything again. He walks away from me and I shake my head in disbelief. How the hell did he know? I wonder if perhaps he can magically see through his karasu and was watching everything, before realizing he was probably just messing with me. But the thought of letting down my defenses with Meera, even for a moment, is revolting to me. That's how Goran's forces can infiltrate my home, ruining everything. After all, if they know about what happened in the slave auction in New Solus, then there's a good chance they know about her too. And if the slaves they reacquired told them anything, they also know the best way to get to me is through her. But here in Ikoth, she's nobody to most people. The thought crosses my mind before I shake my head. I can't be caught unaware. For every bit of planning I've been doing in anticipation of this, I need to redouble my efforts. I can't allow myself to be distracted. Not for another moment.
Chapter 25. Meera. Breakfast was amazing as always. I stretch my back, feeling rejuvenated and energized after enjoying a hearty meal so early. My eyes fall on Cavian's plate, which is untouched. You're not hungry. Cavian stares into space, his foot tapping rhythmically on the ground. Cavian? I walk over to him and reach out to touch his cheek. He jumps a little and turns his head away. Not now, Meera. I can't help but frown. What's the matter? Nothing. My heart skips a beat. You're lying. Cavian has never lied to me before. He is many things, but he's not a liar. At least, not when it comes to us. He picks up his glass of wine and sips it. His face is clouded, and his eyes are focused on something I can't see. It's a bit early for him to be drinking. I rest my hand on his. I can tell that something's bothering you. What is it? Meera, stop this incessant questioning. He absent-mindedly puts down the glass, and it tips over, spilling wine on the tablecloth. A young demon servant rushes over and begins cleaning up the mess. I give Cavian a pointed look. He rolls his eyes and sighs dramatically, as if dealing with a stubborn child. Yes, something is on my mind. We have declared war against a powerful slave trader. Of course, that's going to weigh heavy on my mind. Silence falls over the room, and I start to feel uncomfortable, as if something's happening that I can't control. There has to be more to this. He's never so on edge. It's making me feel worried, and I don't like that. I walk back to my seat and we sit quietly for moments that drag on, neither making a move to break the silence. I finally snap. My palm slams against the table. Can you just talk to me? Cavan looks at me as if he doesn't know what I'm going on about. If things are worrying you so much, talk to me about them. Don't just brood and exclude me. I know he's not human and he does things differently, but we've had a really open relationship so far. Is it going to change now? Of all times? There is nothing to talk about. He gives me a scolding look. And I don't brood. Yeah, you totally do. You just did. While I won't deny that it's attractive, it makes me feel like there's this wall between us, like you don't trust me anymore. If I didn't trust you, you wouldn't be privy to everything you know. Another stupid answer that doesn't really answer my questions. Stubborn asshole. With another exasperated sigh, he stands up and walks away. I follow him. Wait a minute. This conversation is not over. You've been very confident about your plans to take down Goran. Why are you suddenly so concerned? I pull on his hand and he stops to look at me. I try not to sound too annoying, but just can't help but want to plead with him. What's changed? He looks into my eyes, his own glowing with an unfamiliar emotion. His eyes then slowly trail over my face, as if he's trying to commit it to memory. So much has changed, he says, his voice barely audible. Cavan, what is going on? My voice comes out higher than I intended, and I clear my throat. Please, talk to me. He turns away and walks to his private study. There is nothing wrong. Now leave me be. I must go over the details of my plans. What kind of crap is this? We've been planning our strategies together from the start. Why does he want to do this alone all of a sudden? I walk behind him and enter his study as well, determined to continue our discussion. He doesn't even seem to notice as he sits down at his table and starts to study parchments of paper. I grab the paper from his hands and throw it on the table. Tell me what is going on right now. Anger washes over his face, and for a second I regret my rash actions. Then he takes a deep breath and his face becomes stoic once more. Nothing is going on. Stop being a child, Meera. I'm being a child. You're the one who is clearly upset and worried about something but won't tell me what it is, and don't give me any more vague answers. I grab his hand. Don't you believe in me anymore? After everything we've been through, why are you suddenly pulling away from me? My heart races, and I slowly let go of his hand. Did I do something wrong? Did I somehow disappoint you? Cavan's expression changes to one of regret. He quickly reaches out and cups my cheek with his hand. No, you did nothing wrong, He lets out a heavy sigh and gestures for me to take a seat across from his table. I sit down, not once breaking eye contact with him. It must be bad, he never acts this melodramatically. For a moment, Cavan simply stares at me. Then he takes a deep breath and folds his hands on the table, his fingers interlaced. He looks down at his table for a brief second before looking up at me. Things are worse than I initially let you believe. How bad? Bad enough to give me a restless night. I nod slowly. That must mean he received news from Vex he wasn't expecting. The slaves we freed were recaptured, Cavan continues. Goran now knows who was behind everything. Cavan's jaw clenches and he looks away, staring into space. I chew on my lower lip, letting his words sink in. So our attack on the auction house can be traced back to you. Goran will surely seek retaliation. He looks back at me and nods. He will most definitely want to face me personally and make me pay. He goes quiet again but speaks just as I'm about to ask what his defensive plan is. You're going to leave here first thing tomorrow. You'll be taken to my coastal Zelinthus estate before Goran's attack. I jump up from my chair. You can't be serious. I've never been more serious about anything before. The blood leaves my face, and I can feel my stomach sink into my feet. There is absolutely no way I'm leaving at a time like this, not when we know Goran could be on his way this very minute. I walk around the table and stand next to him, pinning him down with a resolute stare. My place is at your side. I've been at your side since the beginning, and that's where I want to be until the very end. Cavan looks away again. He doesn't say anything. I have to stay and fight alongside you. That was the plan from the start. It's what we agreed on. Don't go back on your word now. Suddenly, Cavan stands, his fist slamming down on the table, hard enough to make it shake and slightly crack. I only want you to be safe. I will be safe when I'm with you. I know that. It's where I'll be the safest. I grab Cavan by his shirt, knowing full well that I'll piss him off even more. That's fine. Get mad at me, yell at me, be angry. Just don't push me away and face this on your own. His face remains expressionless, but I can see a shimmer of pain and desperation in his eyes. Taken by surprise, I let go of him and he sits down again, clearly agitated. My voice is soft when I speak again. Please, I want to stay with you. Until the end. Goran is out for revenge, and he is aching to kill us both. I cannot let that happen. My lower lip trembles as I search for the words to make Cavan change his mind. He pulls me into his lap, and I fall against his chest. Soft sobs of frustration escape me, and I cling to him while he holds me tightly. He wants to protect me, even if that means sending me away. I get that, but it's not fair. I don't want to leave him. For a while we don't say anything, simply holding each other, wordlessly expressing how we feel. You saved me from a life of certain misery. I owe you my life. But now, you want me to leave you at the most crucial moment of a fight we started together. I look up into his eyes and see nothing but his love for me. It's in stark contrast with the dark, dangerous look usually on his face. My heart swells with happiness that someone like him could love me so much, but also breaks with the knowledge that I'd be away from him when he meets his biggest foe. We will see each other again, I swear. I won't keep you waiting long. Cavan's words seem to directly address every fear I have. The way he holds me is at odds with his words, though, because it feels like he's trying to discreetly say goodbye. With a heavy heart, I stand up and return to the chair across from his table. I will go. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. I want to stay. Cavan walks over to me and pulls me to my feet. Meera, it's only because I want to keep you safe. I dragged you into this and it's my duty to ensure that you remain unharmed. I nod and do my best to blink back the tears threatening to stream out of my eyes. I hate that you want to do it this way, but I understand. I'll do what makes the coming battle easier for you. Thank you, Meera. He embraces me tightly as if for the last time. I wrap my arms around him and hold him close, our hearts beating in rhythm. I love you, Cavan.
Chapter 26. Cavan. Do you have everything? I ask, looking down at Meera as she shuffles up and down the stairs, finding her belongings she and I purchased during her time in Ikoth. She came to me with almost nothing but the clothes on her back. Rebuilding and getting her acclimated to life here has been difficult, and now I'm sending her away again. It's a painful realization I'm still suppressing, but it's for the best, I think. At least this way, she has a chance at survival. By now, I've all but confirmed to myself that here at the mansion, she's an easy way for them to get to me. I've also accepted that we need to move fast, and that there's little time for goodbyes. Still, if I send her out in the wilderness, what chance do I have at protecting her myself? How safe is she, away from my eyes? Her response takes me out of my burdensome inner monologue. I'm going as fast as I can, she says. I'm just not sure what to take, and what to leave. I don't know when I'm going to see you next. Leave nothing behind, I caution. My tone is unnaturally stern, and I realize at her dejected face that I've said something wrong. Look, I still don't know what they're going to do to me, or to this place, I add. Goran is one giant piece of crap, so I wouldn't be surprised if... The possibilities run through my mind. I can see him burning my mansion to the ground and flaying me alive. I can see him taking me prisoner somewhere and forcing me to work like some common slave. Not that I'm going to give him that chance. If he sets foot here, I'm going to raze the ground beneath him, leaving him a charred shadow. But I can already see how distressing this situation is, so I don't explain that this place she's come to love might not be here if she ever returns. I just don't really know about the musical instruments you bought me, she says. They're heavy and unwieldy, and I think traveling light might be better. I nod. But when she heads to Zalinthus, I don't want her to fall back into the life she knew before she knew me. I don't want her to take as little as possible, doing without entertainment and things to keep her sane in trying times. I want her to keep appreciating beauty the same way I have. It's going to be okay, I think. I'm going to get out of this just fine. And then we'll be reunited as if nothing ever happened. But convincing myself to see beyond this moment when I'll soon be watching her carriage depart is incredibly taxing. How could I live in the hollow halls of this mansion again, with nobody left for company? I can already feel them tugging at my sanity preemptively. But even before I met Meera, I was certain that my life was missing something. Now that she's leaving it for real, and I've known exactly what was absent in my life, how can I legitimately part with it? Every passing moment fills me with dread. There's still so much uncertainty lingering in the air. Am I really doing the right thing? Is she safer away from me than with me? If she winds up getting injured because of a mistake I made, I'm not sure I could live with myself. The roads seem far more foreboding than the walls of this home. Roving bandits thrive in them, and there are captors far less scrupulous who would gladly take Meera under their ownership illegally. I'm doing a lot of this on blind faith. Running my hands along the banister, I bring myself up to the next floor, where I hear Meera rummaging around. I watch as she stuffs as much as she can into her luggage, crouching down beside her bed. Can I do anything to help? She nearly jumps several feet. Her head swivels to look up at me. I'll probably need your help hauling this downstairs, she says. But I'm good for now. I nod, just content to watch her as she returns to packing. I want to cherish every moment of her in this house. I'd love to cuddle up next to her, just feeling her against me one more time. But I know that time will come. Soon I'll be able to give her a proper goodbye. Right now she's preparing. It was hard enough convincing her to leave the mansion. There are still rooms I could hide her in, secret passages under this mansion, leading nowhere, and hidden hallways that lead everywhere in the mansion. But it's not enough. From the time I was young, when this was my parents' house, I've always treasured the magic of this place. And I'm glad that I've been able to share it with her in return, to give her a glimpse of the privileged life I enjoyed. It's been so brief, though. I always thought we'd be able to enjoy our journey together much longer. How long has it been? Mere weeks? Months? Our time together has felt so long and yet so short. Get yourself together. My cold and calm exterior is beginning to fade. I feel myself losing a grip on the strength and intimidation I project, and I realize that even a moment of vulnerability is ample time for my enemies to sneak in and unravel me. And I can't let that happen. Not when I need to be strong for Meera. I pace aimlessly through the hallways, polishing suits of armor for almost no reason. Perhaps it's to pass the time so that I don't have to deal with the oppressive burden of our inevitable parting. I want her out of the mansion. I want to take this dagger my enemies have lodged in me and rip it out if only to get it over with. If she's going to leave, I hope that it's soon, so that I no longer have to bear what I know is coming. Are you okay? I look up from where I'm resting, on the hard hallway floor. The torches are burning brightly even though the sun is already up. Meera stands above me, a small satchel in her hands. Fine, I grumble simply. Why? She purses her lip. Well, it's just that you're really wearing down that armor, she replies. I think it's probably plenty polished by now. I smile simply in response. Of course. I nod. Thank you for the reminder. Her eyes dart awkwardly from side to side. I didn't mean that you couldn't help pack, she says. If you want to help, feel free. I nod. How much did you say this carriage could fit again? She asks. I start to reply, but she waves her hand. She gestures for me to follow, and I mirror her pace, moving along the hallway, which will soon be empty once more. When I'm alone, I don't often maintain these halls. I used to have a servant for exactly that purpose. Now, Vex is the closest thing I have to help, and he only jokes about it. I can already feel myself wasting away here. But as Meera leads me back toward her bedroom, and I'm standing in the doorway looking in, I have to suppress a laugh. The room is piled high with luggage. I didn't even know she had this much to her name. I hope you don't mind, but I might be borrowing a few things to remember you by, Meera suggests. I take a second to collect myself, feeling my lips that were earlier curled upward start to narrow. Hey, it's better you take them than them being lost in some terrible fire. That was the part I wasn't supposed to say out loud. That's kind of what I figured, she says. Is Meera a kleptomaniac? She opens satchels, revealing the first candlestick we ever burned together, some old scuffed silverware, several used and worn quills, among a host of other things that have sentimental value to her, but which I'd just as easily discard. And she knows what matters to me because nothing in these bags would I ever even remotely consider an heirloom. Maybe I should stash those somewhere just in case, I think. I could even have some of that stuff sent along with her anyway, just in case. I'm not taking too much, am I? She asks. I shake my head. Like I told you, the carriage is plenty spacious, I tell her, so you really don't need to worry about overcrowding it. I help her carry the large stash of belongings down the stairs toward the waiting carriage. Some of it is awkward in my arms, but none of it is really heavy. You weren't kidding, she says, heaving a sigh of relief as she sets a satchel down next to the carriage. This thing is huge. I nod. I swore we'd taken it at least once together. It's larger than the carriage we first took after I rescued her from the auction block. My only fear is that it might be an easy target for robbers. Maybe I shouldn't be sending her off on her own, I think. Maybe I should make sure I've got skilled fighters alongside her, rather than just the driver. Please don't send me away. I turn around quickly and a single tear has formed in her eyes. I'm not sure what to say. Hearing it is a huge relief, a confirmation of her love for me. But I also can't abandon this course of action now. We've gotten word that Goran's men could be mere days away. If we dally even a little bit, she could be caught in the crossfire. I never wanted to, I tell her. I'm only doing this so that one day we might have a chance. And I take her in my arms, pressing my face against hers as I kiss her in a strong embrace. I never want this moment to end. If I could just freeze myself here, knowing that we'd never part ways, forever in her hold, it would be perfect. If only. I leave her standing there. My last memory of her is standing there, her eyes still closed, mere moments after her kiss. I don't want to watch her leave. I can't bear to say goodbye. I'll see her soon anyway, I delude myself. Right now I need to plan. And I return to the mansion, burying myself in my work. I try to close my attention off to the cart rolling away. I try to pretend she's still just in the other room waiting for me.
Chapter 27. Meera. Please stay safe. I don't want to lose you to a battle I should be joining. I wave at Cavan, who simply nods before turning away and walking back into the mansion. The door closes and the carriage starts to move. It slowly makes its way down the winding road leading to the edge of the estate. I stare back at the mansion's grandiose doors, my heart heavy. The carriage suddenly grinds to a stop, the Zarins screeching loudly. The beasts balk loudly, and I can hear them nervously pawing at the ground. Something spooked them. They'll probably run off in a panic if they aren't calmed immediately. Calm down, calm down! The driver is desperately trying to placate the beasts, but judging from their noises, he's failing badly. Relax, you stupid anim. The driver's sudden scream sends a chill down my spine. Whatever's happening to him must be extremely painful. Something makes the carriage shake violently, and a scream escapes my mouth before I can even react. Out! I need to get out! I leap from the carriage and start sprinting back toward the mansion for help. I trip over a filthy clawed foot, deliberately blocking my way as I round the carriage. I fall to the ground with a heavy thud, my arms scraping on the cobblestone. I manage to prevent my face from intimately befriending the ground with my hands, but the wind's been knocked out of my chest. The foot that brought me down presses down on my head, and I turn to try and see who's attacking me. Sun rays shine directly into my eyes, preventing me from identifying my attacker. When he speaks, though, I can hear he's a Zafan. "Hey, human bitch, why don't you play nice and come with me?" The Zafan's voice makes my skin crawl, and I try to push myself up from the ground. Oh great, these degenerates again. I silently curse my luck. He giggles, his foot pressing down harder. His talons dig into my back, and I have to bite back the scream threatening to tear out of my mouth. I refuse to give you the satisfaction of making me scream. A big hand pulls me to my knees, its grip so hard I'm sure I'll be bruised for days. His satisfied grin makes my stomach turn, and I swallow hard to hold back my nausea. "You thought you were untouchable, didn't you?" He bends over and grabs me by my chin to force me into eye contact. "Thought we couldn't get near you just because you're screwing a demon, huh, bitch?" I grimace and yank my arm out of his grip. "Screw you!" "Not even if I was paid." The creature spits on the ground before grabbing me by my neck and forcing me to my feet. "I have to collect your ass and keep you alive." His eyes travel over my body as he speaks. "But that doesn't mean I can't have my fun with you first." He throws me to the ground and I'm barely able to prevent my head from connecting and possibly cracking my skull. He growls and kicks me in the side. "Get up. I like to beat humans when they're on their feet." I refuse and instead start to crawl away. I just need to find some kind of weapon. A rock. Anything to fight back with. My foot is grabbed and I'm pulled back with impressive speed and force. Small rocks cut into my skin and I yelp in pain. "Where do you think you're going? Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" He kicks me again, this time in the ribs. "You humans are far too weak to escape us." I frantically look around, trying to find an escape or a weapon. Either would help me greatly. He walks over to me and stops only when he's basically on top of me, his feet at my thighs. I glare up at him, which makes him laugh. "You think you're so tough, but you're just another stupid human. A human that's going to die very soon." He cackles and reaches out to grab me again. Thinking fast, I grab him instead, using both hands to pull him down by his arm, his shoulders nearly on top of my head. I keep pulling and then kick him in the stomach, and by some miracle manage to throw him over my shoulder. I hear him hit the ground behind me with great satisfaction, but don't stick around to see if he's hurt. Instead, I make a run for it, once again trying to reach the mansion doors. Cavan must have heard the attack by now. He's probably on his way. I just need to get to him. I'm still celebrating escaping in my mind when I run face first into another Zafan. Although I manage to stay upright and not fall flat on my arse, my heart drops when I look up. "You've got to be kidding me." He's a really tall, muscular one. He blinks fast, looking at his comrades slowly getting up behind me and back at me. It dawns on him who I am, and a grin spreads on his face. Oh ho. Didn't think I'd get to personally meet with the demon's mistress today. Was hoping to just witness your death with my own eyes, not play a part in it. He licks his lips. "Ah, it must be my lucky day." He laughs cruelly. "And your unlucky day, stupid human." "How many of them are there? I need to get away and back into the mansion." He sees me glancing at the mansion behind him and laughs even louder. "You're not going anywhere, little former slave. You're definitely not going back to that bastard demon." He pulls out a whip with unnatural speed and impressive skill. My stomach turns. I remember what Zafans are able to do with whips. Before I can move a muscle to escape, A loud crack pierces the air, and my thigh feels like it's on fire. I grab my leg, biting back a scream of pain, only barely able to hold back. Tears fill my eyes, and I blink rapidly. Foolish human, you have no idea who you're up against. His high-pitched laughter drums into my ears, and I have to focus hard to block it out and search for a way to escape this situation. Think, Meera, think. You need to get away. I look around, but there's nothing that could possibly aid me. There's no hope. Unless I can. But he wouldn't fall for that, right? I look into his eyes and will myself to go calm. I straighten my back and start laughing, almost maniacally. He stares at me, bewildered. His hand is raised in preparation to strike with the whip again. The only fool here is you, because you don't know who you're up against. What? His jaw goes slack. What the hell are you talking about? I grin. You're about to find out. Making my eyes go wide to appear wild, I start to chant words that sound as if they're from an ancient tongue. In reality, I'm only doing this to distract them, to scare them off, to give me a chance to run back to Cavan once the opportunity allows. A gust of wind rustles through my hair, lending some dramatics to the moment. Well, wait, stop that, shut up. He stammers, his eyes panicked. Stop whatever it is you're doing right now. His voice goes an octave higher at the last two words. I let out a fierce battle cry and aim both hands at him. The confused Cavan closes his eyes and blocks his face with his arms, wincing in anticipation of my attack. As soon as his eyes close, I start running, swiftly making my way past him and towards the mansion. I've only bought myself a few seconds. Hopefully that's enough. You bitch! Get back here! The whip just barely misses my back, and I hear it sing behind me. I run as fast as I can, doing my best to stay out of the claws of the many Cavans around me. They greedily reach for me, and I only barely dodge them. The Cavan's angry cussing isn't far behind me. The mansion doors are just a few feet away. If I'm fast enough, I can get to safety, get to Cavan. Leave her! She's mine to deal with personally! The voice is harsh and cold, and it makes my heart race unnaturally. The air around me suddenly goes silent, as if nature itself has fled the scene. Unexplainable but truly undeniable fear makes me freeze. A soft breeze wafts past me, and I feel my skin break out in goosebumps. There's a thin layer of sweat covering every inch of my body. What is this feeling? A primal fear that makes me want to disappear and hope that whoever is behind me won't find me. Before I can even think of turning around to see who the voice belongs to, I'm pulled back by my hair. A cry of pain bursts out of me, and I reach up, desperately trying to free myself. I struggle violently, causing myself more pain but not caring. I just want to get away. Let me go! I scream, hoping to sound angry rather than afraid. My voice cracks and I know it's obvious I'm more scared than I've ever been before. My struggle is in vain. Whoever got their hands on me is supernaturally strong. I scream again as my head is brought back with deliberate force, and I look into the eyes of a Cavan. This one is bigger than any others I've seen before. He's got intelligent eyes and a nasty, self-satisfied grin. There is an almost visible aura around him, as if he exudes malice. I shiver, fear clouding my mind and preventing me from thinking of anything but him. Goran. This must be Goran. He's come for revenge against me and Cavan. As I stare into his eyes, his mirthless laughter makes my heart want to shrivel up. Oh, is this how I die? Tears of regret fill my eyes. I'm sorry, Cavan. I let you down. After all our hard work and everything we've been through.
Chapter 28. Cavan. I sit motionless at my desk, wondering what I have just done. Contrary to my body, my mind runs amok with an endless train of thoughts, all of them about Meera. Sighing in defeat, I lean my head back on my chair, staring at the ceiling as I think of my brief but wonderful time with Meera. Despite the mission of taking Goran's slave trade down hanging over our heads the entire time, they were still the greatest days of my life. I guess it was simply too good to be true. How could a demon like me have a perfect woman like her? Do I deserve this for telling her I didn't care about humans? I shake it off, knowing my head is talking nonsense. The real reason prevails above all, knowing she's being sent away for safety and safety alone. The thought of harm coming her way worms into my mind, of Goran's goons or the Xaphen himself slaying her, all because I deemed it safe for her to remain with me. If that happened, I don't think I could ever forgive myself. As unshakable and stolid as I carry myself, every man has their limits. I love you. That is why I must let you go. I glance around my study, remembering when we had sex in this very room. I can still hear her screams of pleasure in my head, but something about them feels strange. They sound a little too real, like screams of terror. I hear her scream again, shaking me to my core when I realize it's coming from outside the mansion. In half a second, I run as fast as my feet will carry me. Each turn at the end of every corridor seems to take longer than normal, frustratingly so. Meera's scream rings out again, louder now that I'm drawing nearer. "You failed her," I hear the voice in my head say. "You couldn't even protect her." "Shut up!" I yell, fighting off the horrific thought that the worst is coming to fruition. I turn the final corner and see the doors in the distance. Sprinting for them, I can't help imagining what horror awaits me on the other side. Meera's shriek at least lets me know she is still alive. I only hope she is in one piece. Hurling a shadow orb at the doors, they fly open just in time for me to burst through the threshold. "The carriage!" I blurt out, seeing it tilted with two of the wheels broken off. I look around, spotting no sign of Meera. "How?" I snarl. "I heard her just a moment ago." But a blinding light flashes in front of me, distorting my line of sight for a brief moment. Through the gaps in my hands, Goran materializes, and in his grip is Meera, held by her hair. "Meera!" I yell. At that moment, every ounce of blood within my body turns to ice. She cries out in agony, tears running down her face like a burst dam. The skin beneath her hairline is as red as the sky, flushed red from the pressure of Goran's grip. The Xaphen bastard stands across from me, his free hand dangling over the hilt of his sword. He wears the dirtiest smirk I've ever seen, the smile of a Xaphen who knows he has his opponent right where he wants him. "Goran, let her go!" "But you didn't say the magic word," he quips. Clenching my fist, my hand begins to swell with the force of my magic as I take a valiant step forward. Goran's smirk drops, coiling into a vicious, seething glare of anger as he grips Meera's neck like he's about to break it. "Stay right where you are, Cavan. You're lucky the bitch isn't already dead." I spread my fingers, releasing the buildup of magic. It dissipates as I raise my palms, hesitantly showing the intention not to attack. "Leave Meera out of this," I call out. My voice wavers and threatens to break, my throat closing at the sight of my girl inches from death. "Your problems lie with me and me only." "Don't you dare mock me, demon scum! Those slaves we recaptured spilled all of the details, including the name of this little rat." He pulls back on her hair, forcing Meera to look up at him. "She's quite a treat to the eyes, though I'm sure you already knew that. Maybe I'll have some fun with her first." "You freaking bastard!" Redirecting his stare toward me, the vexation in his eyes grows, now baring his teeth like a feral animal. "Did you really think you could get away with disrupting my slave trade? That was my business, my livelihood that you messed with. What on Arasaka convinced you that was a good idea?" I want to argue back, but my mixture of anger and concern for Meera's life prevents any words from forming. "Both of you will suffer for that. But maybe, just maybe, I will give her a swift death if you offer your life first without resistance. It's a choice no one should have to make." The Xaphen's abhorrent words slip in one of my ears and out the other. I'm too blinded by the building rage to even consider his deadly offer. I will rip the flesh from your bones, I yell. Don't, he spits, tightening his grip on Meera. This is your final warning. Cavan! Meera cries, digging her nails into his hands. Desperation spills out from her expression, mixing with fear in a dreadful concoction that rids her face of the happiness it deserves to wear every day. Damn it, I whisper, my lips trembling with uncertainty. Meera's eyes dart sideways, widening as if spotting someone she recognizes. Corval, she calls out, help me! The next moment slows the passing of time. Each second feels like a minute. I shoot my glare to where she looks, confused when I notice Corval is nowhere to be seen. Goran follows her line of sight too, his eyes vigilant for any sign of movement from the gardens. That's when I realize she hasn't seen Corval at all. She has merely created a distraction, creating the opening I so desperately needed to close the distance between Goran and myself. I have only a split second before the Xafin catches on. But a split second is all I need. My shadow powers propel me forward. I shoot like an arrow from a bow, moving faster than ever before. I hurl a black cloud of shade into the Xafin's eyes that sends him reeling backward. The moment Meera is released from his relentless grip, I pounce like a predator claiming his prey. In a heartbeat, I'm on top of him, one hand trying to gouge out an eye, the other trying to choke him. Asshole! He screams, grabbing my wrist. He pulls me down and uses the momentum of descent to hoist himself over me. Now he's on top, raining down blow after blow. Most of them miss, but the ones that land hurt like nothing else I've ever taken. The Xafin is a strong bastard. I blindly reach for his neck, pulling him down and butting his head with so much force that we both roll away, stunned and disoriented. It feels as though someone is shaking my head. My line of sight can't stay still. In my haziness, I spot a familiar face in Meera, though her outline is blurred. Get back to the mansion, I yell as my vision returns to normal. Glancing over my shoulder, Goran is getting back to his feet. With reaffirmed desperation, I repeat my order. Now, Meera! But I can help! Let me fight! Get back to the mansion. She spins on her heels and breaks off. I turn around to face my foe. In the back of my mind, the voice of doubt tells me I could have done it with the extra help. But I have to fight or die trying. Each of us unsheathes our swords. Twirling the hilt in my hands, I charge, rolling beneath him as he swings like a madman. He turns in the nick of time, our blades clashing as we do battle. Each attack is precise and deadly, designed to take him out in a single blow. I come close every time, but his defense is unmatched, and his attacks are even fiercer than mine. I duck as his sword speeds towards me, feeling it graze the tip of my horn. Had it been my head, it'd have been rolling across the ground. Our swords collide, the battle becoming a test of strength as we push into one another. I'm so close to him that I can smell the reek of his determination to kill me. You should never have screwed with me, he snarls, spitting foamy bubbles onto my face. You'll pay for everything you've done to Meera, and for every human you've wronged, you conniving... A mighty headbutt sends me back, blood spraying out from my nose like a fountain. I raise my sword, but Goran knocks it out of my grip. He hits me again, this time on the side of my skull with the hilt of his sword. The overwhelming force of his kick whisks the wind from my lungs. I tumble back, my knees buckling. Another kick sends me rolling backward. Goran grips me by the throat, unleashing fist after fist that bloodies my bruised face. I'm on my knees, raising my hands, but it's no use. I can barely see, my vision once again blurred from the cruelty of Goran's blows. He knees my chest. I barely have time to breathe before he continues his rampage. Is this it? Is this how it ends?
Chapter 29. Meera. This can't be how things end. I run into the mansion, driven by a deep desire to do something that will help Cavan. Come on, think. There must be something in here that will prove useful. A memory jumps into my mind. Cavan once showed me his armoury, proud of the many beautiful weapons stored in glass cabinets and displayed on the walls. I rush to the armoury, frustrated with my body, which seems to move at a snail's pace. I hurry down hallways and past rooms, running so fast that I'm barely breathing. As I turn a corner, I nearly collide with someone. Narrowly avoiding knocking the person over, I bring myself to a stop. What is happening out there? Corval looks concerned and scared. We're under attack. It's Goran. Call for help and a healer. Cavian's been injured. I yell at him, already running off again in search of a weapon. I finally reach the room I'm looking for and slam the door open, my eyes scanning it for a good weapon. The walls are lined with huge swords and shields, nothing I could ever hope to wield. There's a giant crossbow mounted above a set of arrows, and I sigh. There's no way I could even pick that one up. My eyes fall on something dark green to my right, a deadly spear with a gleaming dagger tip. Ah, just what I need. I grab the spear, finding it to be surprisingly light despite looking lethal. It's made of a shiny type of metal that doesn't weigh much. I lightly toss it in the air with one hand, catching it again to test how it would feel as I wield it. Not bad. It's clearly a good weapon, but not too heavy for me. This thing can help me save Cavian's life. I turn the spear so I can closely inspect the tip. I run a finger along its edge and quickly withdraw when it cuts through my skin. Ow! Damn. I grin. This is perfect. Armed with a deadly weapon now, I rush back outside with renewed energy and hope. I'll kill Goran myself. I'll end that bastard's life today. I exit the mansion to see Goran on top of Cavian, beating him mercilessly. Forming a half circle around him are his henchmen, all cheering him on. Cavian is trying to fight back, but it looks like he's overpowered. Goran is big, and his attacks are laser-focused. He's clearly intent on beating Cavian to death. I want to scream out Cavian's name, but something in me compels me to be quiet. You need the element of surprise, or you'll fail at catching Goran off guard. Stay focused, Meera, no matter what happens. I sneak towards the small trio of Zafan, who are so captivated by the fight that they don't even notice me. Good. I can't afford to be distracted now. Goran is with his back to the mansion and can't see me. He's got Cavian pinned down, his fists connecting with the demon's face repeatedly and brutally. My heart breaks to see Cavian like that, bloodied and near defeat. No, you can't die, I won't let you. I push through the small crowd, nimbly making my way to where Cavian lies, Goran cackling triumphantly. My love, please, hold on. Slowly, carefully, I walk closer, turning the spear in my hand so the tip's pointed at my enemy's back. Now that I'm closer, the sight before me is a horrifying one. Although Goran is injured and bleeding, Cavian is in a worse state. His face is bruised and swollen, blood streaming out of his nose and down his mouth and neck. Seeing him like that makes my blood boil. I've never hated anyone like I hate Goran right now. I pull the spear back and storm forward, a guttural scream erupting from my chest, my eyes blurry with tears. With a satisfying but sickly sound, the spear enters his back. Goran screams in surprise and pain, arching his back in an effort to get away from my weapon. I put my full body weight and the momentum of my run into my attack, driving the spear even further into his back. What the hell? Goran tries to turn, but I yank the spear out of him, my stomach turning when I see flesh and blood spraying from his wound. It's not enough. This won't kill him. I need to attack him again. I pull back and stab him again and again and again. His blood spurts out on the ground and all over me, but I don't stop. I can feel the wetness of his blood as it drips from my face onto the ground. I notice that the crowd of Zafan has gone quiet, and I look up at them, daring them to approach me and save their leader. None of them step forward, their faces filled with a mixture of awe, fear, and anger. You want some of this? I yell, pulling the spear from Goran's back. They collectively take a step back, giving each other looks of trepidation. Slowly they start walking away, not interested in getting involved. Cowards. I look down at Goran, who has started stirring at my feet. He reaches for me as if he could do anything with his back, such a bloody mess of pierced skin and crushed bone. You. Don't even think of coming closer. I bend down, sitting on my haunches, looking into his pitiful eyes. These same eyes looked on with pleasure when humans were tortured and killed. These eyes watched gleefully as he tried to kill Cavan just now. I ought to rip out your disgusting eyes and feed them to you. I should tear out your tongue and slice off your fingers one by one. A sadistic desire to really hurt this creature washes over me. I want to make him pay. Cavan lifts his head, looking in our direction. Kill him, Meera. End our fight here and now. His voice is hoarse and cracks as he speaks. I nod, understanding that I shouldn't draw out the fight more than necessary. I use the spear to push myself to my feet. Looking down at Goran with nothing but disdain, I raise the spear high above my head. It ends tonight. I bring down the weapon with a loud cry, pushing it into his back as deep as I can. Goran screams out in pain, blood bursting from his mouth. You bitch! His words are punctuated by red bubbles and spit. I rip the spear from his body and turn away. With the spear still in my hand, blood dripping from the blade, I walk over to Cavan. I kneel down and put down the weapon. Ignoring the blood on my own hands, I caress his face. Are you okay? Where does it hurt? I'm sure Corval's already arranged for a healer. Cavan takes my hand in his, smiling. His face is coloured with pain, and I can see in his eyes that he's feeling the aftermath of Goran's attack. I'm going to be fine. Thank you. You're so brave. I hear a rustling noise behind me, but before I can turn around, a big hand closes around my neck from behind. Did you really think I'd be that easy to kill? You can't be serious. I'm Goran. I don't just die like that at the hand of a weak little human. I try to reach behind me to free myself, but it's in vain. Goran has me in a deadly grip. Cavan pushes himself off the ground, shakily standing up. Let her go. His voice is weak. Goran bursts into laughter, coughing in between breaths. No flipping way. This bitch thought she could kill me. I will finish her off personally. He throws me to the ground and I hit the ground with a loud thud, the air knocked out of my lungs. You bastard! Cavan screams, a horrifying sound that turns into a howl of anger. He storms at Goran and knocks him off his feet. I can hear the blows landing on Goran's face and body, the demon on top of him punching anywhere he can get an opening. With a grunt, Goran pushes Cavan off, rolling on top of him. I stumble to my feet, unsteady and woozy, but determined to help Cavan. Goran's claws wrap around Cavan's neck, dead set on snuffing out his life. No! I can't let this happen. I look around for anything that can help and my eyes fall on the bloody spear. I swoop it up and charge at Goran once again. This time I aim higher and impale his head with the tip of the spear. A sickening crunching sound can be heard as the blade pierces his skull. The trio of Zaphans who accompanied him here hiss and mumble things under their breath. They begin their retreat, staring at the bloodied corpse that was once their leader. Cavan rolls out from under Goran, who is on his knees, his hands feebly trying to reach for the spear in his head. I push down harder, driving the spear through his head and into the ground. With a low grunt of pain, Goran's arms go limp. He remains in a kneeling position, held up by the spear like a macabre Zaphan tent. I stand frozen, my hand still on the spear until I hear Cavan next to me. Meera. I look up at him immediately. Cavan! I let go of the spear and rush over to him. He embraces me, a big bloody smile on his face. Gently pushing me away, Cavan looks into my eyes. That was amazing. Although the realization that I killed someone is sinking in, I feel no regret. Goran was a filthy bastard and deserved a worse death than I gave him. I look into Cavan's eyes. We don't have to fight anymore. It's over. His eyes shine brightly. It is, and our lives together are just beginning.
Chapter 30. Cavan. Using my shadow powers, I drag Goran's body into my estate. My servants are terrified, but when I call them, they come. "Burn his corpse and be done with him once and for all," I order. Their faces are solemn, eyes wide with fear, but they obey, trembling as they set to work disposing of the Xaphan's body. I can see the relief on their faces when the flames begin to consume his corpse, erasing all traces of him from our home. I don't blame them. I feel it too. But there is still more to do. Taking a deep breath, I turn towards Meera. She's standing in the hallway, her clothes soaked in blood, her eyes wide and vacant. The sight of her shakes something inside of me. "Come," I say softly, reaching out to her. "Let's get you cleaned up." She follows me silently to the nearest bathroom, her steps faltering as if she's lost control over her body. As the tub fills with warm water, I help her out of her blood-soaked clothes. She winces when I touch her bare skin, but makes no sound of protest. "Easy," I tell her as I guide her into the tub. "I know it hurts, but you did well." I can tell she doesn't believe me yet by the look in her eyes, wide and shocked. But that doesn't matter. She will come to understand it soon enough. She is stronger than she thinks. Nobody else could have done what she did tonight. As I wash off the dried blood from her skin, I remember once again why it is that I've stayed here for so long, why I've put up with everything this world has thrown at me. It's because of beings like Meera, resilient and brave, even in the face of unimaginable horrors. And as long as people like her exist, there is still hope for us yet. I look at her, stripped bare of the blood but not of the shock. Her body is stiff and unyielding under my gentle touch. I take my time cleaning her wounds, ensuring she's thoroughly rid of any lingering trace of the Xaphan's presence. "Does it hurt?" I ask, as I lightly tap a particularly nasty gash on her shoulder. She flinches but nods, assuring me it's nothing she can't handle. That's Meera, unbroken even in her vulnerability. When every last trace of blood is washed away, I help her out of the tub and wrap her in a towel. I guide her to a chair by the fireplace in my bedroom, where she sits obediently, still silent but no longer trembling. The flickering flames cast an orange glow on her face, highlighting her sharp cheekbones and the quiet determination in her eyes. It's an image that will be etched into my memory till my last breath. She looks up at me then, uncertainty in those dark depths. "What now?" she asks. I feel myself grinning despite everything that happened today. She frowns at me, curiosity getting the best of her. "What?" she questions quietly. Without a word, I lean down and kiss her. Her arms wrap around my neck, and she pulls me as close as possible. She's eager for my warmth, my comfort, my body. And I aim to give her all of it right here, right now. I pick her up and place her at the foot of my bed where my mouth roams from hers to her collarbone, tracing the path of her pulse with a whisper of a kiss. She shivers in my grip, her breath hitching as I explore her. Her fingers tangle into my hair, pulling me closer. She is alive, very much so, and the realization hits me like a punch to the gut. In the face of death, she has survived, and more than that, she has triumphed. Soon I find myself lying in bed beside her, allowing my hands to travel the expanse of her body, while hers does the same with mine. You know you want more, and we've got it for you. Find the unabridged version of our love story at worldsofprotheka.com. Using code YouTube30 will yield you sweet savings on all the goods. Back to it. Yes, I agree quietly, pulling her close so that her head rests against my chest. We lay there silently for several moments, entwined in each other's arms and reveling in the afterglow. As the adrenaline slowly fades and the reality of our situation begins to settle in, I pull my gaze toward Meera's face. Her eyes are dewy and radiant, her lips swollen from our kisses. Every inch of her screams strength. An image that I'll always remember. This woman who fought beside me, faced death with me, and now lays satiated in my arms. She's more than just a lover. She's a warrior, a partner. "Meera," I whisper, running my fingers through her messy hair. She hums contentedly in response, a soft smile on her face. "Cavan," she breathes out, the sound filling the silence of the room. There's something about hearing my name on her lips that sends a shiver down my spine every time. "I want you to remember this moment," I say quietly. She looks at me curiously but doesn't question me. Instead, she just nods and closes her eyes, leaning into me for comfort. I hope that when the morning comes and the harsh realities of our world come crashing down on us again, we'll still have this moment, this raw and beautiful connection between two warriors who found solace in each other's arms amidst the chaos.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.